Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Today we have welcomed the team from Gaze in Red to Blue into the club, and we're rolling it out across all staff at the club from top to bottom.
They focus on performance and handling pressure, and that's crucial across all levels of our business, from the very top with our elite players down to our stewards and people who are first contact as our guests get to reception.
The introduction and the interest in Red to Blue has become increasingly more common, both at an individual level, and that's into education and into business, and specifically, of course, into sport, where it's always been a thing. But now the idea that an approach to mentality could be embraced and understood and deployed across a whole organisation, a whole club, from boardroom to turnstile, on the field and off the field, is really unique.
It's something that we can really look at and look to build on. We're talking about it being a high performance, but just in everyday life as well. So how we conduct ourselves and how we go about and how we deal with the situations that we're put in just in everyday life.
Every day can be an opportunity to do more of what really matters in your life. Introducing Pluxee, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner, inviting everyone to open up a world of opportunities and enjoy more of what really matters in their lives. With a large global presence and an affiliate network of 1.7 million merchants, we're making life more joyful for 36 million consumers around the world. We're a new brand, built on Sodexo's rich heritage, with big ambitions for the future and a strong focus on accelerated growth. At Pluxee, we're shaping the future, strengthening our partnership with clients, and creating meaningful relationships with consumers to give people what they really need. From creating personalized experiences to developing innovative benefit solutions and platforms, we harness the power of digital to bring freedom and enrichment to work and beyond. Because we're dedicated to making life better for millions of people across more than 30 countries. And we're committed to working with local communities responsibly and sustainably. Feel the Pluxee effect. More joyful moments. More opportunities. More of what really matters to you. We are Pluxee, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner.
Evening everyone, great to see you here. Thanks very much for coming.
It's great to be at Worcester Cricket Club, networking with other people, grazing food with a menu that we've created to go along with the wine.
It's a brand that we're very close to. It helps our brand, it helps us to get out there. It's springboarded us to another level, should we say.
It's a great place to bring customers to, bring clients, promote what we try to do as a business, which is create partnerships with our customers.
We're a local firm based in the city centre. We get to mix with nice local businesses. We've gained a lot of exposure and clients off the back of it.
You come to the club on a summer's day, the beautiful views, and the food offering, the drink. It's just a good day out with some really good clients, really good people.
The cricket club last year did a fantastic job. They won the Metro Bank Cup. That's brought a lot of focus on Worcestershire. Here's to future success in 2026 and beyond for Worcester Cricket Club.
This is Mike the plasterer. He needs a trusted supplier for his materials and tools. Mike needs Profile Store. With an easy-to-use website, you can check stock online, order it, and collect it within the hour. Profile Store offer free delivery over £125 and fast overnight shipping. With over 2,000 products in stock, they're sure to have what you need. So get yourself down to the trade counter in Kidderminster today. Get the job done with profilestore.co.uk.
We're here today in Macron campus here in Bologna in Italy. Macron have brought out some of the team, the men's and women's first team captains, a couple of players from each side. They've given us a tour of their impressive campus here and told us a little bit more about their history as a company and how they work in sport.
We're very, very excited. I think it's a landmark deal for Macron because we've been in cricket for the last few years through deals with Cricket Ireland and then most recently with the West Indies and South Africa last year. But what we were really missing was a county club in England, and then having Worcester. That I think will be a milestone for Macron. We're really excited to work with the Worcester and expand the relationship further in the next few years.
It was a long process in terms of finding the right teamwear provider for us. From the start, actually with Macron, they were really impressive in the way they went about their business. They were really big on sustainability. The depth of their range was really important to us because it allowed us to really reduce the prices on, in particular, Pathway and Academy kit to reduce those barriers of participation. The other big thing was we've been able to be super innovative on kit designs.
This season's kit launch, we wanted to really try and do something special and gave me a lot of opportunity to have some fun with the creative around it. There's a really interesting campaign. Being able to come out to Bologna, it's been a fantastic experience.
We've had a huge amount of conversations over the last 12 months really about designs, how we're going to bring certain things to life. Beard have been integral for the team there in terms of that creativity, actually making it really arty, really bold, stand out and innovative while actually making it very Worcestershire too. Ativo as a principal partner on Front of the Show, the Rapids have been key to that process as well. They've been engaged in every step along the way, making sure the designs work for them as a brand as well. This year, for the first time, women are going to match the men's in terms of range throughout, rather than just having one Rapid shirt. They've got two in different competitions.
It's a massive pleasure, obviously, for Claire and I to be out here, and also just to feel like the women's team is really being pushed is really valuable to us.
So yeah, we've had the opportunity to make 4 really standout kits this year. We've based it on this idea of the art of the game. So we've been looking at how can those different art forms and genres like merge into what we're doing with the kit and make a creative process that makes sense and kind of has a narrative, tells a story. They are like my babies, but there is a favourite. For me, I can really see myself wearing one day cut shirt. That kind of more streetwear-y feel definitely appeals to me more, and I think that'll be a staple of my wardrobe for a while.
My favourite kit was the T20 kit. Love the colours, love the design the most.
Yeah, I really like the traditional feel of the training shirt, but actually on the county shirt, there's not a huge amount of design to it. It's a cream traditional cricket shirt, but I love what we've been able to do with the trim on there, and that's down to Macron actually giving us more bespoke options and say over that and working with them to do that. For me, the standout, my favourite one is probably the T20 shirt. This is the elements. It's like every time you look at it, you kind of find another element. That really excites me.
I'm a little bit traditionalist, so I like the off-white one as always, but I think the blue one is really, really nice, really, really different. So I believe the fans and the players will love it.
To be able to connect what we've done with Bologna, with Macron, it just takes it to another level, and so we're fortunate we've been able to explore the city a little bit as well. We've had a fantastic time being around here, but we've also been able to incorporate some of the city, the location into the campaign. It's something we're really excited about. Yeah.
Good morning and welcome to New Road in Worcester, where players are about to start on day 3 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 2 game between Worcestershire and Middlesex. And the game situation is that Middlesex begin the day 79 runs ahead of Worcestershire, with all 10 of their second innings wickets intact. This after they dismissed Worcestershire for 265 yesterday, having made 339 in their first innings, to establish therefore a first innings lead of 74, which they extended in just 2 overs last night by 5 runs to go to 79 ahead, as I say. Worcestershire opening the attack this morning with Tom Taylor, their leading wicket taker from last year, from the Diglis end, and he's going to be bowling to Sam Robson, with Middlesex on 5 without loss. A lovely morning at New Road, hardly a breath of wind and bright sunshine, and a sparse crowd, as we've tended to find on Sundays in the Championship so far this season here at New Road. Here is Taylor, he's in to Robson, and he is on the back foot, watchfully defending this back up the pitch, and it's fielded at mid-on by Matthew Waite. My name is Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, and alongside me is Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London. Morning, Kevin.
Morning, Frank. I mean, I guess they're all still at church this morning, aren't they? And
yeah, well,
quite frankly, having seen a few of them over the last few days, they better be as well. They need to be.
Cathedral bells have been chiming out across the ground, as you can imagine. It is a very traditional English scene when that happens, I always think, here at Worcester, both in terms of sounds and sights. Taylor again is in and bowls, and this one is defended off the back foot by Robson, who survived a big shout for a caught behind of the very first ball of the innings last night. Clearly hadn't got a nick, and everybody got a bit excited as Worcestershire were desperately trying to get a wicket before the close, but they were unable to do so, and Middlesex openers saw themselves through that really tricky 2-over spell, but no doubt they will be on their mettle again this morning as they start again, look to extend this lead, put themselves in an unassailable position. Taylor is in and bowls and takes Robson on the pad, and there's a shout for LBW, but it wasn't entirely one that I describe as confident, and umpire at the bowler's end, who is actually Ullas Gandhi, who's an Indian umpire on exchange, not interested on this occasion. Looked on replay as though it was just going down a little bit. Not that bad a shot, actually, to be fair, but certainly going down the leg side. Here's Taylor once again in and bowls, and Robson is forward, pushing out on the offside. Again, there's no run. Comment on the live stream, which you'll quite like, Kev. I think it's more or less what you said yesterday. Toby Rowland-Jones calls chaos for Middlesex. Waity kept Worcestershire in the mix. Middlesex are ahead, but the pairs could still prosper. Welcome to day 3 of Worcestershire and Middlesex. It's moving day, and that is absolutely right. And actually, you know, I looked up and down the scores late last night of up and down the country, and there's quite a few games that could kind of tilt one way or the other on day 3. Such is the county championship. One of the reasons we like it so much is Taylor in again, bowls, left alone by Robson. Didn't carry through to Roderick, that one kept a little bit low, taken on the half volley by the Worcestershire keeper. I spoke to Matthew Waite after the game yesterday, and he gave his little interview talking about how he felt at the overnight stage, and he was saying that he thought that, you know, it was still in the balance, and he said, you know, Middlesex won't feel that we obviously recognise that they're in a position of ascendancy, but he said he won't feel that it's job done. They know they've got to come in this morning, and if we can pick up early wickets, there's a belief that we can get back into it. Robson very, very watchful on the back foot, plays up to mid-off, the end of the over, a maiden from Taylor, and I thought, I'm not just saying this either, Kevin, I thought Robson played that over really well. I thought he was very watchful, and it was a good over. It was well directed from Taylor, and he just made sure that he got right in behind it. Ideal sort of player, as he showed in the first innings, I think, in these conditions where it's tricky to just stay focused and again do what he did, lay down a foundation as at the start of the innings for them to build on.
Well, that's probably the big difference, isn't it, between the two sides at the moment, is that Robson
That's what
and
they did, yeah.
Robson and Holden start to the Middlesex innings. That's probably other than that, the first innings are pretty similar.
Yeah, absolutely.
339 plays 265.
Completely.
90 odd partnership for
Yeah.
Robson and Holden. This will be interesting now for Geddes, because Geddes does like to feel bat on ball. He will get on with it. But that's not to say that he can't knuckle down. What way he goes about it now will be interested. Allison's in, bowls, and defending this one. It's pushed back up the track by Geddes. There's no run at Old Trafford. I mentioned Navia Sharma going through Lancashire up there. But it was a low-scoring game, and Middlesex came out. He thought this could still be trouble, 150 or whatever it was, let's say, to win it. Geddes hit 70 odds, cracking in innings, just stood up tall, played properly. Not slogging it around anyway, just played positively. But yeah, really, really classy, talented knock that was. And I'd say it'll be interesting to see how he goes about it today, because Robson, you'd imagine, will be quite clear. It'll be dig in for the day as it's Geddes on strike and Allison bowling onto the legs. They'll get a leg bye back at a square. Keeper retreats to collect, or the umpire, I think he wants to tap his leg, doesn't he? There you go. So yeah, I think we've got a good day ahead of us here, and it is very evenly poised. It's which bowler can have that burst, but then not only which bowler can have that burst, can somebody back it up?
Yeah.
Because I think that probably yesterday it was Roland Jones. Was it cause chaos? What your correspondent said there on the stream, and he did. But to really drive home an advantage, you need two of them, don't you, going at it? And that's usually an attack of four. You get on top, you think, well, there'll be two of them that will really. So it'll be interesting to see now for Worcestershire as well. But there was plenty of promise with the ball in their first innings for sure, as Allison's just moved Gully to mid-wicket, crouching down. He's in now, bowls, and Robson turns off his legs fine. It's a hard chase this for long leg. He does get there with the slide and holds them to 2. Middlesex 6 without loss. Robson is on to 5. My apologies, they moved to 8. Middlesex 8 without loss.
Base Swanepoel down there. Good work. Throwing yourself around first couple of overs.
Turning again, Allison. Fourth ball of his second over, he bowls. Robson riding behind this one, really pushing hard at the ball on the front foot, getting everything behind it as best he could. It felt as though it was up towards the splice, didn't it, even though it was quite full. But yeah, we've seen 339, 265. Worcestershire need to bowl Middlesex out here for somewhere around 200, don't they?
Yeah, that's what I said. And maybe a bit less if they possibly can.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I think once it hits 200, with the advantage already, then you think this will be a tough chase.
Yeah, definitely.
In comes Allison bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside by Robson.
I said on day one, with no real insight, just kind of hunch, that I thought it was about a 300 pitch, if you remember, and I still stand by that. What I do think is a factor. I was talking to, this is something Matthew Waite mentioned last night. I said, is it lack of pace and the fact that it's nipping around? He said, yeah, and variable bounce. Well, that doesn't speak of a pitch that's going to get easier to bat on the fourth day.
Yeah, that's the other part, isn't it? It's what happens. Does it deteriorate? As Allison bowls and up towards the hip of Robson. He had to really watchfully get over the top of it, and usually you'd think of Robson clipping that off his hips through square, and there's no catching it, but he was really smothering the ball as best as he could, suggesting that it did indeed get big on him. Just fine of mid-wicket. He has a single, so 9 without loss. That's the end of the over. Robson 6, Geddes 2, but it's not quite a one innings match now, is it? But it's not far off.
No.
No, it's
not.
It's 200, 180, bowl them out, and then.
Yeah. I mean, if it were a one innings match, you're now looking at a lead of 83, aren't you? So if it were a one innings match and this was an opening partnership and they were 83 without loss, knowing what you know about this pitch, you'd regard that as a heck of a good start. I think. That's what Worcestershire have got to tell themselves. Taylor in bowls, and that's the nearest we've had to a wicket for a long time. Robson beaten outside the off stump by a good one from Taylor, and he did have a real drive at that one. He was attempting to play a scoring shot off that one, and probably quite fortunate. Just having a look at the replay again. Yeah, that's a really good one. I mean, that could easily have been nicked to keeper or slips. Tom Taylor getting a bit of shape away from the right-hander. He'd be pleased with that one. And probably Robson feel that he maybe didn't need to play it. Plays this one, and it's come back sharply and taken him on the hand. He's struggling out there, and this is, as you quite rightly said in the first innings a couple of times, this is the sort of thing that it's not great when you're batting, but if you're Toby Rowland-Jones or Tom Helm sat up on the balcony or in the dressing room watching our stream, you might be thinking, actually I quite fancy this, it doesn't look as though it's getting any better. Robson, gritty, determined right-hander, tapping his bat very purposefully in the creases. Taylor moves in to bowl again, and he's beaten again outside the off stump. So that's 3 really, really good deliveries from Taylor, 2 in particular. Gone past the bat twice and hit the glove with one that reared up, and it's looking hard work out there. Had a brief word too with Henry Cullen last night, who obviously had his debut rudely concluded, his debut innings, by that slaughter of a delivery from Rowland-Jones, and I said I felt for you. He said these things happen. Good attitude, I thought, pretty phlegmatic. Taylor in, bowls, ooh, and there's another one. Wow, this over. And I'll say 2 things about it, and that one again is reared up, and Robson's played it well. 2 things about it: good bowling, given the pitch, and 1 or 2 difficult deliveries, but goodness me, Sam Robson's played them well. I mean, he got lucky with a couple he's played and missed out, but those 2 that have come up at him, expertly played. I mean, they really were. They could easily have brought about his dismissal. Top batting. Sometimes the best batting isn't cover drives and square cuts, is it? Taylor is in again, and another one that's reared up and taken him on the glove, and he's got a fortunate single away on the leg side. I haven't seen this happen at Worcester for a long time. That's 3 deliveries this over. Whether Taylor's just managed to find a particular grip on the seam of something that means that he's managing to get this rather awkward bounce, I don't know, but that's 3 deliveries in this over that have done that, and Robson, by a mixture of brilliant technique and fortune, has managed to negotiate them. There was a period of time, a long time ago, shortly after Worcestershire had their sort of glory years of Championship cricket, early 90s, where the pitches here went a bit like this, and there were a lot of broken fingers around. Taylor in again, bowls, and that one is it doesn't misbehave, and Geddes just plays it down on the onside. What an interesting over that was. Good from Taylor, very good from Robson. Middlesex 10 without loss.
Yeah, we saw a little hint of that on the first evening, didn't we? The dismissal of Leas Deploy, one got big on him and took the edge, and Rowland-Jones is kept low the next morning, didn't it, yesterday morning, so we'll see how that goes. Some sad news to bring you. Middlesex are wearing black armbands today, as you'll see, Frank, with the 2 openers out there with the black armbands on now, and that's with the passing, sadly, of Geoffrey Cann, who is a Middlesex disability player, passed away yesterday, a Stanmore cricketer and England deaf player as well. The women's team also wearing black armbands today, but thoughts with the family of Geoffrey. Here's Allison, who bowls this one, and now, where's that gone? It's gone through 4-4 off the inside edge. Again, bounce for Worcestershire. And Allison, we have a look, casting our eyes at the stream now, just to see what it did. Oh, it was leg side. No, it was on the leg side. I felt as though he'd
face, I think.
Yeah. I felt as though it had cut him in half. But
I don't think it carried.
No, it was the reason why I think I was undone by it was the disappointment that it wasn't a catch, but it might have been a bit of kidology as well, but I assume that meant it had cut him in half. Not so. A glance down the leg side. Robson looking to do the same off the hip. Can't time it though. It just hits the hip and falls away into the onside. There's definitely something spicy out there this morning, but we did note as well, Frank, that is it a new ball surface for that once it does get a bit softer? You know, Robson and Holden saw it off so well on that first morning, the new ball.
Yeah.
After the early loss of Geddes, and then runs were to be had thereafter. And similarly for Worcestershire, all the runs came in the second half of the innings. So whether it is a case of seeing off as much hardness as you can from this ball, and then it becomes a little bit easier. But as you said, the key will be how much does it deteriorate, if it does at all, tomorrow. If it does, then yeah, 250 is going to be a very tough chase on this, isn't it? 3 slips in place for Geddes, as here's a length ball from Allison, defended back up the track by Geddes. But yeah, very sad news overnight from Middlesex. So black armbands today for anybody that is wondering, seeing it in the ground or at the stream, on the stream, for the passing of Geoffrey Can. So best wishes, deepest sympathies to his family at this time. As here goes Allison past the umpire, he bowls, and this is worked to mid wicket, 15 without loss. We'll have to tell you news of the Middlesex women as well, if they're playing today. Where they're playing today, and what the latest is. They are away. I do know that, but I've forgotten where, I must confess. Against Worcestershire Rapids women.
At Bromsgrove.
At Bromsgrove. Yeah. Allison in bowls, and this is worked backward a square on the leg side by Geddes, and they will take a single. 16 for no wicket. The defending champions, of course, in League 2 Middlesex. Did Worcestershire make finals day last year? I'm trying to remember who was there finals day.
No, they've had a mixed start this season, the girls. They've won a couple of games quite well. A couple they've not done so well. They've lost a couple of players to Warwickshire, which has impacted them a little bit.
Allison, it's the crease, bowls, and in behind this Robson, only halfway forward really, as he defends that. It's quite he almost went a long way back to slightly go forward, didn't he, and defend that into the offside. And at 16 without loss, Geddes has 3 and Robson 11. Yeah, well, that's the trouble, isn't it?
They're quite young. Yeah, they're quite young. They're sort of bringing through quite a few youngsters now, and they've had a couple of very good performances. Had a fantastically exciting late win at Bristol a week ago today, when they won with a run out by about 4 runs, I think. But patience is required, I think, as they grow in experience. Taylor bowls, Geddes is forward. Taylor not getting any untoward bounce with that one, as he did earlier on. 16 without loss. Geddes has 3, Robson has 11, and the overall lead is 90. 3 slips in place. Every reason to be in a high state of anticipation, those slips, given what Taylor's done in his last couple of overs. Last over, sorry. Ooh, and that one goes past Geddes' outside edge, but didn't carry through to Roderick. Felt for it, Geddes. A little lacking in footwork, I thought. That was my first impression, that maybe just could have got a bit further forward, but just reached for it, and it died a bit before it got through to Roderick. Yeah, stick by that assessment really. Might just have got his head and shoulder a little bit further, but that of course is the difficult thing to do when you're batting. If you're expecting the ball to bounce, you're not tending to get good shape into your defensive shots. Taylor is in and bowls, and that's nicely played by Geddes, watchfully on the back foot and right in behind it. But it's hard work out there, as it was in the first innings for the top 3, and we'll go back to that. I'm sure most people that watch the stream have been in touch with the game throughout, but in that first innings we saw Max Holden and Sam Robson play exactly like these two are playing this morning, and just incredibly watchful and determined defence really for an hour and a half on the first morning, which in many ways, as Kevin has already alluded to, has set up this position that we now find ourselves in. Geddes turns this one on the leg side, which is, you know, you can almost trace the disparity between the teams now back to that. Well, that's one way of looking at it anyway, back to that partnership for the second wicket on the first morning, when Worcestershire, we thought, bowled really well.
Yeah.
But they only got the 1 wicket before.
It felt like a 4-wicket morning, didn't it? They put them in, and you look at the match as a whole now, and that is probably the anomaly in the match so far.
That's what we think. Anyway. Always interesting to speak to the coach after the game and see how he saw the thing unfold, and see whether it tallies with what we thought. Taylor bowls nicely, left alone by Geddes outside the off stump, and Roderick takes. But it's the same this morning, isn't it? It's been tough. It's been hard work. This is coming up to the end of the 4th over this morning, and it's been attritional stuff again. 11 runs added, no boundaries, and lots of play and misses. Taylor none for 3 with just 1 maiden. Allison none for 11 off 3. There's Taylor again. And Geddes again is looking to punch this away on the offside. It comes back, takes him on the thigh and drops down in the crease. Taylor puts his hand to his head. Maiden over for him. 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 3. And in the sunshine, Middlesex finding it tough, but showing good application so far this morning.
Yeah, that one together, as you say, could have been further forward, but I was going to make exactly the point you did, that it wasn't far off the same length as the balls that got big on Robson. So you're often saying, on a day where there's not much happening, that you just need one to put a little something in a batter's mind. It just doubts their foot.
It's not even conscious, is it? It's just almost subconscious, I think.
Allison in, bowls, and this is turned towards mid-wicket. 16 without loss.
You don't stand there and think, well, I'm deliberately not going to get very far forward. You just find that your instinct is just to hold back a little bit.
Well, it's survival, isn't it? You're thinking, what's the best chance I've got of surviving this? If I try and play it that little bit deeper in the crease, that little bit later. But then, of course, if it does keep low, could be in trouble. But you'd have thought that Sam Robson now will be thinking same again, first innings. Not much on the board by lunch today, and then try and reap the rewards later, as this is defended to mid-wicket, and they've got that short mid-wicket in because they are going at the stumps in this second innings. And again, that's not to say that they didn't on the first day. I haven't looked back at the stream. We don't have the same kind of technology, of course, that you have on the test match games, where they'll give you the pitch maps. They are available for us to go and find. I probably should do a little bit, but there's no doubt about it this morning. They're very much targeting top of off. This isn't a 4th, 5th stump line they're bowling. It's one that Robson's having to defend to mid-wicket. As Allison is in once more, he bowls and Robson defends a length ball halfway forward. You've got to make them play at every single delivery now, Worcestershire, because they'll have that same concern that if they don't make the inroads early, if the ball gets a little bit softer, does it become easier to bat, and then there might not be any catch in Middlesex. So they'll want to make the most of this new ball, and that means make them play every single delivery. Certainly plenty of chatter. They know this is their moment, really. If they do pick up a 3 or 4 wicket morning, or better this morning, then it's game on. Allison in, bowls, Robson's forward, a solid defence once more. He looks determined, Robson, doesn't he?
He does, he does, absolutely. Just to soak it up, I think. I mean, I've no doubt if they bowled him a short wide one, he'd look to put it away, and if he gets half volley, likewise. But
well, it's sometimes the bad ball that takes the wicket, isn't it?
Well,
even on a pitch.
It can be, it can't it, if you're in the wrong frame of mind. But he does, you're right, he looks absolutely determined. He knows his game. He's one of those players, Sam Robson. He knows what he can do, he knows what he can't do, he knows what his strengths are, and he's going to apply them.
Allison bowls and Robson leaves alone outside the off stump. 16 without loss. 3 for Geddes, 11 for Robson. Yeah, 2 slips. Backward point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on. Short mid-wicket crouch down. That's Libby there in front of us. Mid-wicket. And there's a square leg and a long leg. A 5-4 field. Target the stumps. Blast those pads off if you can. Last ball of Allison's 4th over. He's in, bowls, and it's full, it's straight, and it's defended by Robson. And 16 without loss. Geddes has 3. Robson has 11. I think, what do you say, 11 on the spot, and the 12th one in out of the 2 overs that you bowl has got to be a bumper. I think it feels like they need to push Robson back here, and as you say, if he does hook or pull it for 4, fine, but he's planted on the front foot at the moment, Robson.
Yeah, back-to-back maidens, Taylor and Allison. So if Taylor can bowl another one here, we'll be testing the Mickey Arthur theory again, won't we? That
21 balls,
3 maidens often brings a wicket. Back-to-back maidens. Good, best over of Allison's bowl, because he didn't bowl one down the leg side. I thought in that over, he was getting worked, wasn't he? Just occasionally. Solid start from these 2 this morning.
Well, that's that straight line, isn't it? He was getting worked because clearly the message is you got to bowl at the stumps. They need Middlesex all out by tea, don't they?
Latigan calling for a helmet, so might be some change of foot as Taylor starts a new over from the Diglis end. That one's a bit wider outside the off stump, and Geddes is very, very happy to be able to just lift his hands and allow that through to Roderick. Richard Jones, the Worcestershire bowling coach, is down at 3rd man, looking to be in some sort of communication, I think, with his bowlers.
Well, Middlesex certainly feel that they let it get away from them with the ball twice at Lord's. 61 for 5, I mentioned, but at the start of the second innings when Latigan had some fun. This is, for Worcestershire, I think, their moment to make sure that after a first morning without wickets.
That was a good one from Taylor, and he beat him that time. Geddes did actually get a bit further forward that time, but beaten on the outside edge.
A bit of bounce on that one as well, wasn't there?
Examination from Taylor this morning. Yeah. 4.2 overs, only conceded 3 runs so far. Of course, he only picked up 1 in the first innings, didn't he, Taylor? Which he was disappointed with, I think, given his record last season, albeit on pretty helpful pitches. He was a very, very, very consistent performer last season. In again now, he bowls, and Geddes is on the back foot, pushing this one up to mid-off. Helmet has been brought out now. Harry Darley, the Worcestershire 12th man, in the high vis. Just leaving it on the boundary edge. Sent back upstairs for something else, I think. 16 without loss. Halfway through the 9th. Taylor again. He's in and bowled, left alone outside the off stump, and taken low down by Roderick. Harry Darley, that 12th man, one of 3 young Worcestershire bowlers who share accommodation. I was talking to them about it the other day. It sounds a bit studenty.
House of multiple occupancy.
Yeah, just
some landlord somewhere's rubbing his hands together.
Not sure they're entirely satisfied with the relative domesticity of the involved characters. No names being mentioned. Taylor in, bowls driven by Geddes. Good shot, most authoritative shot of the day. Straight down the ground. Not going to go all the way. It's going to get 2, but it was a good punch from a first ball that Taylor has actually over pitched. Driven down the ground. Yeah, I think as with a lot of clubs, I think the club finds accommodation for the young players, and they put 2 or 3 of them together. It's a bit like student life, isn't it? I know when the big 3 left for Notts and Leicestershire, Ben Cox, Dylan Pennington and Jack Haynes, I think they all set up in a flat together in Nottingham, and somebody's got to do the washing up, somebody's got to put the rubbish out. Taylor bowls, takes him on the pad, Robson, as he falls over that one. Didn't appeal, might have got a nick on it, I think he had. 18 without loss at the end of the over, 5 to Geddes, 11 to Robson, and the lead is 92.
Yeah, I reckon it must have been a big inside edge on that, mustn't there? We'll see the replay now. Actually, maybe it was going down leg as well, but you still think they'd have yelped if they didn't hear the second noise on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must have been a big inside edge on that. It felt as though, it sounded as though there was two noises, but you never quite know if it's front pad onto back pad, do you? But here goes. Allison starting his fifth and for 11. He's in, bowls to Robson, who leaves alone a shorter ball outside off stump. And like I said, I think well within their rights to put in the shorter ball, but again, everything's got to be straight, hasn't it? It's
yeah.
You know, if you're bowling the short ball, bowl it and mean it in at the armpit. But other than that, it's probe away, fraction full of a length. But make sure you're hitting that off stump every ball. They bowl that length, of course, in Australia, you're just going to get driven down the ground ball after ball, aren't you? And that's where fifth stump line comes in, as here's a length ball just outside off, draws him into it, beats him. That's a lovely ball by Allison.
Any closer than that, are you? That's almost perfect from Allison.
Have a look and see exactly what the line is. So again, we're sat, if you haven't been listening the last few days, or don't listen regularly at New Road or at mid-wicket.
Yeah, almost perfect. I mean, if he could bowl that 6 times, he'd get one, wouldn't he?
Well, you just got to make them play every ball, haven't you? As I say, if you're putting in the bumper, then make sure. That's not too dissimilar to that Tom Helm delivery yesterday. Pitched and straightened on the batter as forward goes Robson defending to mid-wicket.
But, you know, Robson there's just done exactly what you got to do, and I so admire that ability to just forget that. It's gone. Can't do anything about it. Here's the next one, in behind it, plays it solidly. Such an asset. And just, you can't teach that. You just got to develop it, or it's got to be innate. It's just got to be there. Just forget what's gone before, focus on the next one. Same when you're bowling. Bowl a bad one, get hit for 4, forget it. Concentrate on the next one, but it's easier said than done.
Robson awaits, Allison bowls, left alone outside the off stump. That's
No
not
ball.
to say that he's going to get no ball called, an overstep. That's not to say that he's going to score runs today and indeed not get out the next ball, but it's almost one of the kind of situations where Robson's whole game is made for this.
Yeah.
Like, right, come on then, let's go to battle on this.
Absolutely.
You know, it's not about flowing runs and gorgeous looking shots. It's about
And I
you're
still
not getting me.
believe there's a really important place for people like that, the Dom Sibleys of this world. I really do. Jake Libby's played that role for Worcestershire quite well for the last few years.
Allison bowls and Robson's beaten again, just outside off, defending this time. He wasn't driving at it, he was drawn into the previous one that beat him. This one it was a plunge forward, looking to defend, but it's nipped away from that outside edge off the seam, you'd have thought.
Isn't it? Same ball, I think, as that one earlier in the over. I said if he could bowl 6, he'd get one. Well, that's the same ball. Yeah, exactly. It's almost an action replay, actually. Tends to shape the ball back into the right-hander most of the time, Allison.
I was going to say that length, you know, if you look at it, you think, well, he could probably have that line, he could probably have left it alone, as here's Allison bowls so many plunges forward again outside off defending, but he can't leave it alone because of the seam movement out there. You know, you could well see that one coming back in.
He can't leave it alone.
There's too much seam movement to confidently leave. But even still, like I say, it's not a fifth stump line for Worcestershire this morning. It's almost like the first morning of the match all over again, isn't it? They've got to have them 4 down at lunch today at least, haven't they? That's got to be their target. 10 overs into the Middlesex's second innings, and Robson is gone. Is he? No, he's not. They've gone up behind. Celebra appeal from the bowler. Forward defence beaten. That was taken high up by the keeper. That's got big off a length.
Gareth Roderick doesn't usually throw it up unless he's sure.
Was it bat on pad?
Slips weren't that keen, were they?
Was it bat on pad? Offered a little noise maybe. He was very. They've been plunged so far forward and across on previous deliveries. He was Very tight to that front pad on this one, and not
Good
a long
over
way
that,
across.
wasn't it? That was a good over from Allison. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 13. That was his best over.
Oh, yeah.
I would say so far. Beat the bat twice.
Well, three.
I guess
3 times.
3, yeah, because that was a big shout. But important that umpire Siri Shanmugam said not out, and Robson remains as Taylor comes in again now and bowls to Geddes outside the off stump. He's letting that go through, but you're right, it's exactly like the first morning, and I don't think the Worcestershire coaching staff will have any complaints about what they've seen from their team this morning.
But this does feel different to the first morning. It feels like they're at them more, and that was my one reflection on the first morning, without having gone back and watched it all back, and indeed gone and found the pitch map. So I could be wrong, but that was my feeling on the first morning. They didn't quite make them play enough. There's no doubt this morning they're making them play an awful lot.
Yeah, it's been good, but they haven't got a wicket in 35 minutes. Taylor again is in, and that's a nice shot from Geddes, given a little bit of room on the back foot, punched away, and he's not going to get 4, but he is going to get 3. Good running. So Jake Libby chases that back, slides, picks up, turns, throws. 23 without loss. Geddes has gone to 8 off 26. Robson 11 off 37. A repeat of his first innings in many ways. But the important thing is that they haven't lost a wicket.
Well, I was just going to say the pressure could switch really quickly here, though, couldn't it? 2 quick wickets now, and tails will really be up. They should be up for Worcestershire because they're bowling well. This is really good to watch.
Latigan has gone into short leg now. Yeah, it is. It's good. It's very watchable. 2 slips then, and a short leg now. As Taylor comes in, and Robson is forward, pushing up to mid-off.
He was almost crab-like going forward, wasn't he? And that weight, he was just getting everything behind it, just a shuffle forward.
Yeah, it's not perfect technically in the terms of the sort of shoulder forward, bend the front leg, etc. But what I like about Robson is his head position is right over the ball when he plays it. He lets the ball come. He plays it quite late in defence. His head position is right over it, and it works. It works for him. Again, there, that's beautiful in terms of back foot defence. Head right over the point of contact, just as you would coach it. If you've got the old MCC book out, or first cricket coaching book I ever had, it was called Teaching Cricket Simply. It was by Peter Sutcliffe, not the Yorkshire Ripper, father of Simon, who played for Warwickshire, and he was the national coach way back in the 70s and 80s. And he had lots of stills, and there was one of those things where you could flick the pages and watch the shot. And that the backward defensive, exactly like Robson played it there, right under the nose. Very, very traditional technique. And again there, just beautifully played. There is no way through that. You might get the ball to nip away, but he's not going to miss it because he isn't focused on it. His eyes, head position, absolutely brilliant.
Well, that's where he grew up playing, wasn't it, Robson, in Australia?
Yeah.
He'd been playing that back foot defence an awful lot.
Absolutely.
More so than the forward defence.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. Plays it really, really well, doesn't he? And it's helped him a lot in this innings. 11 off 40 now. Taylor is in again and bowling. This time it's fuller and wider, and he's leaning forward and allows it through outside the off stump. The end of the over from Taylor. 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 8. Middlesex are 23 without loss. They lead by 97.
Well, it is a masterclass of opening batting right now from Robson, isn't it? We can't take our eyes off a single delivery in this because Worcestershire are all over them. But Robson is batting so well, and Geddes equally, it must be noted, 8 from 26. Played a couple of nice strokes, but he similarly is of the mindset of Robson that he wants to be there for a long time. Allison's a bowl to Geddes. It's 11 from 41 for Robson, so it's not quite the 12 from 100 from Holden, which drew that wonderful stat from Andy Zoltzman, who popped in on the first day. Here's full ball to Geddes. He's drawn into the drive and beaten. Standing up tall, looking to drive.
Bit wider,
Risky on this track, yeah.
Wider, I thought, that one.
If there's seam movement, you're hitting on the up there, aren't you? But he is a big tall man, he likes to feel bat on ball, but if that ball is seaming, it might have just been a little bit of late swing that adjusted the line on that one away from him.
Yeah, but he'll be annoyed with himself, I think. That was looser than anything we've seen, really, in terms of hands and feet and head and everything else, isn't it?
I hadn't detected much swing, though, so far, and I feel that was late swing as opposed to seam, and that can be more dangerous, can't it? As his Allison in bowls, and he waits on this one, turns to mid-wicket, and there's no run, because it felt as though he was lining that up. But, alright, if it might seam away, I'm in position to play it, but the late swing had adjusted the line considerably, so... Yeah, drawn into it, well bowled Allison. And if there is a little bit through the air, because there certainly is off the seam, then this should be a really testing day for the batters, and it should be a testing finale for the batters. It's been testing all the way through, but as we've seen a few get in, and when they've got in, then they've been pretty hard to get out, and runs have come. But 97 the advantage for Middlesex as Allison bowls, and Geddes shoulders arms outside off stump, leaves well alone. 23 without loss, that's what you'd say should have done to that ball earlier in the over, leave it well alone.
Yeah, I take what you're saying about swing. I just think he would have probably...
This was a lot wider, actually,
gone
this one.
back and thought, I was nearly lured into that.
Yeah.
It didn't really need to be, that's all.
Yeah, you're a lot closer to getting out on this game than you are to getting runs, aren't you? So at the top of the innings, I mean. So once the ball's got softer, the runs have flowed, and that's how it should be. Here's Allison bowls to get his turns to mid-wicket, 23 without loss.
Yeah, well, sometimes we possibly don't appreciate just how much mutual respect there is between teams and bowlers and batters and whatever. And when I spoke to Alan Richardson after the first night, I said, do you think possibly they might have bowled a little bit fully, just a bit? And he said, nah, not really. I think I'm pretty happy with the way we bowled. And he said, Sam Robson said to me, that would they really, really bowl well? And I think they probably thought he really played well, The
Allison bowls. This is driven down the ground by Geddes. A little too straight and a little too full there. Will it go as a slide and a flick back in? I think the bowler got a hand on it as well, which took a little bit of pace off. But Geddes turns for a third run, so he moves to 11. Middlesex at 27 without loss, and that means the lead. Oh no, he's turned for 2. My apologies. I thought he got back for the... He did get back.
Yeah, he did get back for 3.
What's going on with the score?
No, they might be. Hang on.
No, they were 23, so they're 26 now, and the lead is 100.
Yeah.
The lead is
and what I was going to say is, I think, and it's the same with football, but particularly with cricket, social media has played a big part in this. The opposition are allowed to play well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And sometimes the opposition, you get beaten and you go, oh my goodness, it was terrible, we did this, we did that. But actually, somebody played really, really well.
Yeah.
And despite us giving our best and actually bowling well too, somebody got some runs. It happens.
Allison, last ball of his over. To Robson, it's edged past second slip, not catchable. Whether third might have had a grab at it low to his right, the key being low, because even fourth, you could argue it may not have carried, but it was a genuine edge, all right. Robson getting across, getting over the top of it as best he could. We'll see. Yeah, he's angled the bat, hasn't he? Soft hands, and he gets 4 for it. But it was one of those where it's survival first for Robson, and hope you get an edge, and
it goes for 4.
Well, hope you've angled it into the ground. Yeah.
Very annoying for.
What do you reckon? Would it have carried to a third or wide third?
I don't think so.
Just short.
I don't think it would.
I mean, he's played it right below the nose, hasn't he? With the angle bat, the soft hands. Played it late. We've talked about him plunging forward. He didn't on that one. He really did play that one late, so he gave himself every chance of surviving it, and survive it he did with 4 to his name.
Change of bowling at the Diglis end. Bears Swanepoel for the first time today.
Interesting move from that end. He bowled the majority from down below us yesterday, didn't he?
He bowled pretty well in the first innings. He only got 1. I think the other bowlers thought he bowled pretty well. How will he bowl today? He's in, he bowls, and his first ball is turned on the leg side for a single. And that takes Geddes on to 12, total to 31 without loss. And the lead, as you say, past 100 now. You say Worcestershire want 4 by lunch. They're desperate to get one, aren't they? Desperate.
Well, they are, but
45 minutes. I think they would have hoped.
Yeah.
To have made a breakthrough.
But the point is, 100 on the board. I think they need Middlesex out by tea here, don't they?
Well,
I think if Middlesex are still batting this evening.
I don't think that's going to happen. I can't see them bowling them out in a session in an hour. Swanepoel bowls worked up to mid-on. It can happen, but I don't.
Well, if Middlesex still batting an hour into this evening, let's say it's all wraps up an hour into this evening, you're looking at 280, nearly 300 to chase. It's 100 the lead already, so I say I think they've got to try and get them by tea, and that's why it's a 4-wicket morning for me, and then they've got to hope that the pressure builds in the afternoon, wrap them up and get going at something around the...
There is an alternative view. I'll just break off as Swanepoel bowls, and that's down the leg side, taken by Roderick, and that is that Worcestershire get into a position where the best they can hope for is a draw, and then the longer Middlesex bat, the better it is for Worcestershire.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we're there yet, but I think that is a situation that could be imaginable. Swanepoel bowls, and she's fended down into the gully by Robson.
Well, I mean, to bat out on this pitch, you're thinking 2.5 sessions. Go on, let's dig in 2.5 sessions and we'll bat out. So you're hoping that Middlesex are batting an hour into tomorrow morning then?
Well, that's all I'm saying. Is it's an alternative word.
No, it is. Yeah. We're thinking of alternative ways the game may progress.
Worcester saved a game at Derby in the opening game like that. They saved a game at Taunton last year like that. It's an alternative prospect, is what I'm saying. As Robson drives Swanepoel up to mid-off, Taylor is the fielder.
Well, it's far from over yet, but they do need 4 this morning, I'd say. That, this second, as we've seen runs coming in the second half, it should be the way. The ball gets softer and then the runs arrive. But they've got to make this new ball count this morning, and names like Robson, Geddes, Holden, and
they've bowled
Skipper.
well. They've been unlucky, probably, but that is to the credit of the batters, and it's just.
But that's why I think 1 or 2, and the pressure could build, because at the moment these two have set themselves up well, haven't they?
Yeah. This next one is another dot from Swanepoel. End of the over. 1 over. No maidens. 1 run came from it. And Middlesex are 31 without loss, leading by 105 and 50 minutes without success for Worcestershire this morning. They've got to stay patient. Could easily get a couple in a short time. Adam Finch is going to come on at the New Road end to replace Ben Allison, who's been pretty unlucky. Just to give you those bowling figures so far: Taylor 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 8, and Allison 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20.
BBC Cricket live here from New Road. Frank Watson and myself, Kevin Hand, BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC London respectively, joining together on the BBC Sport website and app. Picks up on the streams as well from the website. If you're sat at home, feet up, but if you're out and about, it's a full radio commentary. As change of bowling just down below us. So Allison's done, and this is Taylor, is it not?
Finch.
My apologies. They've got Swanepoel at both ends at the moment. There you go, it's Finch. I don't think I've seen that before. There's only 2 Swanepoels. I'm going to do it at both ends. There's a few bowlers over the years you'd have loved to have had bowling at both ends. I wish you had you at both ends. Alan Richardson, he'd have been one. I'd be nice about him once in a game. I'm nice about him. But Richard would have been one. 2 Alan Richardsons have been useful. Middlesex 31 without loss here as Finch is in, bowls, and this is left alone outside the off stump by Robson. I think this is the first time I've commentated on Finch from this end, and there's a lot of arm movement, isn't there? Not in a bad way, it's just interesting, the arms fly out.
Changed his action, this is, changed his, what they call his gather, his load.
Yeah. Yeah, the arms kind of whip together and then whip out again, don't they? Just as he's, or the other way around, just as he's about to gather us in, he charges now. A lovely sunny day again. There they go. Yeah, so it really winds it up, doesn't it? This is pushed back by Geddes back up the track, and there's no run. It's I quite like it actually. It's an action that means business, it says to me. He's
pretty sharp.
Yeah, he gets seems to get himself into a good position. Broad of shoulder, he turns, leans slightly forward as he begins his run, and then into a tall upright approach. He bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Geddes. 31 for no wicket. All wide. Wide signalled. It has got through. How does that get through? Did it keep on him? We'll have to look at it. It was left alone, and you kind of assume the keeper's just taken it, but it's gone through for 4. Let's see, he's left it alone. Let's see another angle on the replay now. I've only seen it side on for the moment, but must have died on him outside off stump, must it? Can we scroll back? Is that alright? I'm not sure it's going to tell us otherwise on the replay. We need to see that ball front on again, don't we? But 30... Now, what's happening? The scoreboard's at 32 without loss. Did they not put up the 4 wides? They put up the wide, but not the 4. He certainly signalled 4, didn't he? As the bowler's in again. This is taken behind the stumps, down the leg side. As we're going to see now, the ball that was given as a wide, and I believe was given as 4 wides. Oh no, we've only got it from side on, have we, on the replay as well, so we can't see back what happened. He definitely signalled wides, 4, didn't he? The umpire? And I thought I did see somebody go to retrieve the ball from the...
Henry Cullen went down to get it. It was under the cover at the far end, I think.
Geddes on strike, and this is short and cut. Finch offers one up outside off stump. Geddes makes the most of it. A few Middlesex fans in by the sounds of it. They enjoyed that one. I'd make that 40 without loss, but yeah, unfortunately the camera for the ball, it's not going to tell us. They've only put it up to 36 without loss now. I don't think they've added the 4 wides that the umpire signalled. He signalled the wide, then he signalled 4, and certainly the fielder went to retrieve it, so... Oh well, they'll get it. Here's Finch in bowls, and this is pushed back up the track by Geddes. No run.
One wide.
Yeah, he definitely signalled 4, didn't he? And a fielder definitely went to the ropes to get it. He can't have signalled a dead ball off a wide, can he?
I'll try and find out. I will try and contact our contact in the scoreboard, in the scorebox.
Good man, you do that.
Well, meanwhile, there's Swanepoel. We'll start a new over.
It's got a note next door as well. I can hear them talking about it in the press box as well. As
oh, and Swanepoel, that's nipped back sharply, and Robson just ridden it, really. I don't think he got anything on it. It's taken on the pad, nearly fell over, and it's run away into the gully. It's not changed on NV Play either. And it's been read in the school box, so we might get an answer soon. They'll need to make radio contact, I think, with the umpires.
Yeah.
36 without loss as it stands. Swanepoel is in, and Robertson drives through the covers. This is just beginning to get away from Worcestershire. 4 to Robson, over pitched and driven. There haven't been many opportunities to play that shot. 40 without loss. The lead has gone up to 114. Geddes has 16, Robson has 19. To say that Worcestershire need a breakthrough is an understatement. Henry Cullen comes out from slip and goes into short extra. The offside ring is reinforced, but the chances of picking up a wicket are diminished by the movement of that slip. So we just got the one slip now. It's Brooks and he's at second. I don't like that personally. Swanepoel balls and Robson cuts to one that keeps a bit low and misses it, taken by Roderick. I say that.
The gap between
I
don't like
I've
either.
always felt as a captain, and I learned off captains that I played under that if you've only got one slip, he's at first. You're dicing with danger if you do what you do, and it sometimes pays off. They're checking. Scorers are checking. Looking for radio contact now with the umpires, I think. Swanepoel in, turns Robson round, but he's really good with his hands and didn't get in a good position, but gets his hands out in front of him and makes sure through his hands and his eyes, forget the feet sometimes, just make sure he gets that in the middle of the bat. Gosh, it's been a good contest out there this morning. But the batters have won it so far. Swanepoel in again, bowls, and Robson steers this one down to Latigan at gully. 40 without loss, apparently. Might be 43. Still checking. Had one in one game this year where there was a mistake that wasn't corrected. Swanepoel bowls, defended by Robson out on the offside, and we were certain in here that it was a mistake because we actually noticed it was what it was. Kev, was a bowling change that they didn't pick up until the next over. So they gave the first over of a new spell of one bowler to the previous bowler, and we knew. I certainly, absolutely knew 100%. That it needed correcting. They're going to be on the radio now to the scorers. And I told the scorer, and they were horrified, and they had to go back and correct it all the next day.
Yeah, it's only one over behind now, so he should remember, shouldn't he, the umpire? And the question is, was that wide also for?
Yeah, I'm getting news now.
So it should either go up to 44 without loss, or we'll be told exactly what the signal was from the umpire.
The radio conversation between the umpire and the scorebox is finished. I'll get the results in a minute. We might see it on the board. So it's 40 without loss, and Finch starts a new over.
Down the leg side to Geddes. He works off his hip, and fine it goes. They'll take 2 leg byes signalled by the umpire, and that 4 has now been added to the board. So we are now on to 46 with no wicket Middlesex. So we've resolved it all. It was you and I, Frank. I tell you what, if Middlesex win this by 3 runs now, you better be careful going for that interview.
If Middlesex win this by 3 runs, it will be a hell of a game.
Yeah. 46 without loss. And here is a short ball outside the off stump, and it's cut for 4. That's the 50 up for Middlesex. Geddes moves to 20 off 40. And Middlesex lead now by 124 runs with 10 wickets standing, and well, the pressure that had built has just alleviated. It does happen, there's a flow in about a session, isn't there? And Worcestershire have to quickly tighten it back up again now, get that pressure back onto them.
The match referee spotted it apparently as well.
Here goes Finch bowls, and this is cut to deep point, so they've set back a deep pointer. That's a clever move. I don't see that as overly defensive. I think that's astute at this stage to just say that where Finch is clearly coming in to say, alright, we've tried the line and length and off stump. He's clearly going on a shorter length here, Finch, isn't he? And at the moment it's expensive, 14 off his first 9 balls, but it'll be over to him to just get a little bit more of a grip on it. But he's got the support of the deep point now. I don't mind that. There's only 1 slip. That I'm not so sure about. There is a short mid-wicket though, as here's Finch in, bowls, and Robson is struck where the ball deflects towards gully, perhaps off an inside edge onto the hip, or was it just off the hip guard and deflects away having beaten the inside edge. There was no great excitement of catch it, so they clearly didn't feel with the slip in the gully. Not a million miles away, and the keeper as well. Yeah, it must have just hit the back hip maybe, or the front hip, nearly cutting him in two as he looked to defend on the back foot. But Finch, it looks as though he's got a remit here to say, all right, go on, go and try and rough them up for a bit, where they've been sitting on the front foot, to be fair. So again, I don't particularly mind this tactic as Finch is in, bowls, that's full, and clips to mid-wicket. He gets away with it. It's hurt the hand of the short mid-wicket fielder, the right hand, because that looked like 4 off the bat, but it was straight to a well-positioned short mid-wicket, who, Frank, is...
Allison.
Thank you. It was Libby in there. Libby's gone to mid-wicket.
I can see. I understand what you're saying about the idea of saying to.
They might not have said it. He might have just been a bit loose. But
I didn't see much of that. Well, I suppose Seb Morgan did that role a little bit.
He got one with the.
He was quite expensive, and then he picked up wickets later on. But it's dangerous, isn't it? Because if you lead 25,
you've got to be disciplined. You've got to be really disciplined. As here's Finch in, bowls full, and Robson defends into the offside in the zone. But if a pitch is a bit up and down, we've seen 1 or 2 misbehave, 1 or 2.
Yeah.
A bit, then you can't just let them sit on the front foot and actually pushing them back, and one keeps low. Then you're in business. And you think of the Roland Jones dismissal, but 51 for no wicket. Yeah, the point is they've got to do whatever they do, whatever tactic they come up with, Worcestershire, it's got to be economical now.
Yeah,
125,
exactly. Yeah.
the lead, 51 without loss.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because this lead is, well, it's huge now, isn't it? In terms of
context of this game, yeah.
It's huge. 120 odd and still 10 wickets in hand. And we're getting to that point where Swanepoel in, bowls and steered down on the offside by Geddes into the gully. We're getting to that point where I said Worcestershire are going to have to consider whether the best thing they can get out of this game is a draw. And if that turns out to be the case, then the way they go about it might be very different. You don't try and blast people out, you just try and make it as slow as you possibly can. Swanepoel in, bowls, and again Geddes is steering down to Latigan at gully, and there's no run.
We've given Robson rightly a huge amount of credit, but credit has to go to Geddes as well. He sat in, hasn't been quite as... he's gone calmly about it, hasn't he? You know, we've talked about the resolute, absolutely, thou shalt not pass from Robson. Geddes has done the same, but I think the fact that Robson's technically and physically comes out as so much more of a determined push to defend.
Yeah, you're right. Geddes forces off the back foot Libby Fields in the covers, but you're right. Yeah, I 100%.
And at the same time, he's playing classy strokes like that as well. We've seen some nice drives in between and a couple of cuts which were served up to him, weren't they? But he's also stroking it around nicely at the right time. This is a really promising innings from Geddes, who, well, he was in the Lions squad. They do a lot is thought of the talent this young man has.
Swanepoel into him again, bowls, and that is obviously that's more out of the Robson playbook on the back foot.
But what I mean is he's doing everything that Robson's doing, but he just seems to be doing it in a
slightly different phase. Yeah, different player, different.
Yeah, technically the technique of Robson is so set up for defence in that sense that everything is so what's the word I'm looking for? Exaggerated in his defence, whereas Geddes' defence just looks a little bit calm, and the ball's coming on. He's not quite. It's not quite the same. Thou shalt not pass, but that doesn't mean he isn't defending well. He is.
Swanepoel in, and he's driving this one, not defending it, but can't get it past Taylor at mid-off.
He's got a cracking drive, hasn't he? So he's a tall man, Geddes. Pretty muscular of build as well. We were talking about this with the other two youngsters, Faulkner in particular's quite broad-shouldered and muscular in physique for a man of his age. Geddes that little bit older, but he certainly looks the part.
21 he is. The Swanepoel bowls, and that one is a good full delivery, and he just pushes it out on the offside. End of the over, good over from Swanepoel, a maiden. 3 overs, 1 maiden. No wicket for 5, his figures. But Middlesex have reached 51 without loss, and their lead is a very, very comfortable 125.
But that was another good example of it. It was nearly the perfect Yorker from Swanepoel, and the way he just nonchalantly dropped his bat down on it, it wasn't get the feet out of the way, just the bat dropped down as almost as though he was in the net, or as a practice, just tap it back to the bowler. But he just dug out a Yorker. 51 without loss. Sorry, Frank, you're pointing at something.
The Finch experiment has been abandoned, and Allison is back. Which might suggest that they feel that this is a critical period and they just can't leak another 10 or 15 in a couple of overs. Allison.
He's in now, bowls, and beats Robson first ball. Welcome back.
Yeah.
So 51 for no wicket.
I saw him fielding.
Oh, I haven't said it on the mic. Sorry. Where's Taylor?
Yeah, Taylor's at mid-on. But I saw Allison in that last over warming up, and I thought, well, this is unusual. They've brought Finch on, and they've obviously decided that they can't concede runs in the way that they did.
There's Robson forward defending to cover
in those 2 Finch overs, because they may have only, what did they cost? 15 was it? 14, and they'd been going at 2s, and they maybe just think, if another couple of overs of that, and
Taylor's going at what,
150 behind. Yeah, Taylor will be. Taylor bowled 6. He'll bowl again.
Which he bowled 1 last night, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly. But they'll handle Taylor much more carefully.
Okay. I was just wondering how they'd gone back to Allison without Taylor, but Allison's in, bowls. Oh, it's clipped fine by Robson now for 4. He's just strayed onto the legs, and Robson makes no mistake with that one, and that was with something of a flourish, the glance.
My guess is that Taylor he's the one they must keep fit, Taylor, I would say that, and they've got Gloucester coming on Friday, and he's bowled a lot of overs, and they have to keep him fit, and I think his workload will be managed. Allison is in his first game of the season. He's got a bit of an issue with his toe, but he's feeling fit and strong. Maybe he'll get a little bit more of a workload.
Allison bowls onto the hip of Robson. He turns to the long leg. They're going to look for 2 here. Might have been an inside edge onto the hip guard, was it? No, leg by signal. It was just off the hip. So to a fine leg it goes for just the 1 leg by. 56 for no wicket. 129 the leads. It seems only a moment ago that we're saying the lead's 100. Not far off saying it. The lead's 150 now. But yeah, over to Allison to keep this tight once more, but continue to carry the thread. It's a very difficult thing to do. One thing's keeping it tight, the other one is at the same time keeping it tight and posing a threat, which is what they did very, very well for, well, the majority of the morning so far, Worcestershire. Allison in, bowls, and forward goes Geddes pushing to cover. There's no run. Yeah, I can't really fault them this morning, the Worcestershire attack. I think they've done everything right. And I think my comment on the first morning was they haven't done much wrong, but did they do enough right? And this morning it feels as they'd have done everything right.
Yeah, pretty much. They'll be frustrated that they've not picked up anything this morning. I mean, this has been a tremendous morning for these 2 batters. It really has.
2 slips and a mid-wicket crouch down as Geddes defends to cover. 56 for no wicket, and what was it off that over in the end? They had 4 and the bye, didn't they? The leg bye, so 5 off the over, yeah. Just that one that he strayed to the leg side on his return that was clipped fine. That will really frustrate. But 56 without loss. The ball's still only 18 overs old, and I said it a wee while back now, but I say it still at this point. Turn 1 into 2 now, and the pressure and balance, the momentum of the session can still change quickly. So 50 minutes until lunch on the 3rd day. There's still a long way to go until the interval, and And only just take one ball, one wicket, and things could turn in the favour of Worcestershire quickly.
Swanepoel starts a new over and bowls to Robson, who steers this into the gully where Latigan fields.
Was it Taylor that got those couple or three to lift on Robson in that over? It was, wasn't it? Yeah. I mean, that
Taylor's been the pick of the bowlers. Allison got those ones to go past the outside edge, but Taylor was a real threat.
Yep.
And I think we'll see him again before lunch.
Well, that's probably what it is. Have a short burst before lunch, put your feet up and come again at the start of the afternoon session, But they do need this breakthrough soon.
Yeah. Swanepoel in again bowls, and Robson is forward, pushes out on the offside. My opinion about Taylor, and I think I've said this before, it's not anything I've really ever confirmed or discussed with the captain or anything, but if you look at the season ahead and you say, in your bowling attack, who is the person that you must not lose?
Yeah.
Who is the person you've got to look after? White ball, red ball, it's Taylor.
Well, red ball for Middlesex, it's still Roland Jones.
Yeah.
And he's proved that again in this game.
Swanepoel in, bowls, and that's wide and driven, but straight to Libby at cover.
That Higgins is out injured. Sharma and Cornwell not selected. Morgan, 18 years of age, bowled nicely in bits, but he all-rounded it with the bat in this game, didn't he? Bosch in as the overseas. Tom Helm, it didn't bowl badly, and he started well, and he got that wonderful wicket to begin. He thought, this could be one of the days for Helm. Still might be one of the matches. There's a second innings to come. But year after year, the wickets column.
Swanepoel in, bowls, worked away on the onside this time by Robson. That characteristic little flick of the bottom hand, but this time straight to Allison at short mid wicket.
Yeah, year after year, it is Toby Roland Jones, and so it still is at the moment. But as I say, keep an eye out for Navia Sharma, Noah Cornwell, Sebastian Morgan. They've got some good young uns coming through at the moment with the ball. And Blake Cullen is back and fit and in the squads again for the T20, which I'd dearly love to see him bowl soon.
Swanepoel bowls. That one looked as though it nearly sneaked through, but Robson very late turns it square on the leg side. Dolvera fields. Worcestershire still persevering. You take those two Finch overs out and the 15 runs that came from them, then the other bowlers have been very, very tidy, haven't they? Allison's gone for 3.5. Could say he's been unlucky, but Taylor only went for 1.3, and Swanepoel 1.5. He is in now, and he bowls, and Robson is again steering that one down into the gully. Good over from Bear Swanepoel. A maiden, 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 5, and that's why Finch came off. I think they just thought, we cannot have this nagging accuracy from the other bowlers.
No.
Concede 7 and over.
Did he get 2 overs? He did, didn't he? No, he was bowling 2 lengths, and neither of them were the right one, were they? It was full, and he had that one clipped to mid wicket, or it was short. And the decision was made. All right, hold on. Take a break. Come back. Let's just tighten this up again for a minute.
Exactly.
Here is a short one from Allison, which is not connected with them. What I will say is 2 players who are very, very good at timing on the back foot. Geddes on the hook and the pull, and Robson glancing off his hip. If there's one area that these two have really struggled to lay bat on ball, let alone time it this morning, it's short of a length onto the body.
Yeah, that's the pace, isn't it, of the pitch, I think.
Yeah, exactly. But that couldn't be borne out more by a particular pair than these two, Geddes and Robson, because they do play it very well off the back foot, these two. As in comes Allison bowls, and Robson's forward edging, and it has carried. Robson's gone, they have the breakthrough. Robson's gone for 23, 67th ball, 57 for 1 Middlesex, and Allison brought back very quickly. And what reward for his skipper for doing so. Plunging forward again in defence, and this time that ball nipping away does take the outside edge. Only just carried, mind, to slip, but Cullen has held on. The deputy wicketkeeper standing at slip, and he's done very, very well to get his fingers below that. No doubt about it. But it was sharp and it was difficult, and he's done well. As did Robson for his 23. A wonderful innings from him. He walks off. He's given his side a very, very good chance, not only in this morning session of seeing off this new ball, but also of trying to see through towards victory. 23 for Robson. But Geddes still there on 21, 57 for 1, and crucially, Frank, Worcestershire have that breakthrough.
Yeah, absolutely vital that they made that breakthrough, and actually vital that they now regroup and believe they can get another couple before the interval. Another quick one would really...
Yep. We did say turn 1 into 2 and the pressure will shift quickly.
Really develop their belief again. But just watching the replay again now, it's pretty much that delivery he's bowled 5 or 6 times this morning. It's exactly the same one, except this time it may be just a foot fuller, and it's found the edge.
And also I'd say a fraction wider, because he has gone a long, long way for that, Robson. But somebody might watch that from afar now and say, well, what on earth's he doing defending that out there? But it's the seam movement, as we've been saying this morning, that's drawn him. And as you say, a little fuller, which might have given him the confidence that he'll smother that, because he's gone a long way to...
Yeah, I might be trying to talk myself into this, if you know what I mean.
Go on.
It's what I said about the first morning. I think we watched 2 or 3 back this morning where he went past the outside edge, Alice, and slanted it in and just off the seam, past the outside edge, and we said, can't do much more than that, could he get a nick? I reckon that one was exactly like that, but it was maybe a foot fuller, and that's it. He's played exactly the same shot as he played and missed, but because it was fuller, it's taken the edge, whereas when it was shorter, it's moved too much by the time it passed the bat.
Here's Holden on strike. One of the heroes of the first innings for Middlesex, and he defends to cover. It does, and it's something as a commentator
the same ball bowled, and the batter plays exactly the same shot, but when it's a little bit shorter, it hits the pitch and it goes, and by the time it reaches the bat, it's moved enough to miss the bat. It's a little bit fuller, same ball goes, and by the time it's passing the bat, it's just taking the edge. That's my thinking of it. I don't know. I could be trying to convince myself, but that's the way it looked. Anyway, it was a decent catch and well bowled.
Allison's around the wicket, he bowls, and forward goes Holden, defending 2 point, and there's no run. Well, as I say, if somebody looks at that from afar, it'll look a little odd to just how far across Robson's gone, and full ball like that, as you say, defending it as far across as he was. But you've got to look at it in the bigger context of the match as to why Robson has played at that one. I'll look back in a minute and just make sure that indeed my eyes didn't deceive me about how far across he was, but 57 for 1 as around the wicket comes Allison once more, 57 for 1 it remains. But my point is, it doesn't have to be the perfect ball, does it? You don't have to be, but you're just nagging. You've got to be relentless and nagging, because there will come batsman error. Exactly. And he might play at one that he might not needed to have. And I wonder, did he need to play at that one? However, that's not a criticism of Sam. It's a reflection of the morning and the match that we've had before us, where if you can probe and nag enough, then a batter might just get drawn into one that he didn't need to play at. 57 for 1 it is, as Allison is around the wicket and he bowls, and forward goes Holden, pushing to mid-on, and there is no run. It's the end of a crucial over. It brought the breakthrough, it brought the wicket of Robson, and he has gone for 23. Allison's 1 for 24 from 8, and we haven't been able to take our eyes off this all morning. The pressure came off ever so slightly the last few overs, didn't it? But now we're back on the edge of our seats, and through to lunch it feels like a crucial passage for the entire game, not just the day.
Yeah, spot on from Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London, alongside me. Live cricket on the BBC for you, on the BBC Sports app, on BBC Sounds. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester, and we're watching an intriguing contest. Swanepoel bowls, Geddes steers this down on the offside, and Latigan in the gully. He's been a busy man this morning, does the fielding. Slightly hazier than it was this morning, which has cooled a little bit as well, but weather set fair, we think, for the rest of this match, and still everything to play for. Middlesex in the box seat, but not out of sight. Worcestershire will feel they've just got to stick at it, try and induce a bit of a sort of mid-innings crisis, such as they themselves have suffered on a few occasions this season. Swanepoel into ball. And Geddes looks to force that one off the back foot, misses it. Taken by Roderick, slight encouragement then for the bowler. And Geddes reminded, however well he's played, he's only one error away from following Robson back to the pavilion. Robson having also played very, very well, but dismissed in that last over. Here's Swanepoel in again, bowls, Geddes runs this time, or one of them at least, out to Finch at wide long leg, deep backward square, brings the left-handed Holden onto strike against Swanepoel for the first time.
That was a rare false shot off the back foot by Geddes, wasn't it? We've seen a couple of drives he's been drawn into, but that was the first one, punching off the back foot that's beaten him.
And he went hard at it, didn't he, as well, which is also quite unusual. Not unusual necessarily for him, but in this innings I think he went really hard at it. 58 for 1. Geddes 22. Holden yet to get off the mark. Swanepoel halfway through his 5th over. Bowls and Geddes turns on the leg side straight to fielder at short mid wicket, who's Henry Cullen. Gives the ball a vigorous polish. Ethan Brooks at slip, clapping the hands. Bit of encouragement. Brett D'Oliveira, the captain, at cover point with his hands on his hips. And Swanepoel in, bowls. Holden not yet off the mark, plays very solidly defensively back to the bowler.
So the first proper look at the Robson dismissal, and actually where I thought maybe he was pushing it one a little wider than he might have done. I think the angle actually was greater than I realised. It was angling enough that with some seam movement in, off stump would have been in play. So he wasn't
No, I agree.
Drawn too far away. It wasn't really batter's error.
Swanepoel bowls. Holden drives off the back foot. Really good work by D'Oliveira. Tumbling stop in the covers means that there is just one run off the over, and Swanepoel now has figures of 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 8.
It's still slightly one that from afar somebody might watch it and say, well, could he have left that? But no, is the answer. I don't think he could. Not with the way that this was seamed in this match.
As a former opening batter myself, albeit not at this level, I would have said no, you could not leave that. You had to play it. And I stick to my belief that maybe it's because it was a tiny bit fuller than the ones that had gone past the bat before. But it only needs to be an inch or two. That's all it is.
Yeah, like I say, I've just frozen it on the point where he's edged it.
I think that's pretty much.
Allison in bowls and right in behind it, Geddes. There's no run.
He could have left it and got away with it, and we'd have said it was a really good leave. But it's one of those.
But he could have left it and off stumps out of the ground. Yeah,
fully understand why he's played.
Yeah, it's nipped away. If it had nipped back in, he'd have been in trouble. So well bowled, the bowler.
We've seen quite. And let's be honest, we've seen 7 or 8 of those in this game, haven't we? From both sides, really. That's how people have been getting out, isn't it? It's that kind of pitch. And that's why Allison will be believing as he bowls in, he can do it again.
Off he goes. He bowls now, and Geddes tall in his defence again on the front foot, pushes back to the bowler.
Taylor's warming up. So Taylor's warming up.
As I
said,
burst before lunch.
3 or 4, yeah, probably.
Well, and that'll be the crux, really, won't it? Do you think Swanepoel will replace Allison? He won't be able to bowl through to lunch from here, will he? He'd have virtually bowled.
I think Taylor will replace Swanepoel.
Oh, you think it'll be? Yeah, but what do they do with Allison?
Yeah, he might do. Over rate's -2 at the moment.
Allison in bowls and drawing Geddes into a drive outside off. It was offered width. Geddes threw everything at it, but made no contact. Well, he eyed up that vacant point boundary. They'd sent a sweeper back for Finch, hadn't they? But for Geddes there. There was nobody back and 2 in the slips. 22 from 56. Well, that just focused the mind of Geddes to say, actually, let's put a few of these shots away again before lunch, as he shuffles to the pitch of this one and defends, still on the splice. Defends it 2 points. Skipper there, D'Oliveira fielding. .58 for 1. Swanepoel. My apologies, Allison. I've gone off the stream. The stream in front of me is buying, so we were looking at the wicket, and it was telling me that Swanepoel was bowling. Here's Allison moving in. He bowls now, and this is clipped to mid-wicket. Not timed. It gets through fine of the fielder. The gasp was because it wasn't timed. They wondered, may he just clip it in the air, but he managed to stay over the top of it. In doing so, it wasn't sweetly out of the middle, though. It was once again smothered into the onside. They'll pick up 2. Square legs Waits retreating towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. Libby, the fielder, in short, picking himself up. And as a group, they've got to pick themselves up for one final charge here before lunch, and then come again thereafter. Nothing to say Middlesex wouldn't be 3 down here at the interval still, as here's Allison in bowls. And Geddes wrapped on the pads. And he's gone, he's given. Height was going to be the biggest issue from where we're sat. He was on the back foot, wrapped on the pad, and I think he looks exactly at that as to where that struck him. Took a moment's pause, because I fancied that there wasn't an early shake of the head to say no, and the umpire was giving it a good thought as to what that did. Now, we've seen them keep low in this game, so as much as he was defending on the back foot and feels he was struck high, we'll have a look and see for ourselves in a moment. But regardless, the score says 60 for 2. Geddes has gone for 24, and they've managed to get both openers in quick succession.
Yeah, well, I thought initially that it was high, but on the replay, watching it now, it's hit him on the back leg, above the knee roll, but on the back leg, and he's banging front, so it is just an issue of height. He clearly thought it was a bit unlucky, but might have been umpire's call on height, I think, I don't know. But anyway, he was in front and it hit back leg, but he's gone. And
it gave the umpire the chance again. For sure. He was backed up to it.
Yeah. Can see why they shouted and can see why it was given. And I'm always loath to be too critical about decisions one way or the other.
No, I mean, look, it's not a clanger.
And no, exactly.
It's not a clanger at all. As I say, my moment's pause was the same as the umpires, because I thought, oh, this is high, but he's thinking about it, or it looks high, but he's thinking about it, and he thought about it. And I like that from an umpire, that he takes his time. It wasn't a quick throw up of the finger. He considered it. And he decided, yep, that's going to hit.
Taylor
60
is
for
back.
2.
Taylor is back. So 2 wickets for Allison to add to his 4 in the first innings. Good game for him, coming back into the side. 40 wickets in Division 1 last year, of course, and they've missed him. And he's been persevering. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 26. Taylor, the miserly figures of 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 8. Comes back into the attack to replace Swanepoel, who also bowled in fairly miserly fashion. 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 6. Taylor is in round the wicket now and bowls, and Holden defends on the back foot, square on the offside. That's been a good morning's cricket again, and a good game of cricket.
It's been a great morning's cricket. I think it's been a really, really good game of cricket. And again, we talk about the quality of the sides. There are some quality players on display here, and it's been played at a high intensity, this game. So those that talk down Division 2, have a look at the last 2 and a bit days here at New Road.
Taylor round the wicket. Holden, that little characteristic trigger of a step down the pitch, just pushes defensively out on the offside.
I assume it was the Test TV coverage you're talking about, where they said Division 2's not quite up to it.
Yeah, and a few podcasts as well.
You don't listen to those, though, do you, Frank?
Well, some of them, yeah.
There's a lovely new
just
phrase.
Try and keep on top of.
There's a lovely new phrase, pod tripe.
Oh, don't get me wrong.
So many of them.
Oh, it's ridiculous. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. I agree. And there are so many particularly football. I mean,
Well, they're even AI now, some of them, aren't they, podcasts?
I don't know, but no. Taylor around the wicket bowls, left alone by Holden. But I do listen to one or two that are quite reputable ones that have got decent journalists on them. And yeah, I do think there is quite a bit of feeling amongst
one of the New Zealand
division.
Commentators on the Test match was hammering county cricket as not being as intense and high quality. But hold on a minute, England have just absolutely trounced New Zealand. So what are we saying?
Taylor around the wicket bowls and Holden clips nicely off his pads. He'll pick up a couple. He's off the mark. Finch runs round from long leg to do the fielding. 62 for 2.
I know New Zealand doesn't have as big a populace as the UK, but nonetheless, it's not doing too bad because the England side are competing with everybody. And but for a couple of passages of play in Australia in the first couple of tests, those tests could have gone very, very differently, and we'd have been having a very different conversation. Like it or not, the way it was played, there were a couple of passages of play which went against England, much like the end of the India series, where they just lost it for a moment and they didn't win the series.
Taylor around the wicket bowls and Holden drives up to mid-on. Yeah, but at the same time, I would have to say that the performance of the England team at the moment has got nothing to do with county cricket.
In what way?
Well, because they don't play. The players that are playing for
England they came out of county cricket, and that's the point. We are producing players that are competing regularly on the global stage and are regularly in the top 2 or 3 sides in the world in all formats.
What I'm saying is that we can't say what we think of county cricket. Taylor, Holden dabs this actually quite nicely. He intended that. Dabs down to third man for 4 between slips and gully. Taylor looks disgruntled, but it was a proper shot from Holden. He knew what he was doing. He goes to 6 from the over, 66 for 2. There is complaint that the selection of the England team in the last 3 years has paid no attention to county cricket. And you can say, okay,
but they've got to come
from somewhere. But Jacob Bethel he's not a product of county cricket.
Yeah, but that's separate to the point of saying that county cricket's not good enough.
Yeah, it is. That's what I'm saying. So, but what we can't say, hang on, county cricket must be good enough because England have just beaten New Zealand, because it's got nothing to do with county cricket.
Well, it has, because this is the system. Without county cricket, you don't have England players. There is a system in place that brings them through
at the moment
at age groups. Yeah. That come through to a certain level, and yes, England are choosing.
We've got people like Mitchell Stanley is in the England Lions squad, and he's only played about 4 games of red ball cricket in his life, of county cricket. So it's just.
I don't mind fast tracking, but you have to make sure you get it right. If you do, Allison's around the wicket, he bowls and pushes up to mid on, and there's no run. But you can't look at these.
I'm also saying it's not me that says that county cricket isn't good. I'm saying there are people I'm listening to that are saying.
Oh yeah, and that's why I'm.
Good. Yeah.
That's the point I'm making. You see it in the New Zealand match. It's like, well, hold on a minute. England have just trounced them, and England have a fair chance to trounce them across the series. So why pick on county cricket of who's being produced? I mean, you look at this game. There's some pretty good names across both sides. As around the wicket comes Allison, bowls, and Deploy, who averages 50 in first-class cricket, which includes South Africa, is certainly one of them. High quality player. And whether I agree with you or not that both of these counties are a long way away from ever winning the county championship, the fact of the matter is these are 2 pretty decent sides. So then you do look at perhaps a side or 2 that you might regard in Division 2, Frank, that are closer to winning the county championship, and then you look at Division 1 that. The system for me is working pretty well at the moment, and I'd suggest this is one of the better Division 2s that we've seen in many a year, perhaps even back to when it began. As around the wicket comes Allison, he bowls, and this is clipped through mid-wicket by Deploy. They'll look for a couple here, and they'll think about 3. It's D'Oliveira who's given chase, and he does slide and pull it up to deny the opposition skipper 4, but he has got 3, Deploy. Holden on 6, who similarly was a Lions player last winter, last summer, many times over the years, former England under-19 captain, and now a gun T20 cricketer around the world. Still desperate to get into that England side though and be pushing for Lions places. A very good knock in the first innings. Can he back it up here? Middlesex having to build again, having lost both openers in quick succession, and what have we got until lunch? Just over 25 minutes. Allison's around the wicket, he bowls to Holden, turns to mid-wicket where D'Oliveira fields. There's no run. 24th over of this innings, so still plenty of life in this ball. We've talked as well about potentially getting towards that 50 over mark, and the ball's a little bit softer and not quite offering as much off the surface as the harder, newer ball has done here. Can't wholly suggest it's a new ball surface, but certainly it feels far more difficult. And there is something of a switch to the latter half of the innings as forward goes Holden, defending to Allison once again, push back. Chatters in the field again, Frank. The lead is 143, but there's a bit of belief in them that, as we've said all morning, 4 down at lunch, that's what Worcestershire need. And look, if Middlesex go off at 85 for 4, the game's still alive here. Allison around the wicket, he bowls, and Holden eases to backward point. 69 for 2 it is, and that is the end of the 24th over. Allison has 2 for 29 from 10, and we're not far off a return from Taylor. And if he can get a couple in the wickets column as well, then Worcestershire will feel that Middlesex are far from out of sight yet.
Yeah, well, he came back and bowled that one last over and was annoyed to have actually gone for 6 in that over, and he's returning again now at the Bliss end.
Good call from the umpire on the get his LBW. I'd say I've just frozen it. He's back. He's pinned in front there, really, isn't it? He's hitting top of knee roll, but as you say, he's a long way back. And as I always say now, there's
you never know, do you? Hawkeye's a funny thing, but I mean, you could see why he thought he might get away with it.
Yeah, the one that I always hark back to now, and this is why the umpires have, are more likely to give dismissals like that. As Alan Coleman always says to me, the wickets are 33% bigger since DRS.
Yeah. Round the wicket, Taylor bowls and deploy, pushing up to mid-off.
And the best example I can give of that, I think, and I always give, is Smith at the World Cup in 2023. He was struck not only above the knee roll, he was struck above the pad, and the ball was still hitting the stumps. And that's where the stumps are 33% bigger now, because the umpires are seeing a slightly different picture with the way that we get replays now, thinking, oh, right, okay, yeah. You discussed it the other day, didn't you, when you did your umpires course, lining up what is and is not hitting, what is possible to hit and what that's not really possible for it to hit.
Taylor around the wicket again, bowls, deploy drives, D'Oliveira fields at cover, nice shot but straight to the fielder.
And again, you feel for the refs, don't you, nowadays in the Championship, because we've all got the streams, we're all able to slow it back down.
Absolutely.
But on that Geddes one, I reckon we can't have too many complaints.
Well, we had I along with Dave Bradley, we do the interviews for the Worcestershire Cricket Society, and our winter meetings we have speakers and we interview them in front of an audience and whatever, and we had 2 umpires this winter, Steve O'Shaughnessy and Peter Willey. Taylor is round the wicket and turned away on the onside by deploy, no run. Steve O'Shaughnessy is currently umpiring and in the sort of category A group, I think. Peter Willey is retired but obviously very, very experienced, and we've got our own Richard Illingworth coming next winter to talk to us, who's widely regarded now as one of the top 3 in the world. I think he's been International Cricket Umpire of the Year twice in the last 3 years. Former Worcestershire player and still lives in the city. But O'Shaughnessy and Willey both, we spoke at length about this, left alone this one by deploy, about the increased pressure that has been placed on the umpires by DRS, and Steve O'Shaughnessy, still standing, talked about the fact that they now got to wear these cameras around their necks, and all their decisions are being judged and they're going to be marked, and so they are under pressure. Interesting,
sure
Peter Willey from a slightly different generation said, they don't need umpires now. no balls are watched by the
Yeah,
camera, run out, stumpings, LBWs. You could just go upstairs.
We're not far off it, are we?
And he said, we're not far off not having umpires. Taylor bowls and deploy drives, gets a single to wide mid on, and the score moves up to 70 for 2, deploy to 4, and the lead to 144.
Well, the technology is getting so quick now, isn't it, that more and more it will continue to come in, because the reason why in the first place it wasn't widely used, even though it was reasonably accurate, it was the time taken. You don't want to elongate the game too much, but I think it was a couple in the World Cup last night, wasn't there? They've got new technology in for that as well. There was a bit of dispute, wasn't there, over a goal that was scored by Switzerland. They didn't show that. They made the decision, yep, fine, it's onside, even though everybody's looking at the replay going, but it's off.
That's a good one from Taylor. Takes Holden on the pad and just runs out on the offside. End of the over from Taylor. No breakthrough for him. 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 15. 70 for 2.
But yeah, it was. I don't know if you saw that one, because it was one of the later games. So it was a goal that Switzerland scored, and all the pundits are looking at it, saying, "Well, he's offside. How's that?" And the technology very quickly gave it as onside and as a goal. But what they crucially didn't do, FIFA, was initially release the pictures that showed him onside, because the camera angle was slightly at an angle where you say, "Well, he's surely off, isn't he?" But once it was all lined up, there you go. He was onside, and the goal was correct. But the speed with which the technology worked and gave the referee the, as I understand it, correct decision that he was onside, did for everybody, because, hold on a minute, you haven't given us enough replays to show.
Yeah.
But indeed, it's working so quickly. So it could well be the case in cricket as well, as you say, that we do reach the point that the umpires stood in the middle are just helping the passage of play, really. Round the wicket comes Allison bowls, and this is left alone outside the off stump. 70 for 2. Deploy has 4. Holden has 6, and of course technology can fail. If there's a glitch and a ball's missed, the team of appeals. Well, if there's not a standing umpire and the technology missed it, then who are you appealing to? I suppose the same in football. There will forever be assistant referees and referees as almost the backup. The technology's failed. You're going to have to make the call. What do you think happened?
Yeah, absolutely.
Interesting stuff, though, on the technology front, as here's Allison bowls and deploys over the top of this. It's run away down to deep third. They will look for 2, and they'll think about 3, but it'll just be a comfortable 2. 72 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, we've all seen, we won't open a can of worms about this, but, you cover a bit of football, I cover football. We've all seen the damage that VAR has done, I think, in many ways to the experience of watching football. When a goal's scored, and for me or you, we're sitting in the press box and a goal's scored, and we can't report the goal until we've waited for the check to take place. And for the players, they can't celebrate.
Allison bowls. This is push back, no run.
And the fans can't celebrate. There's a kind of hush in the ground as you wait for, and then the ref gets told to go and look, and it just takes ages and ages and ages. It's killed the game in many ways for me. That's sort of part of the game. I'm not saying that there's no place for it, but I think the idea of getting it as quickly done as it was last night is probably the way forward, really, I think, if you're going to make it work properly. And I personally, I am opening the can of worms, aren't I?
Go on.
I like the Wenger idea of daylight for an offside.
I love that. Yeah, I think that's great.
Really logical.
No, I think that's fantastic.
And I don't quite know why they don't like it, really.
It makes so much sense, daylight. It really does. Yeah, I wish they would go with that.
Look at this change of the field for
2 short mid wickets.
2 short mid wickets.
Well, he does hit it hard, which means there's a lot of bottom hand. Allison's around the wicket to him. He bowls and forward defence, which is run. Of course, it's run where the fielder's just come from, along the floor.
But yeah, a bit wider.
But it was the area. I mean, you wonder,
absolutely.
Would he have been as confident running it if there were 2 slips there? But yeah, as you say, it was well wider. It wasn't an edge through the vacant second slip. 76 for 2. Deploy 10. Holden 6. 12 balls faced for deploy, Holden 17. I think that's crucial as well today, is the number of balls faced. It's time in the middle that Middlesex needs to stay out there as Allison bowls, and down the leg side this one, the keeper standing up, beats the gloves, and byes will be signalled as running through. Did it take a little, maybe yes, it is a bye. It came out of the glove. I thought it did. I was wondering whether he was going to tap his leg and time it came off deploy's hip. But they have a plan against deploy here, clearly, don't they? And they've gone straight to it. Right arm around to the left-hander. One mid-wicket again now. Where's, have they put back in? Oh, it's, they've taken the single, sorry. So it's 2 slips for Holden and 1 mid-wicket. So, clearly to deploy, though, they have a tactic. As Allison around the wicket bowls, and this is driven to mid-on by Holden all along the grasses. No run, and that's the end of the 26, 77 for 2. It all remains fascinating out there, I must say, Frank. It's, it still can't take your eyes off it.
Good contest. It's been a good contest right from the start. And Ethan Brooks is loosening up now. He's going to have a bowl as the 5th seamer, I think. And that after he bowled pretty well in the first innings, Brooks. 10 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 14. Nowhere near the pace of the others. Sort of 60 odd, 70 miles an hour, but a few variations. Useful in white ball cricket. Just nips the odd one out now and again as the 5th seamer. Here's Taylor round the wicket to deploy from the Diglis end. Bowls, and deploy is pushing this one out on the offside. Let's have a look at some scores from elsewhere, because there were some interesting games bubbling up, I thought, around the country. Let's just have a look what's happening. So, where are we? Get down through the minor county stuff. Middlesex under 16s. Gosh, there's a lot of cricket going on today. There the bowls again, and deploy defends in front of him, and there's no run. So here we go. Gloucestershire following on against Northants. Trail by 161 still, with 10 wickets remaining. Northants 465, Gloucestershire 268 and 36 without loss. They are flowing on, I think, aren't they? Just check that. Yeah. So that one, Northants are going well, aren't they? They're a powerful side, I think, these days. Darren Lehman's Northants. Taylor bowls, deploy defends again out on the offside. Durham against Derbyshire. It's another follow on, isn't it? Derbyshire still trailing by 96 with 6 wickets remaining, so they're in trouble against Durham. Glamorgan against Sussex. Glamorgan are in trouble. They still trail by 262 runs, but they are 104 without loss in the second innings, so they're getting back into it. But Sussex well on top in that one. Yorkshire well on top against Warwickshire at Scarborough as well. They've had a good morning. Yorkshire 469. Warwickshire replying. Deploy defends again with 263. And Yorkshire 19 without loss, so Yorkshire lead by 225 with 10 wickets remaining. That's a collapse by Warwickshire this morning. I must have a look at that. I think they have fallen away this morning. They were 146 for 5, 146 for 6. What were they overnight? Just checking. They were 225 for 7 overnight. That was driven by deploy on the offside, but no run again as Dolura fields. 225 for 7 overnight, 263 all out. Crikey. 225 for 7, 243 for 8, 249 for 9, 263 all out. Yeah, so they've fallen away, and Yorkshire in complete control of that one by the look of it. And we've got this one, and then Leicestershire in trouble against Essex, trailing by 85 with 9 wickets remaining. Somerset on top against Notts, Taylor again bowls and Deploy steers this down on the offside. It's the end of the over. I think it was a maiden from Taylor. 9 overs, 3 maidens. No wicket for 15, his figures. And then Kent, Lancashire need 366 more runs to beat Kent. They're 58 for 1 in their second innings. So there's going to be results almost everywhere, I would say, in this round, Kev, by the look of it. It looks like results in every game. Perhaps in this one. I'm not saying it won't happen in this one, and I'd still back Middlesex as strong favourites, but the other games all look a lot more one-sided than this one.
Do you mean we could have the entire country tuned into us tomorrow evening, Frank?
It's possible, isn't it? Seriously. Oh, it depends whether the results have finished in the others, but they're further ahead, aren't they?
Around the wicket comes Allison, bowls, forward goes Holden.
I tell you what really strikes me about the other games, that in nearly every case they've all been dominated by one team. There's huge gap. This appears to be the most closely contested, so far. Sun's gone, hasn't it? It's gone a bit chilly. I wonder if that'll affect the movement of the ball in the air a bit out there. It's a bit more overcast. Still perfectly playable and bright.
Around the wicket comes Brooks again, bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-off. 77 for 2. And they need Brooks to be tight here, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's why Finch isn't bowling, I think. I can't think of any other reason. Got 4 wickets in the first innings.
Brooks is around the wicket again, draws a lovely drive from Holden, which gets in between cover and extra cover. It took a little bump off the matting there as it went through, quite the bump indeed, and just falls short of going over the ropes.
Substitute
Darley
in the fielding. Yeah. Swanepoel beaten on the dive. I think Ben Allison's the player that's gone off. Probably to get some treatment on that toe.
Brooks bowls. Oh, now outside the off stump, big puff of dust, wide signals.
Holden straight along the ground to slip.
Holden thought about throwing everything at that, didn't he? But yeah, that slip it's taken. Nearly another 4 wides. We'll go again. Over 8 of -2 at the moment for Worcestershire. Brooks round the wicket bowls, and this is driven to mid-off. Yes is the call. Finch tumbles, stops it, but they will get through for the single. Lead ticks ever on, 155 now. So effectively 155 for 2. You mentioned about Middlesex batting to a point where Worcestershire then think, well, maybe the draw. Wonder would Middlesex, thinking it through in that path, would Middlesex ever get to a position where they think, actually, we want half an hour at them tonight? What would they be if they were?
100%, yeah.
What would they be if they were an hour into the evening session? I guess then it might not be enough. 350 ahead.
They're always
be a bold declaration as Brooks bowls, Deploy pushes to cover, and there's no run. I don't think it'll get to that. I think much like we saw those 2 wickets go, you put another 2 in now, and you got the young 18-year-olds. You got a couple of 18-year-olds coming in, haven't you? You've got Cracknell back from injury, and on a king pair. Bosch and Gohar as well, and then Roland Jones and Helm. Here's length ball from Brooks, which Deploy goes back to, pushing to cover, and there's no run. You just get the feeling that if you could rattle through a few here, Worcestershire, then the momentum will build. There's enough in this surface, isn't there?
I think we're getting to that point. I mean, if they're 200 ahead in mid-afternoon,
well, yeah,
then Worcestershire are now looking at saving the game, I think. Unless Middlesex say we've got to dangle a bit of a carrot, and give them a target that they can chase. I mean, that's what Mike Briley would do, or would have done. That's what Mark Nicholas would have done. That's what some bold. These days, I think captains tend to be quite cautious. Taylor bowls and beats Holden outside the off stump, and I don't think you get many decorations made in the interest of dangling a carrot.
I think there's a lot of chopping and changing nowadays, isn't there, more than there used to be? And I think as a result, people are more fearful for their jobs when it comes to these things.
Yeah.
It's better to take the draw than risk the defeat.
But if I reckon if you've, there's no way they're going to chase 300, is there?
I never say never.
Well, no, of course, which is why you might give them a chance and say, well, try and win.
I think this is a big spell, isn't it, before lunch? Can Taylor just get one more, get them 3 down in the interval?
Taylor bowls. He's on the walk as usual. He's holding.
He's on the charge on that one. That was
on the offside.
That was a real advance. He's always on the walk, as we say. That felt as though he really got a move on down the track there, which suggests there is still that movement that Holden's not happy about. On the charge to defend. But he's always got the trigger. You watch the feet go boom boom. But yeah, it was more than just watching it now. There was 4 movements down the track.
Taylor in, more conventional this time. Holden just pushes out on the offside.
And they've got a little bit of that from Deploy, I reckon, as well. Deploy is one who will really try and push. You talk about knocking a bowler off their line, off their length. Deploy will really try and play with the bowler in terms of where he is when the ball's released. He'll back himself to get down and say, right, bowl to me here then. Where are you going to pitch it? Holden's just got that natural trigger, boom, boom. And he's still, I think, as you pointed out, it was Holden you were making the point, wasn't it, about the still head when after that movement?
Yeah,
whereas
absolutely.
The fact that he charged
So
Taylor,
important.
but the fact that he charged Taylor to defend him with those 4 movements.
Yeah. Turns this one on the leg side for a single. Fielded by Darley. Misfielded by Darley, the substitute.
What they've got at the moment is a little bit of confidence. You talk about sending a few nerves down the lineup, but they do have 155 on the board in terms of the lead, and that should give them a little bit of confidence, these two, to say, right, come on, let's be positive. I'm not saying reckless, but certainly even in their foot movement here and just the way they're manoeuvring the ball around and tickling it along.
Well, at the end of the day, they're in a position where if they bat pretty well now, they're going to be unbeatable, I would think. Beauty from Taylor, absolute beauty. Turned him round, completely turned him round, past the outside edge, didn't find the edge. They're going to be unbeatable, and then you've got the equation. Then they just ask themselves, how long do we need to bowl Worcestershire out? How long do we need? And what do you reckon? Is that a day? Is that a day and an hour?
Yeah, a day and a bit.
If it's a day and a bit, then they've got to work out how many they think they need to be untouchable and score at the rate required to get them. So if they decide they need to be 300 ahead, and in mid-afternoon they're only 200 ahead, they've got to crack on. So
the other one is
they can control the game now, I think. Taylor again round the wicket, bowls, and Deploy is pushing up to mid-on, where Waite is the fielder. And there's no Worcestershire have missed Waite's bowling in this game, no question about that. Again, he was having a little bowl this morning. I think he'll be okay for Friday. 82 for 2 at the end of that over, and we'll have one more before lunch.
Let's have a look at the one that turned
maybe 2.
Deploy around, and oh boy,
absolute beauty, isn't it?
What a chaffer. I mean, that's the one that got him in the first innings, isn't it? Here he comes. Look, here he comes.
Yeah. Just
one foot in front of the other.
Him round. Yeah.
Alan Richardson. Go on, is that left foot going to make it in front of the right? Each one, you're not sure, are you? Here's Brooks around the wicket, he bowls, and forward goes Deploy. And there's no one. Go on, Richo, you can make it. Actually, he does. He looks well at the moment. Not quite the little drag along that he's usually got. Come on, Richo, have a look up. He'll know we're talking about him. Brooks bowls and forward goes Holden. No run again.
Lunch is here, Kev.
They ordered roast chicken today.
Roast chicken.
Who's having the first afternoon nap, you or me? Are you going first hour or second hour after lunch? Brooks bowls, and this is lifting, taken up towards the right shoulder by the keeper, and Roderick has done very, very well there standing up, because that got a bit of bounce again. But that ball to deploy before I was distracted by seeing Alan Richardson. That was like the one that got him in the first innings, but the bounce on it, the movement, the seam movement, away, right arm around the wicket. As this one is and bowls him. That is the end of Holden for 10. Around the wicket to the left-hander. And 82 for 3. Well, we said they'd want them 4 down at lunch. That is the final delivery of the morning session, so they've got them 3 down. They'll have to come back to complete the 30th over with 2 balls to go of it, but Holden walks off 10 from 30 in the second innings, just confirming that ball's been counted. It has. There's 2 to go, the 30th. The lead is 156 with 7 wickets standing. It sounds like a very strong position. It is a very strong position, but I'll tell you, 2 more on the board immediately after lunch, which you couldn't put past Taylor and co. of coming out and having a blast. Then you put a couple on the board now, an 90 for 5 call it would be something that'll just put a wobble into the Middlesex lineup. And now, of course, as we've seen with a couple of balls bouncing and seaming as they have, Worcestershire have got to come and chase it on this. But we've seen batters get in, we've seen batters score runs, and it ain't quite done yet.
No, good, really good blow from Ethan Brooks. He's done a cracking job in this game as that 5th seamer, and bowled 10 overs for 14 in the first innings, and he's picked up that very important wicket of Holden. So we'll have Deploy and Faulkner after lunch, with Cracknell, Bosch, Gohar, Morgan, Roland Jones and Helm to come. But Worcestershire just as they've done, you know, we keep saying this about 5 times in this game, just hung on, haven't they? Just hung on, and that's helped. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think it's over yet. I really don't. I think we've seen wickets go, we've seen partnerships build. I think, you know, that there's going to be another collapse in this match, I reckon. Is it going to be the end of the Middlesex innings, which keeps Worcestershire alive, or is it going to be Worcestershire in their final innings and Middlesex claim the victory?
There we go. We'll find out, won't we, this afternoon. That was Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London. I'm Frank Watson, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and we just say thank you very much for being with us. It's been an intriguing morning. It's been an intriguing game, and we'll be back after lunch with the next session at around about 1:40. Do join us then. Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where players are about to get underway in the post-lunch session, second session, day 3. Worcestershire against Middlesex, Rothesay County Championship Division 2. Worcestershire took a wicket just before the interval. Ethan Brooks striking, bowling Max Holden for 10, and he will complete his over. He's coming in now and bowls his first ball after lunch, which bounces quite sharply outside the off stump to Caleb Faulkner, the new batter, and is not gathered cleanly by Gareth Roderick. 82 for 3 then, Middlesex, so they lead by 156 runs. As Brooks comes in again and bowls, and Faulkner is in behind this one, pushing it out on the offside, and that is the end of the over that Brooks began before the interval. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4. And his tidy figures, done a good job as the 5th seamer in this game, bowled in the first innings very tidily, and the attack will be taken up from the Diglis end by Tom Taylor, who is wicketless so far in this second innings, but has been extremely economical. 10 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 16 his figures, and he only got 1 in the first innings, with Finch and Allison getting 4 each. Allison's got a couple in this second innings, but I think Taylor's still widely regarded as the biggest threat in the Worcestershire attack, and he will be bowling to the Middlesex skipper Lewis Deploy, who is on 10. Almost got in before lunch with one that bounced outside the off stump. This one is tickled away down to long leg for a single, nicely fielded by Adam Finch, running around to his left. So Deploy loses, or is off strike, and Faulkner, the youngster who played so well in the first innings for his 37, shared in a big partnership of 58 for the 4th wicket. Also played well here a week ago today for the England Lions against South Africa A. He will take strike now against Taylor for the first time. Just surveying the field, the young batsman, and here is Taylor into him over the wicket from the Diglis end. In bowls, and Faulkner is leaving that one alone outside the off stump. So 3 men out this morning. Sam Robson for 23, caught at slip by Henry Cullen off Ben Allison, and then Ben Geddes LBW to the same bowler for 24, and then Max Holden bowled by Ethan Brooks. Final over before lunch for 10. There's Taylor again. Is in, bowls, and again Faulkner is leaving that one alone outside the off stump, gathered low down to his right by Roderick. Bright afternoon, a bit brighter than it was this morning. Started off in bright sunshine and then clouded over. It's kind of hazy now, but fairly pleasant. Temperature of about 18-19 degrees out there. Comfortable conditions for spectators and for the players. Hardly a breath of wind. Trees not stirring at all as we look out across the ground, watching Taylor in bowls again, and again Faulkner is leaving this one alone outside the off stump. Score remains 83 for 3. 2 slips, the only close catches, although we've got a man in, as we've had for most of the time, on the drive at sort of short mid wicket. No third man. Libby at backward point, extra cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and long leg the rest of the field. Taylor bowls, and again Faulkner is able to lift his hands well clear of that and allow it through to Roderick behind the stumps. Sparse crowd, I think it's fair. Well, actually, no, that's a bit harsh. Maybe there's a bit more than that. Quite a few in their usual seats in the members' pavilion and the New Road stand, D'Oliveira stand, where it's a lovely place to watch from today, I would think, because the weather's good, it's not cold, and you get a great view from high up there. It's Taylor bowls, and there's a big shout for LBW, and he's got him. Faulkner falling over that. Shout for LBW, and the umpire Ulaskande upholds the decision. And it looked from here, as far as you can say, when you're looking from a distance, a decent shout. I haven't seen the replay yet. I'll be just going to have a look at it in a minute. But it is 83 for 4, with Faulkner having gone. Not able to repeat his heroics of the first innings. Just falling over, and Taylor's appeal was a confident one and upheld by the umpire. And just watching on the replay, it looks a pretty decent decision. So Faulkner has gone without scoring. And it's 83 for 4 as Joe Cracknell, the wicketkeeper, comes out to join his captain. That was the last ball of the over. So Taylor gets his reward. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 17 his figures. And Middlesex being pegged back as they look to extend this lead, which is now 157. But Worcestershire hoping that they could get a couple of quick strikes after the interval have made the early breakthrough. So 2 in 2 overs for Worcestershire, and they're doing what they've done about 5 times in this game so far. They're clawing their way back into it when they look as though they're just dropping or falling out of contention, really. Deploy the left-hander on strike. Brooks round the wicket from the New Road end, bowls, and Deploy is watchfully forward. Plays this one up to mid-on where Taylor does the fielding. No run. Henry Cullen at slip. A little burst of clapping to encourage those around him. Just the one slip, but D'Oliveira on the drive at short mid-wicket. As Brooks is in round the wicket and bowls, and Deploy is again very well forward to this one and just pushes it defensively back up the pitch. So Brooks doing a good job at the moment. 2.2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4, and he has stepped up, bowled well in the first innings. Keeper standing up, trying to keep it nice and tight. He's in, he bowls, and Deploy is just nudging this one behind square on the leg side. Latigan comes in from long leg to do the fielding, and they take a single, which is ideal, really. Gets the new batter on strike. Another left-hander, Cracknell, and he will. Oh, he's not left. Where have I got that from? He's a right-hander, I beg your pardon. Made naught in the first inning. He's on a pair. He was out first ball. He's on a king pair. So this is a nervous moment for the youngster. As Brooks is in and bowls, and he's off the king pair. He's not got off the mark though. Pushes this one up to Finch at mid-on. So he'll have a few fewer butterflies than he had before that one, but only a few because he's still on a pair. And Brooks is in and bowls to him, and he's slightly uncertain, bit turned round a little bit by that and nudged up to Finch at mid-on. He looks a little bit on edge, to be fair, out there, and well he might. until he's off the mark. He will feel just a tiny bit edgy, one imagines. And he is off the mark this time, edging this one down to third man for 4. So that's a relief to Cracknell, I'm sure, and it's the end of the over from Brooks. So just the boundary and that single from it. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9 now. Cracknell is away, he's 4 not out, and Deploy is on 12, and it's 88 for 4. And Deploy will take strike against Taylor. He is in round the wicket to him now. He bowls and he just pushes this one down on the onside. It bounced a little bit steeply. We saw an over this morning where Taylor was bowling at Sam Robson and he got 3 balls to climb quite sharply from a length. Robson negotiated them superbly. He's round the wicket now to Deploy, who drives square on the offside, wants a single, decides against it as D'Oliveira makes a sprawling stop at cover and then thinks he might take it as the ball runs away from D'Oliveira, but actually decides against it. D'Oliveira has stayed down. He's in a bit of pain. Might have just got it on the wrist, I think. But back on his feet now as Taylor turns again at the top of his mark. How Worcestershire would like to remove Deploy. What a big wicket that would be at this stage to get the captain. Taylor is in, bowls and Deploy lets that go, leans onto the front foot and then lifts his bat clear of it and allows it through to Gareth Roderick. 3 men out this morning. Robson was caught at first slip by Cullen low down off Allison for 23. That was 57 for 1 in the 20th. 2 overs later, Geddes LBW to the same bowler, 60 for 2, and then just before lunch Holden bowled by Brooks, 82 for 3 at the interval. Just 6 runs added since for the loss of Faulkner. As Taylor is in round the wicket again and bowls, and Deploy is just pushing this out on the offside. Bowling figures so far, other than Taylor: Allison 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 35. Swanepoel 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 6. Finch 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 14, and Brooks 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. Taylor is in again round the wicket, bowls, and Deploy is working this one away on the onside, but straight to Libby, who is 5 or 6 yards in front of square, at square leg in a 1 saving position. No addition. 66 overs left in the day, 65 after this one. Middlesex hoping that they can extend this lead well beyond 200. It's already 162. Worcestershire hoping they can prevent them from doing that. There's a lot to play for in this game as Taylor bowls and Deploy drives on the onside. A good diving stop by Allison at short mid wicket, but he can't keep hold of the ball and they get through for a single, which is annoying for Brett D'Oliveira, I would think, as it means that Deploy keeps the strike and they can't bowl at the new man, which is what they really need to do. Brooks will be continuing from the new road end. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9, as I say, for him. And Taylor now, having finished that over, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 18. Here is Brooks around the wicket. Keeper standing up, slip in place, he bowls, and it's cut by Deploy for 4. Probably the worst ball Brooks has bowled. Short and wide, not that wide, but wide enough, and Deploy very light on his feet. His skillful left-hander is inside that and cutting it away down to the chestnut tree by the hospitality marquee. For the first boundary of the afternoon session, the first boundary that Brooks has conceded, I think. He's in again now, bowls much straighter, tidier, left alone by Deploy, taken by Roderick, standing up to the stumps. 93 for 4 it remains. Brooks once more. Bowls, leg stump, turned away to the fielder at mid-wicket, D'Oliveira, by Deploy. There's quite a bit of responsibility on the captain's shoulders now. Bosch, Gohar, Morgan, Roland Jones and Helm, the batters to come. All very capable, but on a tricky pitch. Important for the captain to steer the ship for a while, one would imagine, or at least it feels that way in his mind, as he pushes this one away on the onside again, and D'Oliveira fields again. 17 from 37 then Deploy. Having to be watchful. Nobody at any stage, perhaps Matthew Waite early in his innings for Worcestershire, other than that nobody else really has batted with great fluency on this pitch. Brooks bowls, left alone again, gathered by Roderick. Deploy made 85 in the first innings, which was a super innings, but it took him 133 balls, so maybe you could argue that he got going. Morgan, 58 not out off 80, was also pretty good, but only Waite for Worcestershire, who made 69 off 98, managing to bat with any great fluency. This one again is left alone. He got into position to cut it, did Deploy, but played no shot. And Roderick, riding the bounce, took the ball high outside the off stump. And that is the end of the over from Brooks. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. And Taylor to continue from the Diglis end will be bowling to Cracknell, who has faced 3 deliveries so far for his 4 runs. And having got off the pair, just needs to get himself in now, settle down and support his captain. Just regroup a little bit as far as Middlesex are concerned. Taylor is in, bowls, and that's a nice shot from Cracknell, steered out square on the offside. Not going to go all the way, just 2. Good fielding actually by Libby, because he only pulled it up just inside the rope, and it looked as though that would go all the way. And before, at least you thought if Libby flicks it back they'll get 3, but actually he slid, picked it up, jumped to his feet and got the throw away quickly enough for the 3rd to be prevented. So just 2 runs for Cracknell. He goes to 6, and Taylor, not wanting to give him that room again, comes in and bowls, and this one is a much better delivery, and Cracknell's looking to drive it on the offside, gets an inside edge, and it squirts away square on the leg side, and they go through for a rather fortuitous single. Takes the score on to 96 for 4. Deploy 17, Cracknell 7. Man out since lunch, Caleb Faulkner, LBW to this man, Tom Taylor, without scoring. Taylor again round the wicket to the left-hander. Bowls and dead straight, and Deploy is in behind it, just almost playing sort of French cricket, just pushes it out on the offside. They bowled pretty well, Worcestershire, today. Asked quite a few questions. There have been quite a few player misses. Could argue perhaps that Roland Jones, with his 4 for 41 from 17 overs in the Worcestershire first innings, has been the bowler that has most made use of the conditions. His extra height, a good thing. Taylor is in and bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump by Deploy. But I think it's fair to say that Tom Helm bowled pretty well. Seb Morgan bowled pretty well, especially once he'd settled down. Indeed, Bosch, 16 overs, 2 maidens, none for 50, doesn't really do him justice. And in the first innings for Worcestershire, Allison and Finch got 4 wickets each. Allison's got 2 in this, so 6 in his comeback game after a lengthy absence, Ben Allison. But I think the Worcestershire bowling unit so far today has been pretty tidy, as Taylor bowls and deploys in behind that, pushing it out on the offside. .96 for 4. 63 overs left in the day after this. Finch loosening up in front of us, suggesting that he is going to have a bowl shortly. Just the 2 overs from him this morning, a little bit expensive. Went for 14. Taylor bowls, deploys again forward, pushing up to mid-off. That is the end of another very tidy over from Tom Taylor. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 21 his figures. Brooks will continue from the New Road end, and it's 96 for 4, which means that the lead overall is 170. And Brooks it will be to continue. He's got 1 slip, man on the drive, short mid wicket. Bowling to Joe Cracknell. He's in now, he bowls, and Cracknell drives nicely, but can't beat the fielder at mid on, who is Finch. It's a lovely shot. Bit too full from Brooks, but well executed drive. No addition to the score thanks to Finch's fleet-footedness at mid-on. As Brooks again is in and bowls. And he's got... Cracknell is reaching for that one. Pushes it out on the offside. I think Roderick fancied that he might go past that one. It bounced a bit. Could have offered an opportunity to the keeper. It's Brooks again. Bowls, and that's down the leg side, and nicely taken by Roderick. Bounced a bit, and he moved across. Good glove work, good footwork. Quite understated behind the stumps, Gareth Roderick. Not at all flashy or flamboyant, but a very good technician, and that was a nice take. The sort of stuff you don't really notice. Brooks again is in and bowls, and Cracknell is just dropping this one down on the onside, and it's fielded by Ben Allison, strolling in from that short mid-wicket position. Brooks wearing number 77, slight figure, 6'1", 6'2", medium pace, in, bowls, and Cracknell is forward, steering that out behind square on the offside. Latigan fields, fires his throw back into Roderick. So 14 added since lunch, and 1 man out, Caleb Faulkner, who was LBW to Taylor without scoring. Brooks in again. Bowls, and that's driven nicely, but well fielded by the bowler off his own bowling, That's the end of a very tidy over from Ethan Brooks. A maiden, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. So we've had 7 overs, have we? 6 overs and 2 balls since lunch, and Middlesex have managed to progress by the margin of 14 runs, but they've lost Caleb Faulkner, LBW to Taylor without scoring. Joe Cracknell has 7. Lewis DeBoy, the captain, is on 17, and the lead, which is probably the most important single figure at the moment, is 170. And Kevin Hand is back.
Well, that was my post-lunch news as promised. You can go and have yours now if you want.
I forgot that.
So did you not tell the listeners that's where I was?
You were working though, were you? I think
I was.
Yeah.
Moonlighting.
Here's Taylor down the leg side, and good take by Roderick diving away to his right. Taylor's bowled pretty well since lunch.
Well, we went for 90 for 5, didn't we? We did say if they can get that, if they can get 90 for 5, then they're right back in it. They're not far off it now. Deploy is the key here, isn't he?
Yeah, funnily enough, I've just been saying that kind of like, he needs good support from Cracknell. Had a nervous start. He's on a king pair, obviously. Over that. Nervous start, but he needs good support, and he is the wicket Worcestershire really need, isn't he? They're really going all out to get it, and he's playing this one off the back foot square on the offside. He's taking no risks. We know what an explosive player he can be, and we know that he'll put the bad ball away, but he's applying himself with due diligence, really aware as the captain of quite how important his wicket is, I think. Plenty of batting still to come, but you just feel that he's in now, and he's faced 45 deliveries, and I think he definitely probably holds the key. If Worcestershire can get rid of him, they'll really, really be a collective upsurge in belief. Taylor is in and bowls, and he's playing it out on the onside. Alison Fields, and there's no run. And that, it's funny. We've been speculating all the time about how this game ebbs and flows, and how Matthew Waite said to me in his interview last night, they know that we came back at Lords and we can do it again, and they'll be under pressure to.
Did he say that on the record?
Yeah,
that's lovely. I'm glad he did, because we'd mentioned it quite a lot over the 2 days, hadn't we? So I'm glad he said that.
We pride ourselves on fighting back and whatever, and they will know that it's up to them now to take the game away from us. Oh, well bowled by Taylor. Just gets an inside edge on this deploy down to fine leg, picks up a single. And he said, I think that they will feel a bit nervous about tomorrow.
Yes,
and I think what that does is it tells you the mindset in the Worcestershire camp was the belief that you can get back into it, and then obviously it was going away from them again this morning. But that collective belief just gathers and gathers, and with each wicket, and obviously if these two put on 100, then it will go the other way again. But
well, the overriding pressure for Middlesex on this game is that they lost the game at Lords to Worcestershire. If they want to be promoted, really and truly, that means they have to win this game, and that comes with its own pressure.
So here's Taylor to the right-handed Cracknell. Bowls, and he's almost done him there, hasn't he? He's got into a bad position, and he's jabbed the bat at it as it went past. Quite an unusual position for him to end up in.
We've talked a lot about the pace of this pitch, but there are the balls like that one that they do go through.
Certainly behaved in a way that the batsman wasn't expecting, and that is, anybody who's done any batting of any serious nature will know that can so often be your undoing, really. Taylor bowls again, and that's a lovely shot from Cracknell, straight to mid-off. Doesn't get anything for it, but he'll feel better. End of the over is on 7. Deploy is on 18. Taylor has lovely figures: 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 22. It's 97 for 4.
Yeah, it's exactly that game at Lords, the way that Worcestershire came back at them twice. They won't have forgotten Latigan, and it was off the back of a century as well. I think the game before. Forget who the game before Middlesex was for Worcestershire, but
no, he hasn't got a century.
Was it not a century? Was it a big 50 game before?
He got his high score was at Derby when he got 980, I think, and looked as though he would get 100.
Around the wicket is Brooks, and forward goes to Ploy, dropping a single. Cracknell scampers through. These two had a very good evening session. I think it was against Gloucestershire in the opening round, which in a tight game, not dissimilar to a situation like this. Middlesex, I think, had batted quite patiently and really dug into that point. But then these two came together, and all of a sudden, Cracknell in particular started to put the foot on the gas, not recklessly, just batted positively. And that evening session, these two took the game away from Gloucestershire, put Middlesex in the position to go on and win it. It was an innings victory actually, so it was the first evening that these two put the pressure on. As here's Brooks too. Cracknell, who looks to turn the ball back with a square on the leg side. It wraps into the pad mid-wicket, gives as big an appeal as you can imagine from one person appealing on their own, especially at mid-wicket. It was a great appeal. That's Allison, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good on him. We like a character, don't we? Yeah, he went on his own and he stuck with it with that appeal. He wasn't giving up. Deployer waits, around the wicket comes Brooks, and this is punched for a single out to deep points. It's 100 on the board for Middlesex, 100 for 4. Deploy moves to 20, and the lead moves to 174. Tops, you reckon they've got 100 to play with here to get these last 6?
Yeah, I said 275 was my kind of maximum.
We've said all the way along that they've got to have Middlesex for no more than 200 in this innings. That's a 275 circa target. As his Brooks right arm over bowls 2. Cracknell drives down the ground. It's a lovely shot. Glorious from Cracknell. He's into double figures. He moves to 4. It's 104 for 4.
Yeah, best shot of the session by some margin. That from Cracknell, probably best shot of the day. Really, just leaned into it straight down the ground, and a lovely cricket shot.
That's just the cruelty of this game, isn't it? He gets that injury. He's looking in good nick this year. You're coming into the blast, which is where he announced himself as a player, as a blast batter for Middlesex, which is a rare thing. And then he gets that finger injury as his. Brooks onto his pads, but clearly leg side because they were all thinking about it and they didn't go up for it. And then, of course, he finally makes his comeback and he gets a first baller. But out there now, I'm sure, determined to make the most of this chance and the lost time between that game at Old Trafford and now. Mainly blast matches. There was one more championship match at Lords for Middlesex after the Old Trafford game, but he's missed the blast. As this is short and played off the back foot into the offside. 104 for 4. 38th over. Bowled 59 minimum of remain today. In fact 60. One had gone ahead of the other on the scoreboard. 60 remaining today. 38 bowled. 104 for 4. Deploy 20. Cracknell 11. And they got that burst, didn't they? We said that they needed them 4 down at lunch. Well, they've got them 4 down with just after lunch, and they come in clumps, don't they, the wickets? So it's a case of, right, when they get the next breakthrough, can they force 2 or 3 at that point as well, and then maybe force it all the way through?
Taylor leaves the field for a little break, for whatever reason. Harry Darley on as a substitute, and Taylor is replaced at the Douglas end by Adam Finch, who bowled pretty well in the first innings. 26 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 93. Looked a little bit out of sorts this morning when he bowled 2 overs and they cost 14, and that included a wide that went through second slip, apparently. Don't quite know what went wrong there, but he bowled with a bit of pace in the first innings. Comes on now around the wicket to bowl to Deploy, and he is tucking his first ball away down to fine leg for a single. He got Deployed, didn't he, with an absolute snorter in the first innings finish that took off, flicked the glove on the way through, or a shoulder of the bat, to be caught behind by Roderick.
Well, that was the moment we thought Middlesex's score, heading for about 320 as we thought they might. They ended up getting 339, but heading towards 320 we thought, actually, you know what, if the pitch has got a ball like that in it, this could be a good score, because you'd imagine we'll see more and more of that. But I think it's fair to say, Frank, so we're hitting the 40th over here, once the ball gets softer, there's definitely runs to be had.
We haven't seen many more of those.
No.
A few this morning. Finch bowls, and that's popped up in the air.
Right on cue.
didn't know anything about that at all, Cracknell. On him before he knew what was happening, popped up in the air, looped up. Finch ran through in his follow-through. Allison ran in from mid-wicket. Neither could get there. It only landed about 4 or 5 yards away from the batter. We'll watch a replay in a minute. But he got in a tangle. Bit of pace. Took his eye off it completely, didn't he? And if there'd been a short leg there, it would have been
He was almost ducking his head.
Yeah.
Because he thought, this is on me. He wasn't.
Now what you've got to do now, if you're Adam Finch, is give him another one, but don't make it too short. He's got to be made to play this.
We'll just see the replay again before he runs in. Just watch for the length of it, really.
Yeah. That's absolutely not entitled to bounce like that. And that one is ill-directed from Finch, tucked away by Cracknell, down to long leg. In fact, not tucked away, it goes off the...
What's Deploy? Sorry, Frank. What's Deploy said to him as he's walked down there? Deploy's held his helmet. Was it something about head up? Because Cracknell, it looked as though he just closed his eyes, dipped his head and prayed.
Yeah. Keep your head up and watch the ball.
Well, at what point does he... Yeah. Cracknell, Deploy then walks down, and it was as much to say, look, keep your head up, keep your head up, because he just dropped the head and prayed, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, keep your head up literally, not just chin up.
Oh, yeah. But he did, he was almost ducking into it, wasn't he?
It's pretty much unplayable.
He was almost ducking into it, though, wasn't he? He was ducking into a ball which was hitting him somewhere mid-chest height. He just about got the bat in front of him.
It was like he started to play it and then just gave up because it was on him.
Yeah, and it was like, right, duck my head. If it hits something, please hit the top of the helmet or not the grill. But I think Deploy, it seemed as though he was saying to him exactly that, literally, keep your head up.
Well, it's Deploy himself asserting some authority here because he's driven a half volley from Finch through extra cover for 4, and he's moved on to 24 and the total of 110 for 4.
Wasn't too far from getting there for the catch, was he? It went so high. I mean, it goes out of shot, that ball.
Yeah.
That's how high it went off the leading edge.
It landed only a couple of feet
in front of his toes, wasn't it?
Yeah. Unfortunately for Finch, that one there has just taken the pressure off, having started the over so well. That half volley dispatched has taken the pressure off. He's in again now and he bowls, and again he is driven. This time it will be for 2 as Latigan does the fielding out on the cover boundary. So the end of the over, which started so well, ends with 6 runs coming off the last 2 balls, and Middlesex are 112 for 4. Deploy has 26, Cracknell has 11.
Deploy comes to get a change of gloves.
Taylor, I need a little break if that's all right.
On 112 for 4, Deploy 26, Cracknell 11. So Finch done for 20 from 3. Brooks 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 19, and not quite now or never, but this is their moment, Worcestershire. This is their moment. We've seen that ball unsettle Cracknell. We saw the relentless bowling this morning, line and length, probing, nagging. Eventually got the reward of Robson. Geddes struck on the back pad, defending on the back foot. And then a little tipple after lunch of Holden and Faulkner, as here's Brooks over the wicket to Cracknell. A very solid forward defence on that. Slip in place, keeper stood up. There's a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover, and that in itself tells you all you need to know that there is the odd one, whether it's popping or stopping, however you want to describe it. Every now and again a ball hits the splice, and with that, if a batter's pushing hard at it and it's even just above the middle, it could dolly up to either of those 2 catchers in front. As here's Brooks bowling once more on a good length. It's defended by Cracknell, getting in behind it, pushing down the ground. He's a busy batter, Joe Cracknell. Generally, when he's out there, runs will flow. There'll be one out of the middle of the bat. He's got very good hand-eye coordination, I'd suggest, which is why when he burst through at Middlesex as a young T20 batter, we say one of, if not still one of the only young batters to burst through the academy as T20 players. As forward he goes now, driving to cover, cry of catch it. That's what it's there, even for the drive. If it's just slightly off that middle of the bat, just slightly above the middle. Will it just dolly up with the batter through the shot on the drive? But yeah, there's not many from Middlesex that came through the academy, through the club system, through the ranks to be explosive T20 batters. Forward he goes now, defending. And he's an outstanding first-class cricketer as well. But what it means with that ability that he's got inside, he does have that time in that hand-eye coordination. All of a sudden, like the one down the ground that Frank said probably shot of the day, a couple of overs back, which he drove straight. And as such, he was really the man that Middlesex, between he and Jack Davies, they decided, right, go on then, lads, it's time to replace John Simpson. As in comes Brooks, and it's hit around the corner. Down to long leg. He hasn't quite got hold of it, but equally I don't know whether he was trying to go all the way with it, or was he just a little swat around the corner so that he didn't put it down the throat of long leg, because he did put it down the line of the fielder, but not going at it too hard. Now, whether he was looking for the ramp to go all the way for 6, or whether he did just decide it was going to be a gentle turn around the corner for 1. But no real alarms in the end, even though there was the cry or 4 of catch it. Brooks is around the wicket, he bowls, and forward goes to Ploy, defending into the offside one. 1-3 for 4. The lead 187 now. And that is the end of the over. Deploy 26, Cracknell 12. And Frank, I was just musing while you're away that, they've put that one in Cracknell's mind now, haven't they? And that's what we've said, as a bowler, sometimes all you want, even on a relatively flat surface, is just one. Just one to put something in the batter's mind. And
yeah.
I don't think they particularly need it, Cracknell or Deploy, but Cracknell in particular, because as you say, they got the golden duck in the first innings. Keen for some runs, keen to settle in. Settling over his bat now.
Finch into him. Bowls and cuts at one that was, well, it was there to hit, to be fair. He maybe just didn't quite read the bounce.
Deploy's coming to have a chat with him, though. Yeah. I think that's the key, is the bounce.
Coaching going on, isn't there?
Well, we talked about Geddes and Robson this morning, how two of the better players that you'll see off the back foot, hooking and pulling Geddes, and Robson off his hips, punching, cutting. But neither of them really were able to get any of those shots away fluently this morning. And similarly, the cut, I think it's the bounce, isn't it? He's almost chopped down on 2 attempted cuts in this spell anyway.
Finch again into him, bowls, lifts his back well clear of that, and Deploy's again had a word with him, and Deploy's he's a busy non-striker at the moment, Lewis Deploy, coming down almost every ball to A, have a pull at the pitch, B, have a chat with Cracknell at the other end. A bit of coaching going on in terms of approach, I suspect, rather than technique. Not going to do that out in the middle, but just trying to keep Cracknell focused. Finch again, balls, and down the leg side, he misses out on this one, looking to clip it away. Gareth Roderick takes neatly. I was making the point while you were away, Kev, about Gareth Roderick, that he's the most unflamboyant of wicket-keepers, and yet, like many good wicket-keepers and referees, if you don't notice them, they're doing a pretty good job. He just does it. He just gets on with it. There's no diving, throwing around, no histrionics. Very, very tidy. Finch bowls again. This one's wide outside the off stump, and Cracknell leaves it alone.
Just looking back on that one where Deploy came down for the coaching session that he left alone outside off stump. Cracknell, it was a long way wide and it was a long way outside off stump, and was it as much Deploy? Deploy immediately gives him a thumbs up, and then he comes to have a chat with him, and it was say, don't play it outside off. So it's a long way away, left alone, he gives him a thumbs up, then he comes to talk to him, because he'd cut a couple of those, and maybe that's what he's saying,
Absolutely.
Hang in there. Yeah. Hang in there, rather than don't go chasing it quickly.
It's kind of a different challenge. I'll just expand on this in a minute. It's Finch bowls that short, and he tries to whack it away on the leg side, and through it goes to Roderick. Kind of a different challenge facing Finch today, because thank you very much, Mr. Oldnall.
All those nasty things you say about him as well. And he brings us chocolate biscuits.
Kind of a different challenge facing Finch today, because Taylor, Allison, Swanepoel, nag. They're aiming to bowl and save plays. Finch, just not quite sure what's coming, are you? Bowls now. That's right on the money, and it pushed up to mid-off. And by that, what I mean is, you might get. It's going to be quicker. You might get a really good one. You might get one that bounces off a length, or you might get a wide one that you can cut. And you're not quite sure what's coming, I don't think. But and that almost makes, that's his threat really. And that was a decent over. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20. And we're going to get Allison back at the New Road end. 113 for 4.
Still pondering slightly. I'll have to ask him at the end of the day. You know, what would Deploy have been saying to Cracknell at that point, for our own knowledge? Because they may have discussed, look, these are the scoring areas on this pitch. If there's a bit of seam movement, not quite certain on the bounce, but he'd had a couple of cuts at Finch and then that leave, and that got the thumbs up. But he's also, again, he's had that one that's bowled at him somewhere. He's expecting it probably around belly button height, isn't he? And it's then up towards the middle of his chest, and he's ducked into it, or nearly ducked into it. Around the wicket comes Allison. He bowls to Deploy, defending. I mean, part of what Deploy might be saying is, Joe, your job right now is stick with me. Just stick with me. Not playing down the ability of Cracknell, but the key batter for Middlesex is their number 4. As most sides have their key batter. Not always, but most. And Deploy 26 from 55 with an average of 50. We've said it in the first innings and repeated it again in this, that if Deploy gets in, and he will score quickly if he does, then he can really change a game, but he needs a partnership alongside him rather than being left to do it on his own. As in comes the bowler. Oh, it's edged. Did it carry? It did.
Yeah, definitely.
And I tell you what, that probably wasn't Slip's catch, but it was, because the keeper was stood up. But would the keeper have been stood back, then that's the keeper's catch, isn't it? He's got a long way to his right there at Slip. A long way. And it's not the young debutant keeper, is it, Cullen?
No, it's Brooks.
What's happened to Cullen?
Well, Brooks is the number 1 Slip. He's been going at second when they've had 2, and Cullen's been going at first.
Yeah, so where's Cullen gone?
Well, he's... Yeah, no,
that was almost...
Yeah, but Cullen was only at first because Brooks was bowling.
Ah, forgive me. There we go.
Because,
there we go. Yep.
If we only have 1 slip, it's
Yep, I didn't follow you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone a long way at Slip. Your job is the ball that's gun barrel straight to you. Anything to one side is the keeper's, the other's it's Slip. Here's Allison right. Sorry, my apologies. It's Allison right. I'm over. It's pushed back.
The difficulty with that is that it's keeper standing up to a left-hander, isn't it? So you're at first step and you're quite narrow. And he's probably seen it late, and as
look
you
at
said,
how far he's gone.
The catch is behind the keeper, isn't it? Yeah.
He's gone so far, and for Slip again, the rule at Slip is you don't go anywhere. It's yours, gun down, barrel down the middle. He'd have seen it late behind. I mean, if the keeper was stood alongside him and he's gone that far, you're all looking at the keeper saying, "What on earth is Slip doing going over there to take that?" But Allison in bowls, left alone by Cracknell through to the keeper, and there's no run. But the point of the keeper being up is to create the chance.
Yes, exactly.
So it's a rock and a hard place. You can't blame the keeper for being up, but equally you can't particularly blame Slip for putting that catch down. The keeper's up to keep Deploy in his crease and to create that chance. Tough one. But it could prove to be.
About it now,
well, it could prove to be an important one for the match, couldn't it? That
sure could.
If that was 114 or 113, as it would have been for 5, a lead of 187, and Deploy was gone. As in comes Allison. He bowls to Cracknell, driving defensively really to mid-on, just a shove, a push. But yeah, that I think Worcestershire fans and the Worcestershire team, they would have quite rightly had their tails up and started to get excited about chance of just going through Middlesex here and keeping them in sight. A lead of 187 for 5 and Deploy gone, I think would have been real opportunities. They've got to create another one. They've got to get him soon, because he will do damage, and he will all of a sudden turn this 188 lead into 250 in no time. Here's Allison bowls, and Cracknell forward, turning through square. It was a front foot defence. The ball's coming back into in the back face, closing, and he gets that single. He's lining it up again at the non-striker's end. 1:15 for 4. Lead moves along to 1:89. And cricket here from the BBC at New Road, Worcester. A few better places to be in the first day where we haven't been able to see it, or the first passage of play across these days where we haven't been able to see a little slither of blue anywhere in the sky.
Yeah, true, but no problem with the forecast as far as I'm aware.
Good, because we've got a good game here, haven't we?
Yeah. Somebody Dave Bradley just messaged me to say that they think in the score box from memory.
Yeah.
That this is the first game.
Ooh.
Since Warwickshire in September 2024.
Yeah.
That is liable to go 4 days that hasn't been interrupted. Bias Swanepoel is back into the attack, replacing Adam Finch. So the Finch experiment again lasting just 2 overs. This time a bit tidier than he was before. Whether that means he's going to come on at this end, I'm not sure, but Allison hasn't been on that long at this end and he's almost got deploy, so it was a good effort. 115 for 4. Kev can't wait. Into the biscuits already. Pushed out on the offside, this one from Swanepoel by Cracknell. 13, deploy 27. These two so far have added 32, but deploy has been put down, and as you said, Kev, I think the important thing is, very important thing is, from the Worcestershire point of view, you don't dwell on that too much and you think we've got to make another chance.
Yeah, they
because
do.
You can easily do that, and the damage of the drop will be forgotten. Swanepoel bowls edged by Cracknell, who has a habit of running, doesn't he? Running up the pitch just 3 or 4 paces after he's hit it, even when there's not going to be a run. It's just like nerves and energy, and then he puts his hand up and acknowledges that he's been sent back. But he's a keeper, isn't he? Say no more. Keepers when they bat generally, although not always, but he's got a bit of bounce about him out there. He clips this one away for a single off a leading edge, really. And just to illustrate my point, instead of running 22 yards, he runs 35. Keeps going when he gets past the stumps. Gets a single. 116 for 4. Goes to 14. Never really understood why players do that. I know it takes a while to slow down, and you haven't necessarily got a parachute to put out behind you like a drag car or something, but once you're 2 or 3 yards past the stumps, I don't see the point of running. And I have seen players miss out on overthrows because they've run so far past, and then they get called and turn around and think, oh, I can't get back now. Habits. Swanepoel over the wicket to deploy on the walk. Lovely shot, beautiful shot, clipped through mid-wicket for 4. Walked into it. Swanepoel, whether he saw him coming or not, couldn't have bowled it more perfectly for where deploy wanted it, and he's clipped it past Libby. There's a very disgruntled young man in front of us on the boundary called Ben Allison, who's watched deploy play that shot, just had him dropped at slip, and thinks the world is not a very satisfactory place.
That is the thing for Worcestershire. He's one of those players deploying. A player who averages 50 doesn't offer you that many chances.
No, exactly.
But if they don't find another one off deploy, they've got to bowl him out around him. That's the job.
Swanepoel round the wicket again. Bowls, deploy on his toes this time. Driving square on the offside for a single and keeping the strike. And Ben Allison takes his cap and his specs off and drops them down by the boundary and goes back out there to start a new over. 121 for 4, deploy 32, Cracknell 14, and the lead is 155.
That shot, here it is, Frank.
195.
That shot clipped through mid-wicket, Frank, which is on the screen here now. We talk about deploy getting out of the crease and why the keeper was up. Well, the keeper's back, and here's the 2 steps. He's in position, and then all of a sudden he's turned fractionally full of the length ball.
He's like a magnet, isn't he? It's amazing how often a batter will do that. and the bowler will bowl it exactly where he wants him to bowl it.
But we're saying that Holden will always have bum, that's his trigger movement, and then he's in position. We deploy it slightly different. Deploy will use the depth of the crease to put the bowlers off, ball after ball after ball. Here's Allison around the wicket. He bowls to Deploy, beats him through to the gloves of the keeper. He was almost doing the old curtain rail there, wasn't he, pulling the bat down and across, but I think he was beaten by that point. Deploy, but yeah, he'll try and make sure that he gets down the track, and all of a sudden he's turned a length ball into a full one, or he's turned a slightly full of a length delivery into a half volley. You might then see the bowler bang it in response, or next ball he'll feign to step forward down the track and the bowler bangs it in, he stands his ground and hooks or pulls him. That's the quality of the batter. Deploy is he's got gears in him that others don't. As here's Allison around the wicket, bowls, and Deploy works a single down to long leg, this time waiting patiently in the crease, and that also is because the keeper stood up to Allison, so he's not going to be walking far against the big man. The other thing, of course, as most batters will do as well with a trigger movement like Holden in that little step to get down the pitch, is to negate the movement of the ball. They'll try and bat a long way out of their crease, have a little shuffle forward, and then whatever movement there is, they'll try to smother it. 1-2-2 for 4. Allison's Cracknell, right arm over. The right-hander is hitting up in the air. There's a cry of catch. He's bisected them for 4. Long leg and deep square. He's got it in between the pair. There was one bounce just before the rope, which gave a half chance, really, to throw a hand at it down there. Number 8, Swanepoel, threw a hand at it, but it was past him and gone for 4. But in the air for a moment, though, he placed it well, was the key. But nonetheless, Deploy has come to have a chat with him once more, and it has to be the captain saying, look,
don't give it away.
Well, 70 or so runs here, and it's going to be very difficult for them to win the game. And those 70 runs, let's try and make sure that we get the majority of them. It has to be the conversation. Stay with me. 126 for 4 it is now, as over the wicket comes Allison once more. It's defended to mid-wicket by Cracknell. The lead has indeed moved to 200 with that 4, hasn't it? 200 for 4 effectively, Middlesex. They're 126 for 4 in their second innings.
Yeah, it was. I definitely think that Deploy is keeping him calm, or maybe saying, you've done that. We don't need to do anything else now. This over.
Well, the trap's set as well, isn't it? Deep square and long leg. As Allison in bowls, and he goes for it again through to the keeper. That was sharper than it felt. So that was quicker. One for the over signals. It was almost the overhead smash from outside off stump, trying to drag it into the onside. It's not quite a slugfest just yet, but Cracknell's engaged, isn't he? And I think that is probably what the conversation is with Deploy. It's like, look, don't let them draw you into the fight. Cracknell waits. Allison bowls, and he's left alone outside of the off stump. Had thrust forward, bat well behind him, and that's the end of the over. 126 for 4. It's all making for very, very good viewing.
Yeah, Allison has probably looked more likely than anybody else to take wickets, I think, don't you? I think he's induced more errors. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 42. Probably doesn't do him justice. Went past the bat a few times this morning. Had that catch dropped off Deploy, which could have been so important. And almost luring Cracknell into the trap, giving a catch on the leg side there. Swanepoel round the wicket to the left-hander bowls, and he's forcing this away on the offside for a single. 127 for 4. Cracknell goes to Deploy goes to 34. And the right-handed Cracknell faces Swanepoel and eases him away on the leg side for a single. Comfortable run, fielded by Cashifelli, substitute at square leg. Cracknell on 19 now has faced 43 deliveries, and that chink, that glimmer of hope that Worcestershire created with that wicket straight after lunch, just fading now. This partnership develops, mainly thanks to Deploy, who drives into the covers to D'Oliveira. You mentioned the requirement from a Worcestershire point of view for a collapse, and that is what's required now, because I mean, the lead's over 200. If it gets up towards 3, then I think it's a tall order. Not impossible, but
if they were to lose their last 6 for 70, it's not the most horrific collapse in the world, is it? You know, the possibility remains.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Swanepoel bowls. Deploy tucks him away on the leg side. Beautifully played. Good running, but very good fielding by Allison. Got to it quickly and got the throw away.
And we've seen runs come in partnerships in this game, haven't we? You know, you often do, but on the runs that have been scored in this match have mainly come through partnerships.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah.
So I'd imagine that's what Deploy is saying to Cracknell.
Yeah, I'll take it a little bit further, and that's a good shot from Cracknell, well fielded by Swanepoel off his own volley. I often used to say it as a coach in a dressing room to a team before a batting effort. Not everybody's going to get runs. Not everybody's going to, find themselves in a partnership. But when you do, remind each other. You both say, you know what, this is what he was talking about. We are now in. We've been together for 15 overs.
Yeah.
We've recovered. Swanepoel bowls again. Defended by Cracknell. We've got out of trouble. This is it now. It's on me and you. Let's make sure we make this count. And I think that's the key, isn't it?
Yeah, and with that this partnership could be the one that takes the match away from Worcestershire.
Yeah, exactly.
It might not.
But
It might not. A good partnership here, and Worcestershire might still win it.
You're
But
chasing a total, and you think we need 2. Sometimes you're chasing a total, and you say, "Do you know what we need here, guys? We need 2 partnerships. 2 partnerships will do it." Make sure, if you find yourself on the brink of one of those partnerships, that you say to each other, "You know what, guy? Me and you now. This is it. We are one of the partnerships that's going to do this."
And I don't think that Deploy will be thinking that far ahead just yet. I don't think he's got the luxury of it. But if they were to declare tonight, they will want to do it at a reasonable lick as well. As in comes,
which is not easy.
Allison. This is played defensively off the back foot to backward point, and no run. 1-2-9 for 4. Yeah, and Frank was mentioning earlier that it might turn to a point for Worcestershire where they say, well, actually, let's go out there and rather than go for the runs, we'll save the game, take the points. So thank you very much. Already beaten Middlesex once this year, don't need to risk defeat in that. I think we're a long way from that still, but of course it could come to that point. Forward goes Deploy to to Allison on this one, driving to mid-off. They're appealing LBW that the ball hit the boot or hit the pad before it hit the bat. It would have been a heck of a call from the umpire to give it, I reckon, because he's pretty much middled it to mid-off. Whether there was also the bat hitting the toe or the bat hitting the pad, which caused enough deflections here, there or everywhere to be worth asking the question. In again comes Allison. This is close. This could be trouble. No, they went down quickly in their appeal as well. Maybe there was an early shake of the head from the umpire around the wicket to Deploy. Trapped in the crease. Was there a big lump of wood involved on that one? Just looking back at the LBW for the appeal, it was, to be fair, bat face was turning in the hand. Bat and pad were together as he drove that to mid-off. Not a bad shout, very difficult to give for the umpire though. Just going to get a look now at the next LBW appeal. No, outside the line of off, a long way outside the line of off. He was within his crease, but he was a long way across. This is Allison in bowls, and Deploy turns to mid-wicket, no run. Allison turns and asks a question of the umpire again that the bat and pad were together. And was it pad first? The first one was the best shout of them so far. Like I say, the second one on replay now is a long, long way outside the line of off. Playing defensively, you could almost see all of middle, let alone leg, behind deploy. But to look back on that first one that was driven to mid-off, yeah, it was all together, bat and pad, as that bat came down a little bit of an angle. Here's Allison in, bowls, and down the leg side, it's tickled away, fine for 4. No, it wasn't off the bats, it is 4, and the umpire signals byes, just gets away. Past the bat, past the pads, and past the keeper. Middlesex 133 for 4 now. And very few extras in the first innings, 22 in this. Indeed, did they get through the first innings without an extra? I seem to remember Frank mentioned. Let's have a look back at the scorecard now. Middlesex first innings, there was a leg before, 3 wides and 2 no balls, but got a feeling that they went some way through that innings without any extras. So here's Allison, last ball of his 14th. Oh, conflab, what is it? They're having a look at the ball, are they? Yeah. Come on, we need a ball change. That's what we're missing.
It's so common now, isn't it, this ploy? Sirish Shanmugam saying to the umpire from India, yeah, they always try this, and we usually fob them off for 3 times, and then... Well, you know, in that... I don't know if you were aware of that massive collapse that Worcestershire had at Northampton, but Ben Sanderson tried to get the ball changed and they said no, and then he tried to get the ball changed and they said no, and then he tried to get the ball and in the end I felt the umpires just thought, oh, for goodness sake, alright, and he got the new ball, took a wicket, 6 for 8 in, 6 for whatever it was in no time. And I'm not saying it was all because of that, but sometimes you just think the umpires they cave in because they complain so many times.
Allison's around the wicket. Last ball of his 14th. He bowls to Deploy, who is wrapped bat pad together. I'm not sure what actually in the end, as it drops in front of him with a little bit of a loop. But oh yes, that is what it struck. Ouch. He's on his haunches. It did. Yes. Oh dear. It had a bit of bouncer and it beat the inside edge, shall we say.
133 for 4. End of the over. Deploy. Key man. 35 not out. Cracknell 19. Allison's bowled really well, I think.
Quick one before we move on, just on the ball changes, because if Richard Johnson, the old Middlesex coach, is tuned in, and he's a big Middlesex man, obviously spent his playing career, the majority of it with Middlesex before going on to play for England. He was coach at Glamorgan, was it beginning of last season? Middlesex were going through them. Ball was doing all sorts, absolutely all sorts at Cardiff. And they kept nagging the umpire for a ball change, and it was the most odd thing imaginable. It's like, this ball's doing so much, what if you get a ball change and it doesn't do anything? And they had them 5 or 6 down, ball's doing all sorts. You thought this would be over quickly now. Middlesex will be out there batting soon. They changed the ball and it didn't do a thing. Didn't go off the straight, the swing was gone, everything was gone. And
why did they change it when it was
well, so end of the day, it was politely just, Toby, why did you change that ball? And this was the question of the coach to the captain. Why did you change that ball?
Swallow starts a new over, bowling to Cracknell, who drives to Libby at extra cover.
And it was playful. There were other players around, and it was all the bowlers chipped in and said no, it was an egg. It was an absolute egg. It was so misshapen. But even still, the point remained. It was like, but it was doing a lot for you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But it was doing a lot for you. Yeah, exactly. It was seaming. It was swinging. It was. Yeah. It's doing all sorts. Why
maybe
change
because it feels wrong in
exactly,
your hand,
exactly. That's what the bowler said. They just didn't like it. It wasn't. But even still, the answer came back. But it was doing something for you. The next one didn't do anything.
Yeah. Swanepoel in bowls full and wide, and Cracknell just jams the bat down on it, squeezes out on the offside.
But everybody saw it. Everybody was watching, and during the day, and then that was the conversation in the evening. Now, sometimes you go back in the evening and you've all been saying something all day and it's quickly killed, isn't it? The point, it's like, no, because. And you're like, okay, fine. But everybody had talked about it all day and the coaches were talking about it that evening. It was, why on earth did you change that ball?
Yeah, well, I don't see the point.
Well, the bowlers just weren't happy,
the time you change it is if you can't get it doing anything. I think that's when they tend to try it.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Turned on the leg side, this one, straight to the fielder, no run.
But they do say don't upset the bowlers, whatever you do as a captain, even when you're one of the bowlers yourself.
Yeah. If you want them to keep doing it for you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You've got to keep your bowlers happy.
Well, as I say, I think Allison with his 20 overs now for Ben Allison. No, 14 overs. Ooh, hits the ground, wide one. Sorry, 20 overs in the first innings. Allison in this innings, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 42. I think he's been better than that. 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 22, Taylor. Finch, the 4 overs across 20, and Brooks is 7 overs, 1 for 20. Swanepoel in his 8th has gone for 15 so far. Balls now, and almost through. Cracknell just jams the bat down on it at the very last minute, squeezes it out on the onside. 133 for 4 it remains. Real tough game of cricket this has been. It's not been thrilling. It's not been one for a T20 aficionado, but there have been some lovely strokes played. But they've had to earn the right to play them, and it's been tough going. That's wide from Swanepoel and driven square for a single. Allison fields out on the boundary. There's a bit of anger in that throw in from Allison, I reckon. Still smarting after having Swanepoel having deploy dropped it slip on 26.
What do we got? 19 overs until tea. All the way through we've been saying they've pretty much got to have them out by tea. They're not far off that still. It's the other side of tea, but not much. 134 for 4. Richo stopped for a chat. He's on his walk again. He's climbing over the advertising boards and he's getting into the stands to sit down with somebody. I think and have a natter as opposed to.
He does that. Gets round and talks to the supporters, which I think is great. I really like that. I think it's really good. And Ashley Giles and Joe Tromans will often sit here, chief exec and head of marketing, whatever. They'll often sit there and do their work in public and engage with the members. Down Allison. The leg side, this one from Allison. Sorry.
It's all right, don't worry.
Yeah,
Clive Eakins there today, so they won't go sit there today.
But it is good for them to be approachable, I think. They're not hidden away in the office somewhere. I know that's gone down very well with the members in the last couple of years. And indeed, the ease with which they walk into the press box and feel comfortable is also a good thing, in my opinion.
Allison bowls, and this is short through to the keeper. Signal from the umpire, 1 for the over. Cracknell resisting the temptation this time, long leg, deep square, and deploy happy with his young wicket keeper. 20 from 53, Cracknell. 134 for 4. Off goes Allison again. Bowls now, and this is defended on the front foot by Cracknell into the offside. So we're not quite halfway through the third day just yet. And we're not quite.
It feels like we are, doesn't it?
Yeah, we're not quite halfway through the
session.
Third innings of the match just yet. 4 down. There's time in this game, alright, isn't there? We're pondering about how long Middlesex bat for, be it bowled out or declaration, should it come to it. As this is full and clipped through mid-wicket by Cracknell. Look for a couple here. There's a deep square back, so just the single. 135 for 4. Yeah, it feels a long day because they actually, surprisingly for Worcestershire, didn't get as many in this morning. There was quite a few still to bowl after lunch, wasn't there? So that's why we've got a long way to go the afternoon. I mean, time-wise, we probably wouldn't be too far from 3:40. It's coming up 3 o'clock now, but it certainly isn't 40 minutes to tea. We've still got 19 overs until the interval. Round the wicket again comes Allison. He bowls and deploy. Ooh, had a little nibble at that. Left it alone in the end, but only just. 135 for 4. One to come the over. Bit of excitement. Everybody in the field thinking, oh, did he just get a little tickle on it? Didn't quite get the bat out of the way, but no, all is well. One slip in place for deploy. Keeper stood up. And for last time in this over, Allison turns. Short mid-wicket and short extra cover not far away as Allison bowls and deploy clips him through mid-wicket. Quick single, tumbling stopper, square leg ensures they won't get back for a second. It's 136 for 5 and the lead is 210. Deploy 36, Cracknell 21.
Yeah, good partnership this. These two have now added 53. There was a little wobble either side of lunch, but these two have restored the balance and tightened things up quite considerably. And Deploy has been the senior figure, holding it together, whilst Cracknell has been a little bit less consistent, shall we say, in terms of his method and approach, but his captain has kept him in order. Swanepoel round the wicket bowls and Deploy driving this square on the offside for a single. Fielder out on the boundary, Kashif Ali the substitute. Deploy goes to 37. Total to 137 for 4. Swanepoel over the wicket to Cracknell, driving into the covers, fielded by Libby. Extra. No run this time. Taylor 1 for 22, Allison 2 for 44, Finch none for 20, Brooks 1 for 20, and Swanepoel tidy. 17 conceded, he's bowled 8.2 overs. Comes in now and bowls, and again this is driven, this time on the offside, by Cracknell, and no run. So look at those scores elsewhere, see how they're developing. Some interesting games going on. Pretty one-sided, some of them. Northants against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire 95 runs behind with 8 wickets remaining. 102 for 2 then in their second innings, following on. Oh, this one's chipped up in the air off a bottom edge by Cracknell, fielded by D'Oliveira. Durham, Derbyshire. It's nearly over. Derbyshire 7 down in their second innings, trailing by 42 runs, so they could well get beaten by an innings there. And Glamorgan are making a good fight of it against Sussex. Massive first innings deficit, 166 for 2 though, second time around, so 200 runs behind, 8 wickets remaining. Swanepoel bowls and Cracknell drives for a single through the covers, fielded by Allison. Yorkshire, Warwickshire at Scarborough. Yorkshire are well on top, 105 for 4 in their second innings, but they lead by 311. And then Essex against Leicestershire. Essex 401. Leicestershire still trailing, but they're going to make Essex bat again. They are 29 runs behind with 5 wickets left in their second innings. And Somerset playing Notts. Somerset going nicely, 209 for 5 in their second innings. They lead. Swanepoel outside the off stump, left alone by Deploy under the over. Somerset lead Nottinghamshire by 326 runs with 5 wickets remaining, so they're liable to take that one out of sight. And Kent against Lancashire. Well, Lancashire have made a much better fight of things in the second innings. They couldn't have done much worse, to be fair. Kent have set them a total to win. The target to win was let me see, 262 and 162, 362, 425 I think to win. This one worked away on the onside from Allison by Cracknell for a single, and they are 162 for 3 in their second innings. Keaton Jennings got 16, Harry Singh 15, Josh Bannon 26, all 3 falling to Hassan Mahmood, but still a long way to go in that one, and Kent very much the favourites. So yeah, there you are, you're up to date with the games elsewhere. Here Middlesex are 139 for 4 now, so they lead by 213 runs as Ben Allison comes in round the wicket, no, over the wicket in fact, to Lewis Dubois, who plays inside the line of that and makes no contact, and it's taken by Gareth Roderick, and the score is unaffected, 139 for 4 it remains. Good partnership developing though here for Middlesex, just threatening to put the game into the realms of only a draw is possible as far as Worcestershire are concerned, as Allison bowls and turned on the leg side by Deploy and fielded by Waite behind square.
You've had a very good idea, Frank. Let's stand up and commentate for a bit. It's good to do this.
Yeah, it just changes the
get
knees,
the blood flowing again.
My knees get a bit
bit of deep vein thrombosis in the
sometimes at
commentary boxes.
Sometimes at football, where they're
Oh yeah,
really narrow.
yeah.
My knees go, and other times, and I bet you've done this, but it's really embarrassing and painful. Allison bowls and deploys forward to this, pushing on the onside. If it's football and you've got a break or it's half time, but the people on either side of you are still working, you climb over and lift your leg. And if you do that and you get cramp at my age, oh my
I've done it. I've done it.
It's dreadful, but my knees get very stiff as well. So yeah, we're on our feet in the box for a while. We'll do a couple of overs like this.
I do remember one time when I was doing a whole day on my own at Lords and I was getting tired mid-afternoon, so I had to get up and do some stretches while commentating just to try and keep myself awake.
Allison round the wicket, bowls, Deploy on the back foot, defends out into the offside. He's bowled, I keep saying it, I do think he's bowled well, Allison, for a player who's been out of the game for a long time. He's come back in this game and got 4 wickets in the first innings. He's got 2 in this innings. He's had Deploy dropped. He's kept going really well. He's got a bruised toe, and been a pretty good effort, I think. First game back. He's in again now. He bowls. Beats Deploy outside the off stump. Throws his hand skywards. Can't believe it. Roderick takes end of the over. 139 for 4.
So 16 overs to tea. We've just tipped past the halfway stage in terms of the number of overs. Oh, he's off with some brown paper bags. Where's he got? Put them in the bin.
They've just had a lovely piece of fruitcake each.
Oh, really?
Yeah, very annoying. I don't know.
From where? From the ladies' pavilion?
It looked as though it had been purchased, didn't it?
They couldn't wait for the huge tray of cakes they're going to deliver us at tea.
Yeah, it looked as though it was purchased. Brett Dolliver, who's going to have a ball?
We saw a bit of Zafar Gohar, didn't we, for Middlesex, and there was a couple that he got to go, one with a bit of bounce. But yeah, that's another factor in all of this. Spin. 50 overs bowled, 16 to tea, so 30 to the second new ball, but really you don't feel like they've got 30, maybe they have 30 overs in it. If Middlesex are going at 3 and over, that's a lead of 300, but you've really got to be wrapping it up with the new ball by that point, haven't you? Can't go too much beyond that, you'd have thought, or as you say, it's pushing the game away from Worcestershire at that point, which from a neutral perspective, we want to see a really good game. Stolavira's in, bowls, and a bit of bounce there. That was played off the splice, and look at the excitement around the bat. Bit of noise now as that's defended to cover, but off the splice and a pop off the bat.
Yeah, he did. To be fair, he pushed at it, didn't he? He didn't let it come. He lunged at it, I think. I'm going to have another look at the replay.
Oliveira bowls, and 40 goes driving this time down to long off. Offering the single to Cracknell. Interesting one. On 40 for 4, why would you have your long off back to Cracknell at this stage?
Because you want to make it take as long as possible for them to get to where they want to get to. I think it's
so
reached,
to slow the runs.
It's reached that stage now, yeah. He's come on to do something about the over rate as well, but I also think it's important.
It was up to -2, wasn't it? They've got it back down to -1 already. As his Oliveira bowls and deploy turns through mid wicket. 141 for 4.
But it's there is an extent now for me anyway. It's a bit of damage limitation now as well. I mean, I'm not saying they're out of it. I'm not saying it's impossible to come back. But you've got to try and just slow it down a little bit now in terms of the runs.
What is it? 2 points below 2.8 as this ball's pushed to the bowler on the front foot by Cracknell defensively. Middlesex are now 2.5. That's really where they think no more than 2.5 the opposition should be going at. 2.78 currently Middlesex going here as a lot of flight on this one from Oliveira. It's pushed back by Cracknell on the drive. Last wicket was 83 for 4. Faulkner LBW to Taylor for a duck. Yes, a short one for Oliveira, and was it the googly because it tucked him up? There's a bit of bounce on it, certainly. It got big on him, but I think it tucked him up more than just the bounce. Maybe it was just the bounce getting over the top of it on this occasion, Oliveira. But single it is, cut to deep cover. So Cracknell's 25 from 65 and deploys 38 from 79. 142 for 4. The lead's 216. We're just having a look back to see what that one did do from Oliveira, whether it got big. Just confirmation Ethan Brooks in the meantime from just down below us as we see that ball from Oliveira and see what troubled Cracknell with it.
No, it wasn't a googly.
Just a bit of bounce.
Bit of a drag down, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he did drag it down, but it did even still got a bit bigger on Cracknell than I think he was expecting. That was what I wondered, how he felt tucked up by it. But 142 for 4.
Brooks from the new road end bowls. Cracknell drives up to mid off. Swanepoel Fields. Keeper standing up.
There's more cake on the move, Frank.
That could be that's got your name on it. That.
Stewart heading in next door.
Yeah. Keep that excitement out of your voice. Brooks then. Brooks tidy today, 1 for 20 so far in his 8th bowls and holds his head in his hands as Cracknell plays a perfectly solid forward defensive out of the middle of the bat. Straight back past him. Oliveira's gone to the boundary now and is in conversation with his head coach about what they're going to do about this. Have we reached the point where we just basically want to make them work very, very hard for every run and take as much time out of the game as we can, dot ball from Brooks, and therefore mean that we have to bat for as little as possible. Does Brett Oliveira say that? As short a time as possible? Or do we keep trying to take wickets?
It's more a must not lose for Worcestershire, isn't it? Whereas for Middlesex, a bit of a must win.
Well, I don't know whether it's a must not lose or it's a must win. They're all must not lose to some extent, aren't they? I think nobody likes to lose. You'd much rather draw than lose. Partly because you've still got this system where there's too many points for a draw, really.
Yeah, well, you're saying about dangling the carrot. I don't think Middlesex can afford to lose 2 games to Worcestershire this season and hope to be promoted.
Here's Brooks again. He's in and bowls, and turned on the leg side by Cracknell for a single. They are looking a little bit more urgent, certainly between the wickets in the last few overs, and I think maybe they've decided that they've got to crack on a little bit. 46 overs left in the day. Let's say you fancied having a ball for 10 of those, so 2 between innings. That means you've got 34 more to bat. Well, 34 more overs to bat. No reason why you can't get another 80, certainly, and that would take it up to close to 300, wouldn't it? Brooks round the wicket, bowls, and deploy. The man who will know the answer to all these questions plays that back up the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. End of the over, 145 for 4, and that means that the lead is 219. So yeah, a lead of over 300 I think is going to be very, very, very tough on this pitch.
I think the other thing about upping the tempo at the moment is, for Middlesex, there's no point digging in for 28 overs here and waiting for the second new ball and getting bowled out. They've got to get the runs on the board to win the match. So at some point, Deploy, who it appeared as though he was calming Cracknell down at the beginning, at some point they will want to get this run rate up and over 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here's D'Oliveira to Cracknell on 28. It's short and it's cut past cover, fine of the fielder. There was a cry of catch as Libby diving towards it, but I don't think it was ever really on. Sweeper holds them to a single. Around the wicket again, D'Oliveira bowls and deploys forward, driving down too long on a single taken. 147 for 4. But yeah, so this is the time in any given game, any given innings, this is the time when you score runs, isn't it? Unless you're batting to save the game, and 1 and over, thank you very much, no problem. But overs 50 to 80, this is when you fancy, right, okay, bowlers are a bit tired, so's the ball, it's time to score runs. As Cracknell forward, drives back to D'Oliveira, no run. But yeah, lead looking pretty good at 221 now, as Cracknell goes to sweep D'Oliveira. Looked leg side from here, but nothing doing from the umpire. We'll get a little look at it ourselves in a moment. Down comes Deploy again. The coaching clinic continues. I doubt it's coaching, it's just
reminding.
Yeah. Deep square back, deep mid wicket. D'Oliveira, the leg spinner bowls. This is driven to mid on, no run. Wait there, wait there.
Next one.
We're watching on a delay on the stream to see the LBW appeal off the sweep first. This ball from D'Oliveira though, and was that a low full toss? I think it was, and it's driven down the ground for 4. We'll see the it was leg side, wasn't it? The LBW. The drive down the ground though, it brings Middlesex their 151 for 4. It takes the lead to 225. It was the end of the over, so Cracknell 33, but Deploy will have strike on 39, and a good partnership here worth, 68 now? 68 it is. Drinks run out for the batters. Umpires having a natter, and I'm sure the brains trust of Worcestershire as well will be working out how they're going to break this partnership. And well, from a Worcestershire perspective, you can't help but hark back to that missed chance at slip of Deploy, as sharp and as difficult a chance as it was. But again, as we said, if the keeper was stood back, then maybe Deploy would have been down the track and wouldn't have edged it. So you can't really grumble too much, certainly at slip, nor the keeper for not being stood back.
Yeah, that the appeal against the sweep, it did look leg sidey, but if it turned a little bit, it hit him in front of leg, you could say maybe they were hoping it was carrying on, but I don't think there's much turn out there. I don't think D'Oliveira's got much to turn, apart from maybe that one that he really dragged down, and I It was a sustained appeal from Roderick particularly, but they didn't look too disappointed, did they, by the umpire's response? They've been good, the umpires, in this game, I think. That's my opinion. Anyway, there have been a couple that we've said we thought were kind of umpire's call, and everyone we've looked at quite closely, and I think we think they've got most things pretty well correct for both teams. Left-handed deploy on strike as Brooks comes round the wicket to him. Bowls down the leg side. Off the hip, perhaps. Gone very fine. They've gone through for 2. I think it's going to be leg byes. Indeed it is. So, a little bit loose from Brooks in terms of line. 2 more runs added as the game drifts away from Worcestershire a little bit, and Middlesex tighten their grip on it. They've still got to bowl Worcestershire out again, of course, and Deploy is the man who's got to make the decision about when they try and do that, as he's forward to this one from Brooks and pushes it out on the offside, and there's no run. 153 for 4. Brooks again, round the wicket, driven by Deploy. Just hearing that there might be a possible substitute issue happening out there with Finch off the field.
Oh, who could it be?
Could be Darley, who's on the field, or is in the squad, and is a seam bowler, a right arm seam bowler. Much different in terms of pace and stature. Brooks round the wicket, bowls, left alone, taken by Roderick. I didn't notice that. I mean, Finch bowled two over spells. Didn't see him particularly. I did see him reach down for his left hamstring on one occasion after one delivery, so whether that's an issue or not, I don't know, but I'll try and get it confirmed as soon as possible. Brooks round the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Deploy drives square on the offside for 4 behind square, beautifully timed, slightly over pitched, and he's turning himself at the moment anyway into undoubtedly the batsman of the match here. Lewis Deploy, 85 in the first innings, heading towards another 50 here, dropped on 26. But high class performer, elegant player, and capable of playing innings at different tempos. I've seen it many times in his Derbyshire days. Brooks bowls, turns it on the leg side for a single. He can be explosive in T20 cricket, in white ball cricket, but he can play innings such as he's played in both first and second innings here that have been measured and watchful, and the absolute cornerstone of both Middlesex's first and second innings is here. He's on 46 now, 160 for 4, and we have 12 overs remaining till tea, and the lead is 234.
D'Oliveira, his 3rd over. Oh, what's up with the umpire and Deploy? What's going on now? Stop him for a chat, these two. Other umpires coming to have a look at them as well. Long discussion here. Is this the...
This could be the
replacement?
It could be.
Yeah.
Apparently Alan Richardson is in with the match referee.
Oh, I just saw Richardson walk up the stairs there a moment ago. That's where the match ref is it? Who is the match ref for this? Is it Dean Kosker?
No, it is.
I just see Dean Kosker. I never saw him the other day.
It is Dean Kosker.
Oh, it is Dean, yeah. You get confused. It's like, did I see him the other day or did I see him today? The flurry of games. Well, you'd imagine that's what it is. Cracknell's out. There's lots of talk out there. Cracknell's having a chat at the non-strikers end, and it's not just chat about the weather, is it? So it's about the replacement. Where's Mel Farrell when you need her? Coming off a long run up about the replacement.
Well, it's not. It's still it's a flawed system in my opinion at the moment. Anyway, as D'Oliveira is in.
He's around the wicket, bowls, and deploy turns to square leg, no run. So tell us about Mr. Is it Darby or Dalby?
Darley.
Darley.
Yeah, I'll tell you about him in a minute. Just saying that it's confirmed. I think it is a hamstring.
Oh,
for Finch.
Around the wicket comes.
So Harry Darley, okay.
D'Oliveira, single turned out to deep square by deploy, moves to 47.
I don't think it's not one of those where Middlesex will have said, well, we're not having that more experience or anything like this. He's very, very inexperienced player. He has played.
Bowls. This wraps Cracknell on the pad. Now that looked as though it had a chance. It was a forward defence, beat the inside edge, so it was far from the sweep down the leg side from the previous over. We'll see in a moment.
Harry Darley, you ready? First class, one match.
Ooh. Here's D'Oliveira, bowls, and Cracknell's forward defending, no run.
Which was earlier this season, here against Durham, I think. Might have been Kent. No, Durham, I think. And he
D'Oliveira bowls. This is driven out to long off for a single by Cracknell.
They only batted once.
34 for him.
No, they batted twice. He bowled 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 58 in the first innings. 5 overs, no maidens, none for 38 in the second. It's very raw. He's played 1 first class game, as I say, 7 list A and 4 T20s.
Here comes D'Oliveira to deploy. Turns it backward, square on the leg side for a single.
Product of the academy. Born in Shrewsbury. And as I say, relatively inexperienced. 21 years old. And that's him coming onto the field.
Yes. So who's going off then? Number 23, far end.
Finch has gone off.
No, sorry. There was already a subfielder on, wasn't there?
That's
So
Kashif, yeah.
Kashif.
Yeah.
So Finch is replaced. Or maybe he was bowling with a little. Cause he wasn't impressive today, was he, Finch? So maybe he was bowling within himself. Maybe he was bowling with a niggle.
Yeah,
they've decided.
As I say, I heard him reach down. Saw him reach down and feel his left hamstring at one point, and I thought I'll keep an eye on it. He carried on bowling, but obviously that's the niggle. And when you are, to be fair to Finch, got four in the first innings. Remember, as Brooks starts a new over around the wicket. He is explosive, isn't he? So you can't. If you got a niggle, you're going to feel it.
Yeah.
I think when you're bursting through the crease, pushed out on the offside, the first ball of this over from Brooks by Lewis Deploy, who is 48 off 91, 163 for 4. Yeah, different Brooks completely.
The stream's gone to the Brooks supporters, stand as Brooks bowls. Well done.
Round the wicket bowls Brooks and turned away on the onside. You'd be more likely to see a Brooks supporter stand relevant to this Brooks family at Edgbaston than you might hear. I think.
Yeah.
3 boys through the system.
Brooks and Brooks.
Through the system at Edgbaston. Ben, who then went on to the Lord's ground staff before seeking alternative employment, left arm bowler, and that one left alone outside the off stump. Henry, who of course you know, and Ethan, the youngest of the 3, who is probably at the moment enjoying the best career. It's stalled a bit for Henry, hasn't it, with a few injuries and loan and whatever else. Ethan Brooks round the wicket bowls, and Deploy is pushing this out on the offside. Darley's loosening up a mid wicket. I'm going to face the possibility that he might bowl very shortly. What a weird situation for him and for everybody else. For a player who's not been he's been around, but he's not been involved in the game for 2.5 days, and suddenly finds himself bowling at a fairly important time. It's very strange. Brooks bowls and deploys forward, drops it down in the crease.
No, he's beaten.
No, beaten.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon. He's played it. I looked down. He's beaten outside the off stump. Roderick got the ball in his gloves. Yeah, and he could find himself bowling very shortly, I think.
I like the regulation. It's got things to work on it, but one of the things that has been said is once the first innings are complete, there can be no changes. That's been a suggestion.
Big shout from Brooks. Big shout from Brooks. Shanmugam, the umpire, is not impressed, but that was look at Brooks. Goodness me.
Deploy's hurting. Is he saying it was high?
Really fancied that, did Brooks. I mean, I've not seen it. He's taken his cap from the umpire.
What's happened to Deploy? He's in a lot of pain.
Yeah, well, it's the second time he's been hitting there, isn't it?
But he's suggesting he's hitting the chest with this one. Did the ball deflect up?
Don't know. We'll have a look now, because it will be the next one.
He's rubbing his
feed here, but he really fancied that, didn't he? Really did. It's going to be D'Oliveira to continue. So Dolly isn't going to bowl yet. Just having a look at that one now. So maiden, that for Brooks. Good maiden.
Here's D'Oliveira bowls, and this is pushed back down the track, and there's no run. So it did hit him on the pad, but it reflected straight up into the chest, and that's what hurt him. I don't think I've seen that before. But let's have a look and see the lines of it. As this is that an edge short of slip? That can't have been off the bat.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
But it looped.
Yeah, it was off the bat.
Cracknell goes to prod away at the surface. We're still looking back on the deploy LBW, which we'll have a look at just a moment as this is pushed away for a single out to deep cover. Right, here we go. So have a look at the LBW. So he's batting on middle. Oh, goodness me. That was close, isn't it? Unless there was bat involved, that was very, very close, unless there was an inside edge. But yeah, it struck him on the front pad and deflected straight from the front pad up and into his chest. This is full and driven down the ground by D'Oliveira, by deploy off D'Oliveira for a single. The next one will be to have a look at the Cracknell edge, which fell short of slip. We'll see that one in a moment because D'Oliveira is bowling out in front of us now, which he does, and Cracknell a little tucked up by us. He rocks back and chops into the offside. Right, here's the, or is it the drop? Not the drop, the edge that fell short. What do we think it was? It was the second ball of the over, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
Let's have a look now. So here's D'Oliveira bowls a single driven spin on. Note, they've rejected it. Dot to finish the over. 164 for 4. 165 for 4 even. And here we go. Let's have a look at the edge. He's batting middle with a very open stance. And oh no, it must have been off the keeper's glove.
Gloves, yeah.
Unless it was edge to the keeper's gloves.
Probably, I don't know. Well, there was a fuss out there, but not as much of a fuss as there was when Brooks had that LBW appeal turned down, and I could see why. It really did look close, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh, they've come for the cake orders. I'll have chocolate, please. Replacement?
Yeah, side injury.
Side injury for Finch.
Not hamstring then.
As forward goes deploy. Sorry, this is your over.
Yeah.
Your first injury replacement. There you go. First time for Worcestershire.
Ethan Brooks then, new over. Feeling strongly, I think, that he had deploy LBW in that previous over. We've been very sympathetic to the umpires, and we will be continuing to be sympathetic to the umpires. But it looked.
Should we be delivered cake for tea?
Very good shout. Brooks round the wicket bowls, deploy forward, plays this out on the onside. 49 to Lewis deploy, dropped on 26 off Brooks. LBW shout in the last over by Brooks. Very, 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 very close. 165 for 4 the total. Brooks bowls, deploy leaves, Roderick takes. 8 overs left after this before tea, so we're going to be about 4 o'clock if D'Oliveira keeps bowling. Can live with that. Long time since that wicket of Caleb Faulkner just after lunch, and these two have snuffed out any particular excitement and hope that might have given Worcestershire. Brooks round the wicket, left alone by deploy, taken by Roderick. So these two have added 82 for this 5th wicket. Cracknell, not without the odd scare, has made 35. Deploy, not without the odd scare, has made 49. And is 1 run away from his second 50 of the game, which is a good effort, I think, on this pitch. Oh, and he's beaten again by Brooks. I tell you what, it's a cracking little spell this from a 5th seamer, isn't it? 10.5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 30, and it could easily have been 2 or 3 wickets in that. Finch has been subbed twice against Middlesex now, because he was subbed at Lord's, wasn't he? So it can't be the first time. Brooks bowls again, deploy steers out on the offside, and there's no run, end of the over. 165 for 4. Wasn't he subbed at Lord's?
I don't remember, I must admit.
I'll check.
I don't remember, because I seem to remember the Durham one being a lot of it's like, oh look, I seem to remember the Durham one being the first time that I had seen it happen, and that came after the visit of Worcestershire. But I could be wrong. There's a bit of flight from D'Oliveira. This is cut to deep cover. 166 for 4. Deploy 49, Cracknell 36. Around the wicket again comes D'Oliveira. Bowls and deploy turns through mid wicket, no run, Libby Fields.
No, I think he didn't play, did he, Finch?
I don't remember it happening at Lord's. I don't remember Finch at Lord's.
No, he did play.
He did?
Yeah, he did play, so I think...
I mean, I remember him well at Lord's, but I don't remember the replacement. Here's D'Oliveira. Play the stand that carries his family name. He bowls to deploy, dabbing into the onside. No run. 166 for 4 it remains.
Yeah, he was replaced by Gibbon. He was, yeah. So it is the second time he's replaced by Gibbon, I remember.
Round the wicket again comes D'Oliveira, down the track comes Deploy and drives a single to long on, and that is Deploy's 50 from 106 deliveries. 167 for 4. The lead is creeping towards 250. I think that was 5 fours, but confirm for you in a moment. D'Oliveira balls and a little tickle through square leg by Cracknell on to 37. 168 for 4. The battle for promotion from Division 2 hots up on a cooler day at New Road as D'Oliveira bowls short, wrapping Deploy on the pads. He was onto the length very quickly, opened up fully to it and looked to slam it pretty much down our throats, Frank. So it's something we said, but it wrapped him on the pad. Only the bowler was interested. It was indeed 5 falls for Deploy's 50. 168.
2 50s on the trot then for Deploy on a tricky pitch. Oh, that's a good effort, I think. He's had a bit of luck this time, but a really good effort. And Cracknell albeit he's needed a bit of backup from his skipper, but he's lent him good support in this partnership, and they've taken this game right away from Worcestershire. And we're going to see Ethan Brooks carrying on.
Yeah, barring something brilliant with the ball now, they're surely going to be chasing something around 3:30.
Brooks in, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 30, balls to Cracknell, who watches this and pushes it out on the offside. 168 for 4 then. Bowlers being the big men being rested now. Allison, Taylor, Swanepoel. Taylor 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 22, really tidy. Allison 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 45. Brooks bowls, big shout for LBW against Cracknell. Shanmugam not impressed. Swanepoel 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 18. Very tidy. Finch we won't see again, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20. D'Oliveira 5 overs for 17. Brooks 1 for 31. 1 for 30 at the moment, and he's in his 12th, and he's done a pretty good job, I think. Ethan Brooks, sort of pitch he will do a good job on. He's not sort of bowler that you'd probably want to bowl too much on a flat one. This one bounces a bit and is dabbed out on the offside. Got Henry Cullen excited at slip.
Yeah, jumping up and down. So again, there's that bounce on this surface. There's the LBW. Was he outside the line of off, Frank? I just caught it out of the corner of my eye.
Don't know. No, didn't. Sorry, wasn't looking.
Who have you spotted?
Nobody. Just want to attract Sam's attention if I can.
Give it a proper knock. There's Cracknell pushing back to mid wicket, and there's no run. 168 for 4. Have you told them it'll cost them cake?
I don't know whether they knew or not.
In comes the bowler again. This is played into the offside. There's no run. I've pinched your delivery.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Which one do we think was the one that got big on Cracknell? Oh, there it is. Right. Let's have a look at that one in between deliveries here. It's on or around off stump, and
yeah, not too disastrous, was it?
Once did it come off? Leading edge? Or did it pop back out of the keeper's gloves?
Yeah, I'm solidly forward to that one. I don't know, let's have another look, shall we? D'Oliveira dived forward, didn't he?
Sometimes you're going to have to zoom in on these, aren't you? I won't zoom in on this particular occasion, sadly. Oh, where's the replay? I thought the replay was going to come up.
Last ball nipped back in by Brooks. He's just got it to wobble around a bit. Here we go. Oh, I didn't see.
No, hard to tell.
Henry Cullen's reaction at slip was quite telling, wasn't it?
Well, Cullen and Co could be hopping when they've got the bat in hand if there's bounce like that tomorrow as forward goes to ploy, pushing back up the track. It's one of those, isn't it, where you're really hoping the ball does something, but then you think, oh, hold on a minute, we've still got a bat on this as well. They need to break this partnership. Healthy position Middlesex find themselves in as down the track comes deployed to D'Oliveira and ushers a single down to long on.
We've clarified it, yeah. It was a concussion sub, wasn't it, at Lord's?
Ah.
That's what it was. So this is the first injury substitution. Sam Rhymes, the Worcestershire comms staff, has just told me, and that's absolutely right. It was a concussion sub, wasn't it? Darley's on, but he hasn't bowled yet.
D'Oliveira bowls. This is defended into the onside by Cracknell.
I'm going to paint an imaginary scenario now. Tomorrow, last session, Worcestershire 9 down.
I was just about to ask
lose
this.
their 9th wicket. Darley comes in.
I was just about to ask this. Is his
and has to face
Oliveira. It's pushed to cover. There's no run.
Has to face 20 deliveries.
Oh, cake
to save the game.
Cake. Well done, brownies.
And I can reveal
this is swept by Cracknell. It's fine of deep square on 70 for 4.
That against Durham, Darley in the Worcestershire first innings shared a partnership of 57 for the last wicket with his housemate and fellow rookie pace bowler Jack Home, and he faced
so Finch is the better bowler.
Deliveries.
Finch is the better bowler. Who's the better batter?
Oh, Finch is the better batter.
Is he?
Yeah, Darley stuck around for a heck of a long time, but he doesn't have many shots.
Oliveira to deploy. This is clipped to deep square for a single. Whoa, coming back for the second. Cracknell's got to be fast. Well, D'Oliveira met the throw in front of the stumps, and I think D'Oliveira has just apologised to his mate on the ropes, Allison. I think Allison was pretty much saying, how are you not back at your stumps and whipping the bails off there? There was a dive from Cracknell. There's kind of an exclamation from Allison out there as to say, wake up, lads. The skipper did seem to throw up his hand to apologise. He wasn't in position to receive the throw, and he took it in front of the stumps then and almost had to just throw it wristily back towards the stumps. He missed. Whether he would have been home anyway.
We are now going to see Darley.
Here we go. Give him the big build-up.
As the replacement for Finch. But yeah, as I say, I mean, he batted really well in that partnership, but it was purely blocking, really, for about 2 hours, and he did a great job. It was to no avail. They lost the game, but he's not the tallest. Kind of runs through the crease a little bit. That sort of delivery, if you know what I mean. Not a great delivery leap. You'll see what I mean now as he comes in and bowls, and his first ball is pushed out square on the offside. Big moment though for him, and his second ever appearance in the championship game.
If you're going to say it was a high jump or a long jump, it's a long jump, isn't it? But he doesn't get much elevation.
Doesn't get any elevation.
It's like a skip.
No. Yeah, he just kind of runs through. A bit Dean Headley-ish.
Oh yeah.
.172 for 4 then. Deploy on 53. Cracknell on 38. Harry Darley, the injury replacement, in again from the New Road End. Bowls, and Cracknell is pushing out on the offside. He's played a fair bit of second 2 cricket. They might have played against each other, I guess, him and Cracknell at some point.
Energetic, isn't he?
Yeah.
Sprints in.
Some would argue you don't need to run up that far when you bowl like this, but I think it's all about rhythm, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. You get run-ups about the feeling of it. I mean, he's got a fair old sprint. He's quick, isn't he?
He's in again now, and he bowls short and pulled away by Cracknell. That's a gimme. Absolute long up, dragged down, pulled away for 4, down to the chestnut tree. The one remaining chestnut tree by the Hospitality Marquee, which is not in use today. It was very busy yesterday, and the total goes up to 176 for 4. Cracknell has 42 now.
Overexcited on that one, wasn't he?
Yeah,
running in fast, drops on in short.
I think it's hard to come in. He hasn't had the warm.
Although they do have a deep square back and long leg.
He hasn't had the warm-ups, etc. this morning that everybody else has had. It's not quite the same, is it? And he comes now and bowls, and that's short again and slapped away again for 4 more. Absolute.
He's got to pitch it up here, hasn't he?
Absolute gift for Cracknell. He was just exactly what he wanted. He's gone to 46.
There might be looseners, but there might also be over-exuberance.
Yeah, I don't think he's. I mean, don't get me wrong. He's not. We're not talking about a complete novice here. This is somebody who's been a pro for a couple of years, and he played in that championship game against Durham and did pretty well. But I just think it's tricky coming in mid-innings, really. You're expecting to put your feet up for most of the day and suddenly you're out there bowling. And he might have got himself a wicket here. He has got himself a wicket here. Cracknell's fallen over that. He's livid with himself. And Harry Darley, having bowled 2 long hops, is getting the high fives all round because he's broken the partnership. And Ethan Brooks, who probably thinks, what have I got to do to get an LBW? Probably can't believe it. Still looking at the replays on the live stream in our box, which is a bit behind of the previous one. And you've got Darley trudging back to his mark. Well, I tell you what, things have changed a little bit. It was a 97-run partnership for that 5th wicket.
I reckon that kept a fraction low on Cracknell. There's a chance.
Really livid with himself.
There's a chance he was outside the line of off, but I think it would have been umpire's
back
call.
Leg, I don't think he was, you know.
You think it was back leg?
Yeah, I think having watched it here, I think it was back leg.
Oops.
I think it's hit his right leg, I think.
Yeah, he's reckon it certainly kept a fraction low.
I think that looks alright to me. But, anyway, Cracknell has gone. Partnership is ended. Darley's got the wicket. Funny old game. And he nearly reached the half century, but he's gone for 46. And it's 180 for 5. But only 2 out in the afternoon session, and we were talking about a 4-wicket morning, really, weren't we? So that gives you an idea of
they're behind, aren't they? Just before it hits, you can see a little bit of off stump there, can't you?
Yeah.
Just behind the pad, just before it hits. And then I'm not going to be able to rock and roll this, I don't think.
I reckon it's just in line with off, don't you?
Yeah, like I said, I don't think it's a clanger. If you went upstairs again, it's close enough to say, look, umpire's call. If they'd have gone upstairs, it was probably hitting in line on umpire's call, and umpire's call is out. So Ethan Bosch plays defensively off the back foot, pushes back up the track, and that is the end of Darley's first over of the match, which 2 long hops followed by a well-directed blow the front pad off, or blow the back pad off, whichever it hit. LBW, and Middlesex are 5 down. They're halfway there. 180 for 5, but a lead of 254. Not many runs to play with, but 18 overs to a second new ball. And say, even if Middlesex get through those 18 overs and all of a sudden, bang, there goes to deploy, and all of a sudden, bang, bang, as they say in the fields, there go a couple of the tail enders to the new ball. Somewhere around 300. Ideally love to restrict them to below it, but they'll do well unless they can pick up deploy. He's on 53 from 110, but a fine partnership with Cracknell, who finished on 46, just missing out on his 50. There's a bit of flight on this to Ploy, who stutters slightly in a thought of an advance, then he turns defensively to mid-wicket. Oliver again. Bowls, and forward goes Cracknell, pushing to mid-wicket, no run. There he goes in leg spinner, bowls, dabbed by deploy to square leg, dot ball again. So what have we got? 3.5 overs to tee. So that's pretty much the job for deploy here, isn't it? Just get to tee and come back out and start all over again. Probably bat for something around an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and a half after tea. As deploy turns towards square leg and there is no run. Although maybe Middlesex will say, actually, we'll do it in 2.5 sessions tomorrow. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. Bowlers out. Bowlers out.
Exactly. I don't think that the Middlesex will be there that long anyway, as his Dollivier round the wicket, bowls and deploy, clips him beautifully. Oh, has that found the gap? It has. There's a long off, a deep mid wicket, There's a short, straight extra cover. There's a straightish cover as well, and he's knitted it through them all. Oh, lovely placement that. And it only just beat them all to the ropes as well, didn't it? Kept them interested all the way. So, really, a yard or so either side, and it probably wasn't a boundary. And indeed, he had to get it through the infield as well as D'Oliveira bowls. Oh, that kept low on him. On the back foot, he traps the bat down. Keeps the ball out. .184 for 5. A great difficulty with my device today, Frank. Stop it. Smell's gone.
You've gone replay heavy today, Kevin. Your commentary.
I just enjoy it. It's fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's great having that.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes it's a way of, if there's a lot happening out there that you can't really, we're not in line either, are we? So it's a lot happening out there. It's a good way of enhancing the commentary, I think, sometimes. Darley over the wicket into the right-handed Bosch. Turns him round.
Do you know what I have just spotted, Frank? On the replay, we've let it play through enough. Cracknell suggesting he hit it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, look at his reaction. He says no, and then watch when he walks off here, he picks up his bat and has a tap of it. Just there. He's saying he hits it.
In trouble with the match referee.
You will, yeah.
I think. Darley again turns. Bowls and Bosch is edging it into the gully. Diving attempt by Latigan. Not sure it was in the air. Not sure. Good stop, I think, is the verdict, as Brooks congratulates Latigan.
He got a horrible one like that at Lord's, where it was a clear inside edge. It wasn't so clear to us here. Who's that down below us? A couple of his mates, is it, down below? Just wandered in.
Yeah, could be, yeah.
Yeah, he got a massive inside edge on one at Lord's earlier this season, Cracknell.
Oh, Darley's beaten him with a beauty outside the off stump.
He's gone
away.
He's got a bit of energy about him, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Amazing what a wicket does.
I think it might have been a catch to Latigan, I'm not sure. He's played a lot of second-team cricket. He's got quite a few wickets, Darley. That was a good one, wasn't it? Right past the edge. In again now. Bowls and Bosch is hammering this one off the back foot, but straight to the fielder.
What a difference a wicket makes. All of a sudden, Worcestershire probably fancy another couple of overs here before tea, wouldn't they? Well, they've got a couple of overs, but a couple of overs more. They've got a young lad running in full of steam.
That one that went past the outside edge was an absolute trimmer. The proper leg cutter. Bounced as well. Really good delivery. It was right up there with anything we've seen.
Oh, it's gone through him
again. Between
slip and keeper.
Is he standing too wide?
Oh dear.
What did I say this morning?
Oh dear.
1 for 4, down to third man.
But that looked like keeper's catch, didn't it?
That's the one he's hammered.
Well,
Darley's making things happen out there.
I know. There it is.
Here we go.
Oh, we're on the same delivery now, haven't we? We've got it either way.
Yeah,
oh,
well,
it's keeper's
too
catch.
Wide. Slips too wide, but it was the keeper's catch. Yeah, he's missed out there. Should have been out. He's in again. Bowls driven this time for 4. That's harsh on Darley. He should have had Bosch in that over quite comfortably.
How many times?
Well, certainly once.
No,
if not
I'm being mischievous.
Yeah, no, but certainly once, if not twice. And as it is, he is driven to the boundary off the last ball, having been edged to the boundary off the ball before, and it's 2 overs, 1 for 16 for him. And we are 2 away from tea. I'm going to see what other people thought the one to Gully carried.
Yeah, I don't think they've quite got it on the replay, have they? Side on, maybe on the replay had it, but... 192 for 5. And 57 deploys around the wicket. Comes a change of bowling. Libby bowls to deploy. Have an over before tea, replacing the skipper with his leg spin. So Libby will toss a few up. Now, deploy charges down, having taken that single first ball, to say to Bosch, push it back, please, Ethan.
Don't call it off spin.
Slow right arm.
Yeah.
Here he comes, Libby.
Have I told you about his umpiring?
Slip in place.
Libby, seriously.
Steps in now, he bowls, and hit on the splice as a front foot defence from Bosch. Go on.
He's working on his umpiring. He's getting on very well. He's actually up to Premier League now.
How old is he? Please tell me.
34.
I was just about to say, please tell me he's not 36. That'll really make me feel old. As down the track comes Bosch to Libby. Didn't quite get to the pitch. He defends it to mid wicket, and here goes deploy again.
33.
Coaching him from the non-striker's end to settle down. Libby in bowls and Bosch defends.
And yeah, he's taken it up pretty seriously the last couple of years and done a couple of Premier League games when Worcestershire haven't been playing on Saturday recently. You can see him as an umpire, can't you?
Forward goes the right-handed driving just wide of mid-off. Bosch, he moves to 9. 194 for 5. 1 to come of the over, and then 1 to tea. 1 to brownies. They look good, though. So there's a cherry on top as well, a strawberry on top. As this ball short from Libby to deploy, who actually looked to give that a bit through the covers. Picked out the cover fielder on the bounce. End of the over, 194 for 5, and it's back to Darley versus Bosch.
Yep. I think he's done alright, though. I mean, but notwithstanding those 2 proper long hops in the first over when he was just settling down, but got the wicket, and the half volley at the end of the last over. So 12 of the 16 off him have come from 3 deliveries. The other 4 edged through the slips and should have been caught, we think, by the wicket keeper, and beat the bat a couple of times as well. Last over before tea, here he comes. Bowls, and again Bosch is slightly discomforted. It's kind of turned round, kind of leading edge up to extra cover.
It's quite surreal, the impact that Darley's made here.
I'm not even going to grace that on response.
In as a replacement, picks up a wicket, nearly picked up 2.
Quite surreal, it is.
You got a little chuckle from me in the end.
He's beaten him again outside the offside. Yeah, there's a chuckle out of
despair
at your persistence. Yeah. Doesn't really fit with the current artistic trends in the Worcestershire camp. If you've seen the
stained glass,
and the sort of we're talking much more a sort of Picasso than Darley.
Salvador.
Yeah. And he comes, Harry Darley. Wearing 41, he's in, he bowls and bounces quite sharply on the tall Bosch, who just drops it down on the onside.
We often lament the lack of nicknames in cricket now, don't we? In the old days they used to be fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a few in the Worcestershire team. Waite is nicknamed Pingu.
Go on.
Because he walks like a penguin. You watch him at...
You might have told me this at Lord's, actually.
Mid-on. No, I wasn't there, was I?
It might have been Brad who told me them.
You watch him walking in. Why are you called Pingu? Darley bowls and Bosch is forward. Why do you call him Pingu? Because he walks like a penguin. There aren't that many others, I don't think. Ethan Brooks, I don't know whether I should say. He did at one stage. They called him ugly because he thought he was the opposite.
Who was that?
Ethan Brooks. Sorry, if you're listening, Mr. and Mrs. Brooks.
They called him it because he thought he was the opposite.
Yeah. Darley in bowls, and that's beaten again. What a good little spell this has been from Harry Darley. If you take those two short ones out, he's got a wicket and one that should have been caught, and he's gone past the bat about 4 times. I don't know of many others. I'm sure there are.
The last
but
good
there
one.
used to be some great ones in there, and in football.
Yeah, exactly. The last good one I can remember for Middlesex was the estate agent, Dan Housego.
Yeah.
Did he come to Worcestershire for a little while, Housego? No,
I don't think so. Not when I was here. Although I was away for a few years. Darley bowls. That one's wide outside the off stump. That is tee. 194 for 5 at tee then on day 3 with Leas Deploy unbeaten on 58. He's been there. He got 48 in the afternoon session. He was put down on 26, and he reached his second 50 of the game. It's a very, very good effort. Ethan Bosch is 9 not out. We've had 66 overs, and the lead is 268, which is highly significant and highly challenging from Worcestershire. Whatever happens, been very much Middlesex's day. They've worked really hard, lost 3 wickets in the morning but only 2 in that afternoon session, and Worcestershire kept going pretty well, particularly Taylor 14 overs 3 maidens 1 for 22, Allison 16 overs 3 maidens 2 for 45. Harry Darley has picked up a wicket bowling as a substitute for Adam Finch, who has a side injury. Both Swanepoel 9 overs 2 maidens no wicket for 18. Ethan Brooks bowled pretty well, 12 overs 5 maidens 1 for 30, and could have had more. D'Oliveira 7 overs for 25. Darley though 3 overs 1 maiden 1 for 16, and just the 1 over from Jake Levy. It is tea here at New Road. It's 4 o'clock. We'll be back at 4:20 with further coverage. Until then, thank you very much for being with us, and we hope you've enjoyed our coverage. This is Frank Watson saying goodbye for now. Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road. Play about to get underway. Evening session, day 3. Worcestershire against Middlesex, and Middlesex in control. Leading by 268 runs with 5 wickets remaining in their second innings. Lewis Deploy, the captain, unbeaten on 58. Ethan Bosch unbeaten on 9, and Brett D'Oliveira to bowl from the Diglis end of the ground. The 67th over of this innings. D'Oliveira has already bowled 7 overs for 25, and no wickets, no maidens either, but not bowled too badly. Comes on now and bowls to Deploy, who is turning this one on the leg side to square leg where Tom Taylor is the fielder. Harry Darley on the field for Worcestershire as a replacement, a substitute, proper substitute, so he can bowl for Adam Finch, who has a side injury. This one is turned away on the leg side by Deploy. No run again. D'Oliveira bowls again, and Deploy is again turning it on the leg side. This time he does get a run because he's found Ben Allison, who is fielding on the deep mid-wicket boundary. He just walks in and underarms it back in. It's all quite low-key at the moment out there now. But Worcestershire, if they could get another couple of wickets, could just induce a bit of a collapse maybe, it might still believe that they can end up chasing something that is chaseable. D'Oliveira bowls, Bosch is forward turning on the onside, but I have to say that if that lead gets to 300 or so on this pitch, you would imagine that it will be very much Middlesex who are in the driving seat. D'Oliveira bowls and Bosch goes back and drives out into the covers, picks up a single. Libby does the fielding. Nice idea from Libby, who was sliding before the ball arrived with a view to picking it up and throwing from a prone position, and he got everything right except for the fact that he didn't pick it up, and so they got through for the single. 196 for 5. D'Oliveira around the wicket again, bowls, and that one Deploy just drops down on the onside. That is the end of the first over. After tea, we have 31 left in the day. 196 for 5 it remains.
Oh, Mr. Miyagi's at it. he's got him. Frank's after a fly.
Got him.
No flies on you, Frank.
No, nor on you now.
Yeah, for all the grief I've got over this surrealist Darley business,
it wasn't that bad. I actually admit it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, you nicked it in the dressing room. It's our dressing room, isn't it?
I explained it.
No, you said he should have a nickname, and it should be Salvador.
Well, that's a good nickname. Yeah,
it is a good nickname. Yeah. Here he comes, Salvador. Down below us, Darley is into his 4th over. Right arm over, he bowls to Bosch, and this is for an inside edge.
Before, surely he must have been called that before in his life. I would have thought.
On 97 for 5. Yeah, you'd have thought so. You'd have hoped so.
Has to have been, doesn't he? Although I don't know. I mean, he'd
his mum and
knocking around with a reasonably intellectual bunch of.
His mum and dad must be tuned in right now, mustn't they? His family, of course they will be. They'll sweep
here.
you.
They'll be here. I would have thought they'll be here, or in the car on the way, maybe. Now they've heard he's bowling. You would, wouldn't you? Get down there.
Darley round the wicket to Deploy, slip, deep cover, deep square and long leg, and round wicket he comes to the Middlesex captain on 59. The lead for Middlesex is 270 as this is punched back up the track, and there is no run.
Get, wouldn't it, if he got
oh, not bad. Not bad at all. Down the track comes Bosch to have a chat with Deploy. Have you got an update to do? Is that your
no
team
updates? No updates.
Darley's around the wicket, balls, and this is dabbed into the onside. Quick single, just fine mid wicket.
I'll have a few tomorrow as the game reaches its conclusion. It's going to be, well, somebody just said to me in the press box next door in the dressing room.
Our dressing room.
It's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. It'll be a day, I would imagine, when Worcestershire are on the back foot, metaphorically, mounting a bit of a rear guard, but it will be interesting.
Around the wicket, over the wicket, my apologies now to Bosch is Darley. This Wolsey's to mid-off, mid-hot ball. 198 for 5. What is the very sweet smell that's just blown through our press box? Is it next door? They've used a bit of deodorant in the control room.
I think it must be, but I tell you what, my sense of smell is very poor. Owing to
I'm struggling to breathe at the moment.
owing to post-viral anosmia. I've lost my sense of smell and taste about 8 years ago.
In comes Darley. This is pushed back into the offside.
And what I do smell, in common with many people who have this problem, doesn't always relate to what it should smell like. Does that make sense? Apparently. So I walk into a fish and chip shop, and instead of having a lovely smell of fish and chips, it's quite unpleasant for me. But that I can smell just like you, because that's really strong. Isn't it? Really strong. Goodness me. It's like, do you know what it is? Fly spray. That's what it is. It's fly spray, isn't it? That's what it is.
And they've sprayed it on us. His Darley bowls, and this is pushed away to the offside, and it's quite overwhelming in this box. Which is why we're nattering about it. 198 for 5.
Yeah.
It's like when your mates go and spray something near you to wind you up.
Fly spray, that's really strong, isn't it? Anyway, there we go. There's the end of the over. 198 for 5.
Oh, thank you to the ladies' pavilion for our cake.
Yes.
Very nice.
I only had one piece, but it's very nice. D'Oliveira will continue. Bowling to the left-hander deploy.
Which piece did you have?
I had the fruit cake.
Oh.
Round the wicket, D'Oliveira bowls, and deploy is working it with the spin to mid-wicket. Libby is the fielder. It's got a bit gloomy, isn't it? No sign of any rain or anything, but it's just got a bit gloomy and a bit humid. As D'Oliveira comes in again round the wicket now, bowls and deploys down the pitch. He's had enough of this messing around. Driven it through extra cover for 2.
It's a wee way to the second new ball yet, isn't it?
Yep, 200's up. Makes it easier for us to calculate the lead, which is 274. And they've scored, well, almost 200 today, 195 today. Been made to work quite hard. It's been a good game. It's been no quarter given or expected. And they worked their way into this position. Middlesex deploys down the pitch, driving. D'Oliveira is annoyed because he feels that he was prevented from fielding that by the not inconsiderable bulk of Ethan Bosch. And stood with his hands on his hips, a little bit disappointed, but no intervention from anybody, and a single taken. D'Oliveira balls again and nearly squeezes through Bosch's defences. And that one is squeezed back up off the bottom of the bat by Bosch. D'Oliveira again bowls. Bosch goes big, driven through the offside. Good diving stop by Swanepoel at mid-off inside the cover circle, if there were a circle. And they just get one. He keeps a strike end of the over. 202 for 5.
That was a really good stop.
Are you getting
nothing? No.
No. Oh, I didn't think you were, because your breathing is coming through quite strongly. Why are you not? Because I've been getting it all day.
Oh, I've got it now. There we go.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Forgive us, listeners and viewers. We've
got
talking about the equipment. We've changed our mixer this morning and different headsets.
Oh, it's working perfectly now.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Here comes Darley. 202 for 5. Darley bowls and driving. Bosch picks out mid-off. Oh, it's got through him. What did he do there?
Oh dear, oh
Wait.
dear.
He went down like a penguin, didn't he, on that?
Goodness me. That was unusual. It was for all the world a dot ball, wasn't it?
He took off like a flightless bird to try and stop that, didn't he?
Just watching that again. I don't. Are we going to see it? I don't know. It was. It's not one I want to see again. Should have been a dot. Ends up being a 4. An apology from Waite to Darley, I'm sure.
Darley's in. Bowls. And he's got him! An edge from Bosch. Plays at one just outside off. Keeper takes a fine catch low to his right. 6 down. 206 for 6. And Middlesex are pegged back once more. As we say, it's not done yet. Second new ball's not far away. Lead's not quite 300 yet, but it's getting there. 207, 280 now it is. The lead as Bosch drags himself off for 16.
Yeah, well bowled, Harry Darley. Well bowled. He may have been hit for 4 of the previous ball. He shouldn't have been, but didn't allow it to affect him too much, and he's come roaring back and picked up his second wicket. And you know what they say, as one door closes another one opens and all that. If Darley finds himself in the side for next Friday's game against Gloucestershire, owing to the fact that he stepped up here, then fair play to him. If Finch's side injury is such that he can't take his place in that game. But well done to Harry Darley. Bosch gone for 16. And Zafar Gohart coming out to join his captain.
Yeah, Zafar Gohart steps out. What have they sprayed now? It smells like you're in a metalworks now.
I can't smell
Where
that
is this? That could have been a chemical plant, this. Where's all this coming from?
No idea.
We'll be getting high soon with all of this. Goodness me. 206 for 6. And here is Zafar Gohart to face young Mr. Darley.
Well, it's added interest, hasn't it?
Lots.
The introduction of
it's added energy. I mean, as soon as he started running in, oh well, look. Sprint competition. Deploy still there though on 63. There's a slip, short, extra cover, short mid wicket. Would you be contemplating a second slip for the new batter? Darley working up a bit of pace.
Don't know, actually. That's a good question. Probably not.
Here comes Darley onto the hip of Gohar. He'll turn single to long leg. He's off the mark first ball. The lead is 281. 300 is almost a kind of absolute. After that, we were thinking, oh, come on, it's going to be a long shot to win it. But just about all the way through, they've just kept Middlesex in sight, haven't they?
It happens, doesn't it? Do you remember that game at Merchant Taylor's?
Oh.
Where Ed Pollock made a mockery of a target, didn't he, on the last day?
Yeah.
There is a danger, but it's not that kind of pitch, I don't think.
Darley's around the wicket, he bowls, and onto the hip of Deploy. A bit of pace, bit of bounce on that one, and Deploy was watchful to see where that was going. Not sure if it was an inside edge onto the hip and then up towards the fielder. Probably not, because they didn't get excited about it, did they?
But that was a game, wasn't it, where there were sort of 3 low scores, or 3 kind of low to medium scores, and then Worcestershire was set, I don't know, I can't remember, 250 or something like that. And Pollock just smashed it, ruined it, changed the game completely.
Around the wicket again, Darley left alone by Deploy, through it passes, 207 for 6.
I reckon that was 4 years ago.
Could well be.
I'll check.
Yeah, it's a match where Middlesex have had their noses in front the whole way, but Worcestershire still in with a shout of winning it.
Yeah.
As around the wicket comes Darley again. He bowls and up on his toes is Deploy pushing to cover, and there's no run. This isn't to talk down Worcestershire, it's actually to talk them up.
Yeah.
But have Worcestershire actually won a session in this match yet?
Nope.
Not sure that they have.
Well, that game that I'm talking about, it's not really got any bearing on this game, of course, and I always think that when people go mad on their the stats and everything else. But Merchant Taylors 4 years ago, Middlesex 188, Worcestershire 191. So first things lead 3. Middlesex 240. So Worcestershire needing 238 to win. Got them for 3 in 46 overs. Pollock 113 off 77 balls with 11 fours and 7 sixes. One innings completely changed the game, and I'm not saying that's going to happen here because Pollock's not playing for a start, he's retired. As D'Oliveira starts a new over, bowling to go high, he's forward and kicks this up in the air. But he was capable of doing that. He didn't do it very often in red ball cricket, but now and again he did it, and when he came off he changed the game completely. It didn't happen often enough from his point of view. D'Oliveira bowls, pushed out on the offside for a single, playing in the Surrey League now, I think.
Oh, who for, do you know?
No, not sure, I'd have to check, but pretty sure he's playing down there, working down there. Had a lovely hour on air with him after he's announced his retirement last year in this very box, and he was a charming and he's a very popular young man. D'Oliveira bowls, and on the walk comes Deploy, pushes out on the offside.
At what age did he retire?
32, I think. And I said to him, have you enjoyed it? And he said, yeah, I've enjoyed it. He said, basically, I've enjoyed spending the last 12 years trying to hit every ball for 6. And that's pretty much what he did. D'Oliveira bowls and turned on the leg side, but no run this time. And at one stage, he was regarded as the most dangerous striker of a white ball in domestic cricket, definitely. And just occasionally did it in red ball, having moved from Warwickshire to Worcestershire, where he'd originally started, because he wanted the opportunity to play red ball cricket. This one sliding off the edge of Gohar's bat along the ground through the slips, and they get 2 down to third man. He went to school in Worcester to start with before getting a scholarship to Shrewsbury, Ed Pollock, and one of my friends has told me the story, I've told it on air before, of his very first game for the under-12s against Hereford Cathedral School, and he'd already caught the eye with some big hitting in the nets as a young boy. This one turned on the leg side, end of the over from D'Oliveira, 211 for 6, and they were warming up against Hereford Cathedral under-12s, Worcester Royal Grammar School, and my friend who was the coach said, now remember Ed, just have a look at a few before you try and take anything on, he said. And the first ball of the game came down and he swept it for 6 and just grinned at the teacher at the other end, and not much changed really to the end of his career. What a breath of fresh air. But it was he just, when he was opening in red ball cricket and edging to second slip, when they just concentrated on the top of off and he couldn't whack it like usual, it was frustrating for everybody.
Darley bowls, forward goes Deploy, turning to mid wicket, no run. Yeah, it's young, isn't it? 32 to give it up. But give it up he has.
I'm pretty sure it's 30, so I'll check it. It is young. Yeah.
Darley
31.
Round the wicket he bowls, and this is driven to mid-on. Well, you wouldn't have thought
31
he was anywhere
this
near.
year, actually, only so just 30 at the moment. 31 in July.
You wouldn't have thought he was anywhere near giving up when he did that to Middlesex that day. It was a crushing blow. for Middlesex.
Well, when he was struck going, it was just. I mean, I remember a league game he played for Barnt Green, which is a Birmingham League club, against the club I was coaching on. Was at the time we had a good opening attack, included Gareth Andrew that used to play here and for Somerset, and he hit 8 sixes in the first 6-7 overs. We ran out of balls.
Darley bowls. Forward goes deploy, pushing to mid-off, and it's a dot ball.
Why are we talking about that?
Here's that. Darley hitting at the top of his mark.
Sorry, why we're talking about that, if you're wondering, is because...
Well, why are we talking about that? I'm wondering.
It's a sort of... No, I'm just thinking people listening might be thinking, why are they going on about Ed Pollock and that innings? But what we're saying is that if Worcestershire ended up in a chase tomorrow...
That was it.
He might... Somebody like that could make a mockery of it.
Here comes
unlikely on this pitch.
Darley. This is punched out to deep point. 212 for 6 as deploy moves to 65. Who's the most likely to Pollock Middlesex tomorrow?
Well, there isn't nobody. I don't think. Wait, maybe could. I mean,
Latigan?
No, I think. Well, too early to say. I haven't seen enough of Latigan. I mean, he's still very much at the start of his career.
The way
he's not that kind of player, really.
But the way that Latigan and Libby went about it at Lords in that 100 stand in an absolute flash.
Yeah.
Which turned that game fully.
But Pollock went aerial, didn't he? Most of the time, and I don't think there are very few around who would do that now.
Darley around the wicket to go high. It's left alone to 212 for 6.
Wait can do it. I mean, people get fed up with hearing me say this, but 2 years ago in the T20 at Edgbaston, George Garton bowled the last over of the innings to Matthew Waite, and he hit him for 5 sixes and a 4. Stunned a Friday night Edgbaston, as you can imagine. But people at the top of the order who play like that are very few and far between, aren't they?
Darley bowls and Gohar drives to mid-on. They run again into the 72nd. 8 to the second new ball becoming available, which feels pivotal. In this one, and they're 286 ahead already. So the deploy does think, well, we could do with some runs here in the next 8 overs. We'll have to wait and see. Change of gloves, run out to the skipper. We haven't been out there that long, have we? Do you think it's a message? Gear on with it.
Oh, wow.
I don't think so.
No,
I'm teasing.
Can't tell the skipper what to do, really.
Can't
tell the skipper. You don't seem to send the skipper a message. Really,
no, I am joking. I don't think there's anywhere near time to get on with it yet.
Going back to batters who might play like that. I mean, Alex Hales was like that, wasn't he, for a while? Didn't play that much red ball cricket. Jason Roy. Talking about people who would just walk out there and do the Chris Gale, clear the ropes from ball one. There's just not many around, are there now? Even in the Bazball era. Deploy down the pitch, drives nicely past D'Oliveira up to long on for a single. Maybe I don't know. Maybe 1 or 2 around.
Paul Sterling for Middlesex of years gone by.
But in red ball.
Yeah. Well,
not often. D'Oliveira slower to go. Asks for an LBW. Not going to get it. It's 2-1-3 for 6. 25 overs left in the day. If these two bowl... D'Oliveira keeps going at one end until the new ball. Gohar again down the pitch, pushes out on the onside. That'll be another, half an hour? 25 minutes. Then we'll have 18 overs with the new ball. Probably another, so probably looking about 20 past 6 again. A sweep from Gohar, missed. Takes him on the pad, runs out on the offside. 2-1-3 for 6, 2-8-7 the lead. D'Oliveira getting through his overs quickly. He's got the over rate up to +1 now. That'll please him. Worcester's already been fined points this season for a slow over rate. Don't want that to happen again. D'Oliveira bowls. A sweep from Gohar. This time he gets a run. Ben Allison slips as he fields it, but gets through quickly. And somebody's got some popcorn in the box. Gohar goes to 5. 2-1-4 for 6. So it's all about what Worcestershire will have to chase now, or how long they'll have to bat to survive, whichever way you look at it. Deploy again is clipping away on the leg side for a single, and again does so beautifully, and moves on to 67 and keeps the strike. 73 overs gone, 25 left in the day. Middlesex 215 for 6, leading by 289.
Yeah, they're ticking towards the stage where it will become a little more than troublesome. It's troublesome alright at the moment. Sun out, bit of blue sky over the back of the cathedral, and it's a lovely evening now. Still hazy cloud off behind the Basil D'Oliveira stand as Darley comes right arm around the wicket, slip in place, and he bowls to deploy, steps down the track and then turns to mid-wicket where D'Oliveira fields. So 24 overs left after this tonight, 4 wickets, 7 including this to the second new ball, so 18 overs. It could be 4 or 5 overs to bat tonight for Worcestershire, couldn't there?
Could be. I would hate that if I was a Worcestershire batter. I mean, you really would. You get them 2 down tonight, and a very, very big step towards winning the game tomorrow.
This is punched away by deploy down to deep point, single taken.
But will he declare? Will he declare?
I think they'll be bowled.
I
think they'll be skittled out. Second new ball's imminent, and 6 down.
So what do you reckon? 10 overs for Worcestershire, or less, fewer?
How long it will take?
No, they'll have to bat tonight. Yeah. 4
or 5. Darley is around the wicket. He bowls short to Gohar, who slams him over mid-wicket for 4. I do think that's one thing he's got to stop, is banging it in short.
Definitely.
That's where he's leaked the run.
Yeah. Germany playing tonight, aren't they? In the World Cup, 9 o'clock.
Yeah. I think they're not. Actually, I think they're on soon, aren't they? Germany. Around the wicket comes Darley. This turned back with a square on the leg side, looking for 2. Fielder there. That's well run by Oh, yes, no. Throw to the non-striker's end is wide. He was gone by a mile. Darley was waiting. Throw. I think the original plan was to throw to the keeper's end, and his late adjustment to the non-strikers meant he missed it by a mile.
Six o'clock, yeah, Germany.
Darley bowls and deploy defends to mid-wicket. It's got a quieter feel out there at the moment for Worcestershire, possibly one of the quietest of the days, which probably need to just liven up a bit up post-tee, don't they? Because it's not gone yet, but it could be soon if they don't. Well, as I say, they get past deploy or bowl them out around him. 2 helicopters have appeared over the top of the cathedral, and they buzz noisily, if it's the same ones, over us just a little wee while ago, but heading back from whence they came, as here's Darley to Gohar, who drives wide of weight at mid-on, and there'll be a couple here. Think about a third, but settle on just the 2. 2-2-3 for 6, and the lead is now 295. Any idea on those
no
helicopters?
They're not.
Don't look military, do they?
They look military.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, they don't look. I mean, they might not be, but they look military. And you don't often see two private helicopters flying that close together, and they're certainly not ambulance or police or anything like that.
No, you raise a good point. Yeah, 295 the lead now. Oliveira is continuing.
Roderick's got a suggestion about the alignment of the leg side field, as he often has. Quite a lot of captaincy experience, of course. Gareth Roderick, captain of Gloucestershire before he came here. Captains his club in South Africa, Green Park in Cape Town. And he is getting the leg side field exactly right in terms of the alignment of the men on the deep, one of whom, Tom Taylor, has already started his loosening up routine, knowing that the new ball is only 6 overs away as Oliveira bowls, and having spent all that time arranging the offside, the leg side field, this one's outside the off stump and just pushed away by Zafar Gohar for a single. So Leas deploy, 70 not out.
Oh yeah, century in sight as well.
85 in the first innings. How well has he played on this pitch? Oliveira bowls and deploy is working this one on the leg side for a single. Last year, and I'm not going to go into huge detail about this, but most batters struggled here at New Road, and that goes without saying. And as I said, on many occasions the Worcestershire batsmen had to put up with it week after week after week and struggled. Gohar gets a single on the leg side again. Visitors only had to do it twice at most in a season. Worcestershire only got 3 batting bonus points all season at home, and they came in 1 innings. Jake Libby got 100 in the last game, or last but 1 game. Oh, I better get this right. Anyway, might have got a couple of hundreds, but no visiting player scored 100 until the last game. So hundreds were very hard to come by. In the game against Warwickshire, Oliveira bowls and deploys down the pitch and hammers it straight down the ground. Might have offered an opportunity.
Would have been a great catch.
To Swanepoel at long on, dive full length. Think he got his hands to it. Oliveira head in hands. It's gone for 4, not 6, I think. Deploy's gone to 75. And in that game against Warwickshire, and Deploy is beaten by one that might have been a googly, or he's gone a long way across. It hit him outside the line of off, I think. Big shout, turned down. And in that game against Warwickshire, Sam Hain made 2 scores, both not out. I think both not out. I'm not even sure Swanepoel got anywhere near that, 80 odd and 70 odd, and played absolutely magnificently. Didn't get 100, but he maybe did get his hand. Well, not really.
It would have been a brilliant catch if he'd have taken it, even if he was.
Yeah.
Even if he got 2 good hands to that, it still would have been to hold on to that. Would have been stunning.
No,
good on him for going for it.
Well outside the line, playing a shot.
Good on him for going for it. Was the point really with?
Yeah. Anyway, Sam Hain, Brooks is coming on to replace Darley. Getting through his fair bit of work, Brooks.
Round the wicket, he bowls, and this is turned for a single to square leg. That's well run. Gohar's on to 13.
Sam Hain played magnificently in a low-scoring game, and on a pitch that was really, really difficult. Everybody struggled. And his technique was really impressive. Very, very good batting indeed from Hain. But you had to be that good last year to make runs here.
Yeah, I remember when Peter Milan scored the winning knock here to send Middlesex up was it 2022 we were saying, as around the wicket comes Brooks bowls, turn to backward square leg, who's been brought in there now. They've tickled a few runs there, haven't they? Not to be this time.
Yeah, I'll give you the scorecard for that. Sam Hain, 86 in the first innings, and 87 not out in the second innings. In a game that was 227 and 280, played 181 and 181 for 8. It was a draw.
This is played with an open face down to deep third. That'll be 4. Deploy moves to 79. A very Leas Deploy shot on the back foot, open in the face.
But I don't think I saw better batting than that in the championship here last year than Hain on those 2 occasions. Absolutely brilliant. He needed luck. He had a bit of luck, but he just occupied the crease, watched the ball, played it late. Brilliant performance.
That's the follow-up from Brooks. It's full and it's dropped for a single just through. Point by Deploy, moves to 80, 236 for 6. The countdown to the second new ball continues. We are but 4.2 overs away, and it feels like a countdown on the field as well.
Yeah.
Worcestershire feel,
Yeah,
oh come on, give us this second new ball now, and let's see if we can finish this off. As here's Brooks bowls. Oh, a bit of bounce. Beats Gohar, who was trying to run the ball late, ended up following it almost into an uppercut. Keeper stood up, has done well to take it as well. There's still plenty happening. Which, again, makes the chase difficult for Worcestershire.
Sun's out again now. Beautiful, isn't it? Not a breath of wind today. Not a breath. Those trees that you commenting on yesterday are almost exactly still, aren't they?
Unmoved. Here's Brooks. Oh, has that just gone through? Kept keeping low. It's gone through to the keeper on the back foot. Gohar traps the bat down on it. Was it a Yorker? I mean, the way he played it on the back foot, the way he went back, it felt as though it must have pitched in front of him.
I think it bounced a bit. This isn't it. It's the next one, isn't it?
So that was the one that got big on him, taken by the left shoulder of the keeper standing up.
It's taken by the slip, you know, that one. It went to the slip.
Did it?
Yeah, just watching it again. Hit the keeper.
Edged it out of the glove to slip. Well, that was ball before, and then final ball of the over.
Coming up now.
With it all going on, as it has seemed to do all game long, it has certainly kept us interested.
Jake Libby's having another little roll.
Here's the last
ball.
From around the wickets, the left-handed Gohar. Yeah, just kept a fraction low outside off stump. Nothing too alarming.
Got his footwork wrong, didn't he? So Jake Libby, 4 overs to go to the new ball, and it's just a case of getting through them now, isn't it? And trying to make something happen with the new ball. I don't think Worcestershire want to give any runs away, but I'll tell you what, I'd be wanting, if I was Libby or Latigan, I'd be wanting this to go on for as long as possible. Libby round the wicket bowls and Deploy pushes out on the onside. There's no run. What would you think if Deploy and the coaches are sitting down, dot ball again, and they're reflecting on past games and maybe even thinking about Merchant Taylors? Well, down the leg side from Libby, tickled by Deploy. He's going to, I mean, certainly carry on until he's got 100, but they've taken 2. What would you think would be the figure that they would say, well, that's enough, they're not going to get those? 350?
Here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he chased down 350 here, I think, really. Hats off.
Yeah, absolutely. Libby bowls a bit quicker, pushed out on the offside. But given that these days people tend to be a bit more defensive, and you still get 8 for the draw and everything else, what would you say is the figure there where they go, well, that's absolutely got to be enough? Libby round the wicket bowls and Deploy again, gets a single, just tickling this one behind square on the leg side. 350, I reckon.
I think if you've got a bat all day tomorrow, Worcestershire, you've got to think there's a good chance they're going to get bowled out, so you may as well go for the 350.
Yeah. But they're 310 ahead already. As Libby bowls and Gohar has turned round and just steers this down on the offside. End of the over, 239 for 6. 21 left in the day, 3 left until the new ball.
Yeah, with Deploy still there, I mean, even if 2 were to go quickly to the second new ball, if Deploy remained, you'd fancy he'd open up and start tonking it here, there and everywhere. Let's see if he could grab a quick 30 or 40. He's only 17 away from a century, the Middlesex skipper.
I think that's when he'd open up, you know, regardless of what happened at the other end. Once he gets 100, and they're 330 ahead, and they could smack it and get to 350 ahead and still bowl 8 overs tonight, 10 overs. Brooks round the wicket.
He comes in now and bowls to Deploy, who cuts late for 4. They won't catch that. 2 of them are going. 87 he's on now. 243 for 6. They've got to plug the gaps here, haven't they, through to that second new ball. Oh, it's getting lively next door. Not too lively in the field at the moment. Need to find a bit of energy out there, don't they? 1 for 40 in his 14th, Brooks. And off he goes again. 243 for 6. He bowls onto the hip of Deploy. Work for a single to deep backward square. 88 Deploy. 244 for 6. Lead is 314. What's he got going on next door? The control room. Used to be all nice and quiet in there with the scorers and bradders, didn't it?
Cameras all round the ground.
He's got a notebook out and he's got them all excited. Oh. List of names. Are you on that list, Frank? Don't let him in.
Certainly.
Don't let him in.
Almost certainly.
Brooks bowls, bumped back by Gohar. No run. To cover the over.
It's not easy to get in to this ground, even if you come every day.
Brooks bowls and dropping a single. Nope. Rejecting the single as Deploy at the non-striker's end. Gohar was interested.
Certainly not easy to get your car in.
Really? Why not?
Well, it depends where you want to get in, which car park, but yeah, difficult sometimes. Not many joking.
In comes Brooks, bowls. Gohar swings for the heavens and he misses it. Keeper standing up collects.
He bowled really well, hasn't he, Brooks? For a kind of part-time seamer. I think you've got to give him a lot of credit.
Oh yeah.
Coming up to the end of his 14th over, 1 for 41. First innings, 10 overs for 14. Good effort.
In comes Brooks again, and Gohar goes through the cover slightly aerially, which got a little bit of chatter. It might not make it, it does. 4 runs. Almost the perfect 4, but it popped over the rope rather than just
leading edge, wasn't it, really? Squirted over the covers.
Allison was the man giving chase. 248 for 6. He's on to 17, Safa Gohar. The lead, 322. Is that right? Yes, it is. 322, the lead. Oh, they're 50 runs past where we thought realistically they'll still have a chance at that point. It's stretching now, isn't it, the margins of all of this? But it does. It's almost a waiting game for us here in the commentary box as well, that second new ball. That was the end of the over. My apologies, Frank. It's all yours.
All right, 2 overs to go before that new ball. Libby to bowl the first of them, round the wicket. Bowls his first ball, deploys on the walk. Clips it away on the leg side for a single. Don't know how many times we've seen him do that now, but It's got to be more than 30, 35. Just tucks it away for a single and brings Gohar onto strike. Very quiet period in the game now. It's Middlesex building this lead. Another one here as Gohar repeats the shot of the previous ball. It's all very much waiting for the new ball now, and then will there be a couple of wickets and a flurry, or will there just be a quick 20 or 30 added and a declaration as as Deploy drives another one to long on for a second. It's gimme stuff, isn't it, really, with Libby just lobbing the ball up at the moment with his gentle off spin. Might induce an error through a sort of casual approach. Gohar driving on the offside this time. Just going to get one. That was Latigan Fields. $252 for 6. Deploy. Batter of the match so far. And there we go, done it again. On the wall, clips it away on the leg side. Meat and drink. Another single taken. One ball left in the over, and then one over to the new ball.
Somehow I don't feel as though I've seen that much of Deploy through his career before arriving at Middlesex. Remember a couple of games. Bandanaed hero at Derby.
And another single to go. I just pushed out on the offside. And there we go, end of the over. 253 for 6. 253 for 6. 327 the lead. And I agree with you. 350 is too much. I think 250 would have been challenging as a chase.
Yes.
350 I think is...
You go into the realms of I won't say surrealist, but it's,
it happens, and when it happens it tends to be remembered for a long time when you have a chase like that.
Yeah.
They happen every decade or so.
Well, they happen more frequently now because of T20, don't they? As Brooks is around the wicket, he bowls and beats the edge of Gohar's front foot dab.
But on this pitch, that is an unlikely scenario, I would say.
Yeah, I think there's any need to disagree with that. It's unlikely, but again, you look at this one, 254 for 6. Wickets going in clutches, clumps as forward goes Zafar Gohar, pushing to cover. You never know, partnership or two. You can only really think back to the start of that innings at Lords early this season and the Pollock match at Merchant Taylor's. On Merchant Taylor's, that was a tough pitch, that one. This is run down to deep third by Gohar. Might be 4 more. Nice open of the face, and it does beat the fielder. He's on to 24. And Middlesex are 258 for 6. That must be very close to the...
Yeah, 50 partnership, 52 now.
52, there we go. Gohar 24 from 30 of that. Once Brooks got up his sleeve, he does the same thing that his brother does before bowling in. They just flick the ball in their right hand up in the air. As he comes in now, bowls and dabbed by Gohar to point. How do you describe that? It's as though he's got it in the point, his fingers pointing to the ground.
Hand, yeah.
No, he flicks it upwards out of the front, doesn't he?
Yeah, no, like that, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So you mean back of the hand to the sky, and it flicks it up to the sky.
There wasn't much grass on their lawn in the Brooks household. 3 brothers playing cricket all the time. Rolled mud, the lawn was, I think.
Zafar Gohar awaits Brooks bowls. This is pushed to the offside and no run. Yeah. Famous cricketing brothers, 3 of them?
Well, I've played with 2 of the most famous cricketing brothers of all time. In my club cricket career in Birmingham, Mushtaq and Wazir Mohammed, Hanif and Sadiq as well.
Round the wicket. Oh, comes Brooks and trapping the bat down on it late. Gohar, he keeps it out. 258 for 6. That's the end of the 80th over.
I'm not even sure if there wasn't a 5th brother, but the Mohammeds, I mean, those 4 all played Test cricket.
For Pakistan.
For Pakistan. I played with Mushtaq at Old Hill. I played with his brother Wazir at Alton, in Alton and West Warwickshire, and of course there was Sadiq. So Mushtaq, Wazir, Sadiq, and Rais all played. 4 brothers played Test cricket. I mean, Wazir, Hanif, Mushtaq, and Sadiq. Our 5th, Rais, was a first-class cricketer. So 4 Test cricketers and 1 first-class cricketer in one family. Absolutely amazing. Change of the bowling. Tom Taylor is coming on with the new ball being taken at the new road end. So that's the last we'll probably see of Libby. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 11. Probably the last we'll see of D'Oliveira. 12 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 45. Probably the last we'll see of Brooks. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 49. We've seen the last of Finch because he's been replaced by Darley. Finch bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20. 4 brothers. I mean, that is just astonishing, isn't it? And really
it is.
There's a lovely story about Wazir, which I'll tell you. I've told it before on air, probably 2 or 3 times, but against different counties it's always interesting for people to hear it. But I was playing for Alton and West Warwickshire against somebody in the Midlands League or whatever it was, and I was about 16 years old in those days, a young wicket keeper playing for the first team of my first club. I'll break off as Taylor comes in round the wicket and bowls, and that's punched away very nicely square of the wicket for a single by Deploy, goes to 92. And Wazir, who was by then a portly gentleman in his sort of mid-40s, I would say, but very wristy, very good player. Didn't run many 3s, but you know, always got on. He made a lovely 50 in a league game on a sunny afternoon, and we won the game. And at the end of the game, everybody was getting changed, and he turned to the captain. It was August, I think, early August, and he said, "Captain, I'm finished." And everybody said, "Pardon?" And he said, "That's my last game." And everybody said, "Well, we've still got 6 league games left." What are you talking about? Taylor in again, round the wicket. Oh, on the walk. Go Hart. Oh, all caution thrown to the wind, just on the walk, and just slapped it through extra cover.
Deploy's come to have a chat with him though. Look, yeah, but look at Deploy. Yeah. He's called him. He's called him over and said,
"Zaf, a few more of those, mate."
Well, yeah. I mean, it's the second new ball, isn't it? So
yeah, perfect. Just what you
just to counter-attack it. Fair enough.
Anyway, we said, "What's going?" And he said, "No." He said that I am finished. I will not change my mind. That was my last game. And we said, "Well," everybody said, "Well, why?"
He played for 6 more years, right?
No. Everybody said, "Well, why? What are you talking about?" And he said, "I swear this is true." Taylor again round the wicket, bowls, and Gohar drives on the offside. That'll be 4 more. No, it won't. It won't go all the way. Darley is in hot pursuit. It's 2.
Nice shot though.
He said, in 1958, Peter Richardson came on tour to Pakistan, and he brought me 12 gun and more autograph bats. Other bats are available. I always said that when the last of them breaks, I will finish, and it just broke.
Wow.
And he never played again.
Wow.
And that's a true story.
Who bought him the bats?
Peter Richardson. He played here. England left-handed batter who played for Worcestershire. Yeah, true story.
Wow.
Taylor under the cosh a bit with this new ball round the wicket, bowls, and go on clipping him away on the leg side. for a single. Alison Fields, he'll probably take up the attack at the New Road end, I would imagine. 266 for 6. Deploy now is 92. Zephyr Gohar is 31. And the Worcestershire body language tells you everything out there now. They just got to get through to whatever point it is when Deploy decides enough's enough. 17 overs left in the day after this. I reckon they'll have 10 at Worcester tonight. Might be wrong.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Taylor round the wicket, bowls, and Deploys down the pitch and smashes this down the ground, up in the air, only for 2. Chipped, really, over Swanepoel at mid-off. Taylor is distinctly unimpressed.
I think that's just confirmed what you were suspecting. 10 at them tonight.
There. Yeah.
Deploy to the century.
Deploy to the century. Quick
Deploy
20.
Deploy has declared he was within sight of a triple century at Lords. And indeed, at the rate he was going last year, the record at Lords, beating Gooch's 333 and Sam Northey's 335, asterisks against a Kookaburra. Which is, I don't mean that horribly to Sam at all, because he's a lovely man, Sam, isn't he? But it is a shame, some of those records that were lost to Kookaburra games.
Yeah. Taylor round the wicket, bowls, and on the walk. Deploy, drives away on the offside. Going to come back for 2 more. Just 4 away, 1 hit away now from 100. End of the first over with the new ball. 270 for 6. The Middlesex second innings score. The lead is 344. I reckon 365, 370 and 10 overs tonight.
That was so 5 overs more and then declare.
Yeah.
10 overs at them.
Yeah.
Sharma's run out of drink again. There's deep conversation. You can see that the dugout are watching this drink with great interest. So I reckon there probably is, as you said, you don't send a drink out to the captain and tell him to declare, but there might just be a, what are you thinking, Skip, just so we can let the bowlers know. I'd imagine that message has been asked in that way, which is probably well, what does everybody else think? Maybe the reply from the skipper, well, Skip, funny you should say, because coach says we should have 5 more overs and declare and have 10 at them tonight.
Yeah.
They're certainly all looking with great intent. And look, Navia comes back. What did he say, Nav? What did he say? Here comes Allison around the wicket to bowl to Gohar. He's down the track and with the inside of the bat drags it down to long leg for a single. 271 for 6. Over to Deploy. You're having a look now as well, aren't you? See what?
Yeah, I reckon they're all the rest are getting ready.
Sam's going up to tell the bowlers. He's going up to wake up Toby. Tobes, you got a bowl tonight.
Get your boots on, mate.
Toby would be the sleeper, wouldn't he? Of the Middlesex bowlers. Seb Morgan's too young to have a nap in the afternoon. Ethan Bosch has only just batted. Well, mind you, that being said, of course, he'll be padded up. Who's in next? It'll be...
Nah.
Well, Gohar.
Morgan will be next, won't he?
Yes. Yeah. Deploys on 96 and the field is well spread. There's a deep third, deep cover point, deep square and long leg. Deploys check the ball and around the wicket comes Allison, and this is run down to deep third where he stepped over it, and that's the century. Oh dear. Well, Deploy won't mind one little bit. He points the bat to the dugout, he punches the air, and well, that's pointed. He looks at the bat and he's scribbling on it, writing a contract, isn't he? And now a thumbs up. What's that all about? We'll have to ask at Stumps, won't we? What was the signing of the contract all about that he's looked to, or the signing of the bat? There was something. That was something. I'm sure it's just an in-joke or something, isn't it? But he raises the bat to the rest of the ground. But my goodness me, that was pointed, wasn't it? I mean, it seemed jovial, I must say, pointed in a jovial way to the dugout. But yeah, a little note written on his bat there. Maybe he'd had a little wager with somebody. Tim Mercer's usually up to no good. They're all smiling down there, look at them. Coots, Merter, Spike, the Masseuse. Here's Allison around the wicket, bowls, and Deploy drops a quick single, throws to the non-striker's end. I think he may well have gone, but the throw misses. Deploys onto 101 on 163 balls it was for his century. 276 for 6, and my goodness me, he has batted well in this match, hasn't he, Frank? He's the difference between the sides, as well as that Robson and Holden first morning, which we have to give so much credit to, in my opinion. But
dropped on 26, remember?
Yeah, we did say at the time that could
the game.
That was his 10th boundary, by the way. No sixes.
We said it could have changed the game when he was dropped, didn't we?
Yeah, it's tough to say he might have just dropped the match, but yeah. Allison around the wicket to Gohar, who decides that that's going as well. And over mid-on, does it go all the way? Yes, it does. Into the stand it goes, and Middlesex are on the charge. The declaration will come tonight, and how far will they go? Though the lead's just past 350 with that scampered single. It's 356 now. How out of sight do they put it?
375.
375 and
yeah, I reckon.
Run off.
Don't need any more than that, do you?
Shouldn't.
Nah.
Shouldn't, but then again, they are 282 for 6 themselves. So 375 is within their sight as this ball's run down to deep third by Gohar for a single. Is it the 400 maybe? They think 400 psychologically.
Well, it is psychologically, yeah. They could get there quite quickly.
They could, yeah.
And still have 10 overs tonight. Or
yeah,
what
do you think?
At least.
If you're a bowler tonight, what would you be thinking? Roland Jones and
5 will do, Skip. 5 each.
Tom Helm. Yeah, that's what. Yeah. 5 feels like 4. You feel like, oh, I wish I had one more. 5's a good spell, isn't it? 4's a bit short. If you're the bowler and you're thinking, go on, I want to get a couple tonight, give me 5 overs. Allison's around the wicket. He bowls to Deploy, who clips to mid-wicket along the floor watchfully, and there is no run to end the over. 283 for 6. Deploy has a century. Zafar Gohar, it must be said in pretty quick time, has 39 off 39. Well batted, Zaf. And the lead is 356. And they've declared. There we go. They're off.
I think they've got enough.
They're off. So 350 it was, and a century for the skipper. Oh, there we go. What do you reckon, Frank? That is,
I think that's plenty.
14 overs tonight, so they've got 110 overs, a minimum of, to chase 357. So yeah, you got to go well.
So I mean, 14 overs tonight. You are
20 for 4 at stumps.
Yeah. Well, you're realistically looking at. You've got a really good chance of picking a couple up on this pitch. And if you do pick a couple up, then I think, Worcestershire are right up against it tomorrow. Zafar Gohar finishes 39 not out. Leas Deploy finishes on 101 not out. Splendid innings. Remember that he also managed 85 in the first innings, and that's pretty impressive batting from the Middlesex skipper on this pitch. Really good effort. Bowling figures for Worcestershire. Well, they're not that bad, are they? Taylor 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 34. Allison 17 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 58. Swanepoel just 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 18. Finch 2 overs, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20 before he left the field with an injury. Brooks 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 49. D'Oliveira 12 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 45. Darley, replacement for Finch, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 32. And Libby 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 11. Worcestershire will require 358 runs to win, and they will begin their second innings in around about 7 or 8 minutes time. We'll be back with you then. Good evening and welcome back to New Road, where Worcestershire are about to begin their second innings, having been set what I have to say is an unlikely target of 358 to win this game. This after Lewis Deploy has starred for Middlesex in their second innings. Dropped on 26, but he finished on 101 not out. Zafar Gohar made 39 not out. Cracknell 46, and the Middlesex second innings 283 for 6 declared on a tricky pitch. A pretty good effort, and they've given Worcestershire a total of 358 to chase for victory, and they've got a tricky 14 over session to negotiate tonight. And the first ball of the Worcestershire second innings is bowled by Toby Rowland-Jones from the Diglis end and defended out on the leg side by young Daniel Latigan. So 358, I beg your pardon, to win, and 14 overs and tomorrow to bat, as Rowland-Jones bowls round the wicket to Latigan, who clips this to mid-wicket, and there's no run. No likelihood of any weather intervention. Middlesex strong favourites, having played the better cricket since being put in on the first morning, and one can look back to that first day and think how well Sam Robson and Max Holden played in that first innings to lay the foundations for what came later. Can then add on the excellence of Deploy in both innings. Rowland-Jones bowls again, and he's bang on with his first three, making Latigan play them all. And you can find lots of reasons why Middlesex have just stayed ahead, really, in terms of this game. Worcestershire have never been completely outplayed. Last hour maybe of that Middlesex second innings that we've just seen was a bit flat for Worcestershire, but they bowled pretty well this morning. Bowled well in the first innings. Rowland-Jones bowls, Latigan clips away on the leg side, but straight to Holden at mid-wicket. But Middlesex always just that little bit further ahead, and as I say, I trace a lot of it back to that second wicket partnership in the first innings and the excellence of Deploy. Unbeaten 50 from Morgan in the first innings. Team effort. Bit of buzz out there at the moment, as you'd expect. 13 overs left in the day after this. Light's not great now as Rowland-Jones bowls to Latigan, who has driven that back. Oh my goodness me. Well, you know what? When things aren't going very well for you, that's the sort of thing that happens. And Jake Libby has been run out without facing a delivery by a straight drive from Latigan, which has clipped off the hand of Rowland-Jones, and that is the worst possible start that Worcestershire can have, and really cruel. I often say, Kevin, when I'm teaching people cricket, we used to say when I was teaching people cricket, one of the most testing things about it is that you can practice all week and be in really good nick as a batsman, and you can go out and you can be dismissed, and it is totally and utterly not your fault, and that's exactly what happened there. It's a brilliant shot from Latigan, smashed down the ground, and it results in Libby's wicket. It's a nonsense, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm not just saying it because it's Worcestershire. Even if it were the other way around, I'd say it's a nonsense.
Yeah, cricket's cruel, isn't it? Cricket's very cruel. So, one down, and out comes Roderick. It's quite a hammer blow, but it's a cruel blow, isn't it? Cruel blow.
I mean, without facing a ball, the player that you would most back to that throughout the day.
And it's just got a bit gloomy as well for the 14 overs.
I think that was very, very cruel indeed.
1 ball to come of the over. You do have to give some credit to the bowler. Well done, getting down. They go for these things nowadays, don't they?
They do.
You know, it's like that he's
But
running and bowled it.
It's still a nonsense, isn't it?
It is, yeah. He's running them. He's not running and bowled for right. You push it back to me and I'll knock it off. He's not bowled that, but reaction you have to give. Credit to him as he comes.
It's not his fault. It's not his fault. It's just a nonsensical part of cricket.
Yeah.
End of the over, a maiden, not a wicket maiden, but a maiden. 0-for-1 Worcestershire.
If you were being miserly, you'd say, "What are you doing backing up when you're batting 14 overs to save the game tonight? You're going to be under the cosh."
Yeah, but when it's hit back that hard as well, I mean, that's just one of those things, isn't it? Just one of those things. Tom Helm to bowl from the New Road End.
Yeah, Tom Helm. He impressed in the first innings, I think, particularly his opening spell. It was Libby that he picked up with the peach of a delivery, wasn't it?
It was.
So he has Roderick to bowl to, and he has 3 slips and a short leg crouching down, and his right arm over the wicket to begin. And a lifting ball, bottom hand comes off. Short leg watches the ball roll from the edge of the strip towards his toes, but a marker laid down nonetheless there from Helm. He's done well, though, because it wasn't just a deflection, was it? They do practice these things now, don't they? They do go for these things, don't they? Toby's a footballer. He likes all of the kind of little. I think he's the best footballer now that Mercer's retired. He likes the little flicks and all the. Here's Helm in bowls outside of the off stump. That's left alone to Cracknell. He's taken that nearly towards second slip there. We'll have to watch what deviation or movement through the air there was. But yeah, not a nice way to go. The worst way to go, isn't it?
Yeah,
is there a worse one?
Yeah, it's happened to me. It's happened to me without facing a ball, just like that actually once. And yeah, I can't think of a worse way really. Cannot think of a worse way.
Helm to Roderick, third ball of his opening over. Passes the umpire, bowls, and left alone again. Through it passes. Oh, big yawn in the score box, in the press lounge. I think I got the commentary on again in there. Helm.
It is a bit gloomy now, isn't it?
Yeah, it did just gloom over a bit. So Helm moves in now, he bowls, and this is defended into the onside by Roderick.
You're a lot younger than me, Kevin. Have you ever seen the footage of that Lancashire-Gloucestershire game at Old Trafford in the dark? In the Gillette Cup in about 1967 or something. Well, a week ago last Friday, I saw cricket here in light that was darker than that against Glamorgan. Absolutely incredible.
They'd be thinking about the floodlights now if they had them, didn't they? But
oh yeah, without a doubt.
Middlesex Managing Director of Cricket Alan Coleman makes a good point on floodlights as here's Helm in bowls. That's driven down the grass. A lovely shot by Roderick, and Worcestershire are off the mark in the chase. They're 4-for-1. His point being that you'd get more hours of play if you didn't have floodlights, because the natural light takes them off quicker than what the light would have if you'd have just stayed on for bad light. I think it's been discussed by a number of the...
Explain that again, so I don't get that.
It's been discussed by a number of the managing directors of cricket in the meetings that they have, as Helm is in bowls, and this is defended into the offside. So it gets to about now, and you think, we'll go on, we'll get the floodlights on.
Yeah.
If you'd left the floodlights off, you'd stay out there longer, they reckon, than you would if you have the floodlights on, and then you come off for when the natural light is overtaken by the artificial. And it's been discussed by the directors of cricket. So when you see your four shadows, and
so you have to come off,
there's the four shadows,
off you
come
when the natural light is taken over.
By the artificial light,
You have to come
that's
off.
when you have to come off. But if you didn't have the lights on at that point, you'd probably still be playing. It might only be 2 or 3 overs, but you'd still be playing.
4 for 1 then, Worcestershire. Latigan on strike, yet to get off the mark. Played one cracking shot, and it resulted in the dismissal of his opening partner, Libby. This one he's driving from Roland Jones and just gets a single wide of mid-off. 5 for 1.
Darren Lehman was furious in the match. I say furious, he wasn't happy in the match at Wantage Road when we lost an entire day's play with floodlights at the ground, and you'd have felt there was barely a passage of bad light in it all. We felt the umpires came off a little bit too early on the first day at tee, and as a result the light meter reader was taken then, and as they walked off we all said the light's really not that bad, and this is going to set a bad reading for the match now, because that's the reading they have to come off every day. And basically we lost the evening session every day because we're playing, what was it, April, so the light in April, 4 o'clock, not great.
Roland Jones in again, 4 slips in, bowls to Roderick, drops it down on the onside.
But Lehman in that instance,
set reading then?
I don't think it is, but Lehman in that instance was saying that they had floodlights, so basically, unless there's thunder and lightning, you should just be playing. You got floodlights, play.
But you got to have regulations. I mean, I think there is a reading after which they come off. That's how it works.
I don't think so, because the upset on that game would suggest that's not correct. By the way that the
Roland Jones bowls, Roderick. Well, it has to be, because otherwise there's no point in having a light meter. If you come off when they think it's too dark,
isn't it deemed, and then that sets the meter reading for the match, and then that reading is what is taken across the match. It's deemed at this instant, right, this is 2 darts play, what is the meter reading now? Right, every time it hits that in the match, that's when we have to go off. I'm pretty sure.
If that's the case.
I'm pretty sure that's how it works, unless they've changed it recently.
I thought there would have to be an agreed level.
No, I don't think there is. No, I don't think there is, but we should double check it.
So it's down to the opinion of the umpire then?
Yeah. Because the umpires copped it in that game.
Roland Jones bowls. Roderick works this through mid-wicket. It's a lovely shot. Won't get 4. Probably get 3. Will get 3 as Zafar Gohar runs round.
And the only reason I'm being confident about it, because I never usually would be, because I don't like to be too definitive unless you've got it written in black and white in front of you, is because of how much the umpires copped it in that game at Wantage Road. So you can't lay into the umpires for being over officious with the light meter.
No, I didn't realise that. So it's still a matter of opinion then, which I thought it wasn't.
But the key thing is with the light meter reading, when they say it's our opinion, this is 2 darts play in this ground, this time of year, at this match, all the circumstances, right? Well, across the 4 days, then that's when you're going to have to come off every day.
Roland Jones in, round the wicket bowls. Latigan on the back foot, defends back to the bowler, no run, 8 for 1 Worcestershire. 11 overs left after this. Latigan 1, Roderick 7. Libby the man out, completely and utterly stranded. A straight drive from Latigan that flicked off the hand of Roland Jones and uprooted one of the stumps. Cracking shot. Clever, you could say. Bit of fielding, but desperately unlucky for Libby. Didn't even face a ball. Roland Jones bowls. Latigan clips this down to long leg. I reckon it's getting close to 2 dart now, you know. Don't know what you think.
Well, the bar to our right, it's got a little, then there's the marquee, but in between there's another little building which has a light on, and that light is shining quite brightly across, and it's one of those where if Worcestershire were close to victory and light could take them off, you'd go in there and say, turn that light off. But as Worcestershire would probably happily come off now. It's
oh yeah. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I don't think we'll see out another 11 overs at this rate. Do you?
No. The final day at Wantage Road, as I seem to remember, because it was so destined to a draw then with all the time we'd lost, we all went round that building and turned on every light we could. Come on, umps, look how dark it is. Every light we could find in there we turned on. Look at how dark it is. Let's go home.
Tom Helm.
He's around the wicket and he bowls to Latigan, who's up on his toes, punching to point, no run. 2 from 10, 9 for 1.
I'd be dropping hints now if I was batting.
Yeah. Part of the game, isn't it? And it's the umpire's job to say, we'll make the decision, thanks. It's a bit like changing the ball, as you were saying. You just keep nagging at them and I mean, because, yeah, you know, if they put... I think it's too light for them to come off right now, but we're getting close. But, of course, if they took the meter reading now and it said it, then this time tomorrow, or any time tomorrow when it hit this level, it's Helms in, bowls, Latigan punches 2 point and there's no run. So that is where the umpires will have to be careful, because Middlesex will say to them, hold on a minute now. Because remember, when you take them off now, that is setting, because you haven't been taken off at all in this game. So they will set the light meter reading for tomorrow when they take them off at this stage, or if they take them off at this stage. So I'm sure Middlesex will be saying, hold on a minute, we're not going anywhere. The one thing is, it is quite a bright ground here, isn't it? Because the stands aren't...
stands, yeah.
Hotel, slightly overbearing, isn't it, as his. Helm bowls, turned off the back foot to mid-on, 9 for 1. Candlelit barbecue for you tonight, Frank?
Sunday roast.
Oh, you resisted the chicken, didn't you?
Yeah,
you didn't have the chicken. You just went for the 5 brownie slices instead.
I didn't. I had one piece. No.
You're good, you aren't you? You are disciplined, Frank. I must say.
I try to be. Yeah, I try to be. Especially cricket days where I don't get much exercise. I walk to the ground and back.
Helm is in, bowls, and this is left alone outside the off stump through to the keeper. But you live in Kidderminster. Are you walking distance to the ground?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
When did you move?
2 years ago. I was 25 miles away before. But
did you move for that reason?
No, I moved because I've got 2 daughters, both with grandchildren, and you
needed to get away from them.
And they live one in Worcester, one in Malvern. So I'm on the south side of Worcester. I'm equidistant really between the two.
Are they still whinging about
favouritism?
Are they still whinging about favouritism? You live closer to her than me. Here's Helm bowls, and this is dabs into the offside.
I spent a lot of time driving backwards and forwards and coming to cricket, and we didn't really want to move. We did love the house and everything else, but said, look, you know, this is silly at the moment, and we moved 2.5 years ago, and I am now within walking distance.
Your granddaughter was here yesterday, wasn't she?
Grandson, that was my daughter. Stop it.
I thought it was your great grandson.
Stop it.
Helm, 9 for 1. There's 3 slips and a short leg, and down the leg side. That's worked. Helped on its way by Latigan. It'll be another boundary, nicely tucked away by the left-hander. He's on to 6. 13 for 1 it is, and there are 10 overs, light permitting, remaining of the third day.
I don't think we'll get those 10 in personally. I think the light is worsening, and I think the umpire's just beginning to have a little look around. They must be. But as yet, it's certainly light enough. If it was a league game, you wouldn't think about it, but it won't take much more, I don't think. Roderick on strike. Toby Rowland Jones to continue from the Diglis end. 13 for 1 as he comes in and bowls, and Roderick is forward to this, pushing it back up the pitch. But yeah, got a dog as well, so that you're always going to do a fair bit of walking if you've got a dog, haven't you? And walk backwards and forwards to the ground if I can do. Sometimes I bring the stuff, or if I'm carrying a load of stuff, bring it all down the day before, something like that. Maybe bring the car down on the last day if I have to take stuff home. Here's Rowland Jones again. Bowls, and Roderick is working this one off his pads. Out to go our deep backward square, and they pick up a single. And I've got options as well. I can walk straight out of the ground at the road, or I can walk out of that side and along the river.
It's the secret to life, that, isn't it?
To having options. It is, isn't it? And up to up to the footbridge at Diglis, which is that way. Rowland Jones again is in and bowls, and Latigan is turning this on the leg side. Lots of noise from behind the stumps as he played it quite late.
Scallywags, aren't they?
But a single, another dot. 14 for 1. Nothing yet has misbehaved.
No.
But it will not be an easy.
Rowland Jones and Helm. It's a pretty Pretty good pairing, isn't it? A lot of experience. I mean, again, to say Division 2 is not good enough. Taylor, Sonipol. All right, Fisher had an off game, didn't he? Finch, sorry.
Roland Jones again bowls, and in behind that is Latigan.
Big Ben. Middlesex here with Bosch as an overseas and young Morgan. It's the other change. What they just missed in that first innings, though, was somebody to back up Roland Jones in the wickets column. Will it be over to the old skipper to do it again, or will somebody else step up in this?
Latigan again is defending, this time down to short leg. End of a tidy maiden over from was it 1 run off it? 3 overs at 1 maiden, no wicket for 6, and it's 14 for 1. There was 1 run off it, and we've got 9 left in the day.
So 14 for 1, 9 to go, and 3 we fancy what Middlesex would be looking for tonight. Sweater claimed by Roland Jones from the umpire, and Helm is ready to go with a short leg and 3 slips. Midway through his run up now, Helm. He bowls, and this is defended by Roderick. Nicely in behind it. Makes that little move with his hand to suggest that did a bit. Let's have a look and see. Just straightened on him, maybe. Just straightened. Three slips. Crouch down again. And the short leg, and Helm's in. Bowls onto the pads. Clipped just about off the pads. Through square. Holds and retreats to collect. And they have 2 more. Roderick to 10, 16 for 1. 342 more to win. They won't get that below. Well, they shouldn't get that below 300 tonight, but it'll be one of the things just to tick off each 50 run. Get it below 200. Get it below 250. Get it below 200. Helm in, bowls. Roderick leaves alone. Bit of bounce through to the keeper. Nicely bowled. As Helm will look to work up some pace here. A burst from both Helm and Roland Jones. You'd imagine that Bosch and Morgan will get a little go as well. Here is Helm in bowls and pushed to point. 16 for 1. And Helm slowly wanders back to his mark. Oh, you're a teacher, Frank. You'll correct me on this. Did once get corrected by a listener. They don't have a top of their mark. They have a mark. They're at the top of their run up or a mark, but people say at the top of their mark.
Well, he could be standing on top of it.
Yeah. Here's Helm in bowls, and it's left alone through to the keeper. Well, we all say it, don't we? Top of his mark. Stands at the top of his mark.
Yeah.
Stands at the top of his run up. Or the end of his run up.
But
it was probably DT.
We also say it's a good wicket, but it's not. It's a good pitch, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's lighter now than it was 10 minutes ago, I think.
Yeah, well, has it come from over the back of us? Because you can see that really grey stuff that's just headed over the Basil d'Oliveira stand.
Well,
so I'm assuming that's just come over our head, is it?
It's not moving much, is it?
Here's Helm, bowls outside the off stump through to the keeper. There's no run. I think it's moving very slowly. I said there's not a glimpse of blue left in the sky, but over the top of the hotel now, there's some appearing. The last slither that remained prior to this new bit coming in is now way down in the distance behind the cathedral, which suggests that grey stuff, you're right, was over our head and it's moved on.
Although the light on that crane
followed the river.
The light on that crane over the.
Well, that's because it's under that grey stuff now.
Right. Yeah.
It's followed the river. Does it follow the river here often? Trump Bridge, the Oval.
No.
They always say it follows the river.
No, it doesn't. It comes up from the southwest. It follows it. It goes up the river. You could argue, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not really.
Is that a myth?
Well,
rain
it's
clouds
not something I've ever heard mentioned in Worcestershire.
In these parts.
No. Toby Rowland Jones round the wicket. Bowls to Latigan. Nice shot from Latigan. Is on his toes on the back foot, punching through the covers. Hasn't got it well enough to get 3, but it'll bring him a couple. And that takes him on to 8 off 20 deliveries. Roderick is 10 off 17 deliveries. And Worcestershire at 18 for 1 the man out, Libby, who was run out without facing any deliveries at the non-striker's end. Cracknell is getting a helmet. He's going to stand up to the stumps.
Cool. It's Roland Jones.
Yeah, but I was a keeper. That's the fun, isn't it? That honestly, seriously, that is the.
But we've seen a
fun.
few pop on this pitch, and obviously
standing up to a seamer, and
what Roland Jones does so well is extract bounce on any given surface, and on a pitch where we've seen all the bowlers get that extra little climb, it's a brave thing to do, standing up to Roland Jones.
This is fun. This is the fun of keeping. This is where it gets really fun. And Roland Jones is accurate. He's not a bowler who's liable to fire one down the leg side.
No, but it's the bounce. I think it's the bounce.
Yeah, but that's good. That's what it's all about. Especially with I never kept in a helmet. It must be nice to have the safety of a helmet. This one is pushed up to mid-off. Of course, Paul Downton, who was a Middlesex keeper for many years, got the old bail in the eye, didn't he? And same thing that happened to Craig Keyswetter.
Herschel Gibbs as well, wasn't it?
Yeah. Nasty injury. But the buzz of standing up to a seamer and especially if he's an accurate seamer is great fun. And actually, I'll just break off as Roland Jones bowls this one and big shout, given not out by the umpire. Latigan walks away. Roland Jones has got was a half teapot. Fancied that one, I think.
Back and across.
The umpire and just have a look at it. Not looking
an element of the Geddes about that one, wasn't there?
Yeah, a bit high, I think. Yeah, there was, but Latigan's that bit taller. But yeah, umpire not giving that one. Certainly a good shout. Yeah, a bit. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. Element of the Geddes.
Did he just get outside the line of off though as well?
No, I don't think so. I think it was just on height. It was a very good shout. Very good shout. Roland Jones bowls and he plays this one nicely down to short leg. Yeah, what I was going to say about keeping, it's from a keeper's point of view, I would say anyway, in my experience, standing up to a seamer, you'd rather it was bouncing than keeping low. If it's bouncing, especially if he's bowling, just short of a length and it bounces up, you've got a good chance of seeing it and taking it. Whereas if it's when it's full and it keeps very low, that's when you've got problems. But it's great fun, and he'll be looking forward. He'll be enjoying it, and he's keeping Latigan in his crease, and maybe making him be a little bit more cautious with his footwork. That's a nice shot though from Latigan, slightly over pitch from Roland Jones and driven through mid-off. And again, it's not going to go all the way, but they will come back for 3 this time. So Latigan goes into double figures. And the score goes to 21 for 1. And Cracknell will stand back with the right-handed Roderick on strike. 7 overs left in the day. After this one, three slips and a short leg. The attacking fielders. Roderick on 10. Roland Jones strides in, bowls, and Roderick on the back foot plays defensively up to mid-on, and there's no run to the end of the over. So 42 deliveries left in the day for Worcestershire to negotiate. They are nominally chasing 358 for victory, and they're 21 for 1.
Yep, great stuff that you're mentioning. Almost behind the the crane with the red light on it in the distance. Cathedral's brightened up though, but I suppose the cathedral looks darker when it's a blue sky behind and cloud in front, isn't it? But there are some blue skies creeping over the back of the scoreboard to our left, by the nets. Where are the indoor nets here? Behind us?
In Malvern.
Oh, there's none on the ground. No. Here is Helm outside the off stump through to the keeper, left alone by Latigan. Well, I suppose if the ground was flooded, then it's probably a good idea, or it's often flooded, it's a good idea not to have the indoor nets here as well, because they'd be flooded too.
No, they train at Malvern College.
Make a mockery of the indoor nets. Middlesex train at Merchant Taylor School now.
Yeah, I know that, yeah. Yeah, it's almost like a sort of satellite base, isn't it, really?
Yeah, and they've got a great new building in there. I've been invited along to the nets by the head of cricket at Merchant Taylor's. I have to take him up on that. So Helmsy in bowls. It's driven down the ground. Lovely shot, that. Latigan, has he got enough of it? Roland Jones is not giving it up. And, the poor old fella. I'll tell you what, he'd have been forgiven for letting that go, wouldn't he? He's done well there to flick that back in with the dive forward. 3 more of them for Latigan. He's on to 14, 24 for 1.
What, you've been invited to play in the nets, have you?
Well, go and have a net, yeah.
Oh, how many years since you did that?
When's the last play? I played a game last season. Haven't had an indoor net since, probably a good 10 years. It's tough indoors. Light's just not quite the same, is it? Helm in, bowls, up on his toes. Roderick pushes away into the offside. I mean, you mentioned about playing in the dark. He did as a kid, though, didn't he? He used to play.
Oh, yeah.
Until it was almost pitch black.
Well, league cricket, you never bothered, did you? You just kept going, really. I can only remember once coming off for bad light. It was a university game, a 2-day game. That's the only one I can remember. I came off for bad light and it rained the next day and we didn't play, so the end of that.
Helm up to the stumps, he bowls, and up on his toes is Roderick to defend. He's pushed him back with a couple there. Roderick, I'm sure, will be keen to get forward to the next 2. Definitely, still a short leg in place.
Definitely lighter now than it was 20 minutes
ago. Yeah. It was at the point where it couldn't have got much darker to stay out there, but as you say, the light has improved. There is a big old pond of blue to our left. That's a fair old ocean of grey sky that's passed over the top of us and kept going. It's his Helm. Keep it on going. He bowls outside the off stump, just full of a length, left alone. Pad thrust forward by Roderick. Number 13, 1 to go the over from Helm. Do they make a change tonight? Bosch is warming up at mid-off. Yes, he's ready to go, isn't he? Where's young Mr. Morgan? He is he third slip, Morgan?
Yeah.
I'm looking down at long leg as well, though. Is that... Just give me a second. I've got to work out long leg and third slip.
Helm's at long leg, isn't he?
Helm's into bowl.
Not Helm. Not Helm.
Mid-wicket. No run.
Holden.
No, Holden's mid-wicket.
No, that's Morgan.
It is Morgan down there. It's the third slip that's throwing me. Third slip's the other youngster, Faulkner. So it is. These youngsters, Frank, these youngsters. Right, Bosch is replacing Roland Jones.
Yep. So Roland Jones, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 11. Although he did bring about the wicket that's fallen with his sharp response to that straight drive from Dan Latigan, sticking his hand down and deflecting the ball onto the stumps at the non-striker's end. And it'll be Bosch from the Diglis end replacing him. He's in now and he bowls, and Latigan's on his toes, and steering it down on the offside, and picks up a single. We've got one of your famous old players coming to speak to our Cricket Society this winter, in Mike Selvey. So I'm looking forward to
coming up from the southwest. I suppose from southwest it's not too bad up the M5, is it?
Yeah. Looking forward to
Form of
interviewing
praise.
him with Dave Bradley at some point in the winter. Here is Bosch in to Roderick, and he's on his toes, pushing out on the offside.
Have you just had that confirmed? Is that news from the mark?
No, no, it's not. No, I got the little brochures yesterday. Actually, got the date of it here. This is Worcestershire Cricket Society. If you're interested, anybody that's listening, and you should be, because they're great evenings. 12th of January, Mike Selvey. So we've got a good programme lined up next year. This one is banged in just short of a length by Bosch and played by Roderick. So we've got Chris Cowdrey in October, David Leatherdale, Richard Illingworth, Tim Lamb, Mike Selvey, Mickey Arthur, and then Adam Hose. First Tuesday of every month throughout the winter. And how about this? For all those speakers, second biggest cricket society in the country after London, for all those speakers, £30. Individual member, husband and wife or partner, £40 for the pair. Outside the off stump, this one left alone. If you're interested in that, they're great nights, held here in the Cricket Pavilion at New Road, 7:30 start, second Tuesday in every month in the winter. Guaranteed speakers. If you're interested, just get in touch with the secretary, Mike Hitchings, HITCHINGS, at AOL.com, or look on Twitter at Worcestershire Cricket Society. Really good evenings, very, very popular. In comes Bosch again and bowls, and Roderick defends that one away. On the onside. I've got while I'm on the advertising platform, I've got another one to mention, and that this is an event that's taking place here. And just see if I can find the relevant information. Bosch comes in and bowls again, and Roderick defending on the back foot. This one is in support of Ombersley Cricket Club, who are a Birmingham League cricket club nearest to Worcester. They're trying to raise money to build a new pavilion at the moment. It's the end of the over, by the way, 5 left, 25 for 1. And in aid of that pavilion fund, they are having a ladies' day here at New Road, and all details are available on Ombersley Cricket Club social media. But if I can find it, I will give the details that I have. It's on Friday the 19th of June. Worcestershire will be playing cricket here on that day. It's day one of a county championship game against Gloucestershire, so that's this coming Friday. Welcome drinks on arrival, 2-course lunch, wine on the table, afternoon tea, entertainment and cricket. All of that included for £55 per ticket, which is pretty fantastic, I think.
What's the entertainment, Frank?
I'm not sure yet.
It's not you and Bradders.
It's not me, because I'll be working in here, obviously. Stop it again. £55 a ticket. Have a look at Ombersley Cricket Club social media if you're interested. Really, really worthwhile cause, and I think that's great value as well as Morgan starts a new over. And you're on.
Apologies. Thank you. I didn't realise.
But seriously, I think that's great value for
pushback.
Lunch, wine, entertainment, and cricket for £55 is well, you pay more than that at Cheltenham. Let's put it that way.
And that's 55 for the two of you, is it?
No, that's just per person. But I mean, that the equivalent at many a cricket festival is twice that, I would say.
Is Morgan bowls outside of the off stump, 25. I get you to bite far too often.
Dark again. I don't bite.
So what was it, 55 for the table?
I
was it?
sniff the bait.
Yeah.
I make the float wobble and then I swim away.
Where's our mate Salvador?
I used to love fishing when I was a kid, you know, and even later actually. I used to love fishing.
Did you throw him back or did you?
Oh, always throw him back. Always throw him back. Yeah. Morgan's
around the wicket, he bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Latigan. Tell you what,
I used to love it, and I used to. I often said about fishing. I sometimes use the analogy with slips. You know, when you're in the slips, sometimes you stand there and there's nothing coming and you're nothing going past the bat, and then there's other times where you're expecting it at any moment. And when you're fishing, and there's sometimes when you're float fishing, you're watching your float and there's a lot of action and you think it's going to happen, it's going to happen, it's going to happen, and then there's other days where nothing happens at all.
Morgan's around the wicket, he bowls and forward goes Latigan, pushing back to mid-off, 25 for 1.
But no, seriously, that's a good cause, that Ombersley lunch. And while I'm on the subject of Ombersley, one other thing, I think I'll just get the date right about this, because they've got a really big day when again they'll be trying to raise money for their new pavilion, but it's also well worth going if you're a local, because it's going to be a cracking game.
Morgan bowls and forward goes Latigan.
And it's Sunday the 5th of July, Ombersley against the MCC at Ombersley Cricket Club, which is situated just a couple of miles outside Worcester. It's where Dan Latigan plays actually when he's not playing for the county. It's where Brett D'Oliveira came through. It's where Jack Haynes came through, now with Notts. Gareth Andrew is ex-Worcestershire, is in the side there. Worcestershire seconds play there quite often.
Morgan bowls, Latigan defence.
And they're playing the MCC on that day. It'll be a very good MCC side and a great day with lots of entertainment planned. A couple of ground staff running out into the middle. I think they've got the old tamper. They're going to bang the footholds down a bit perhaps. They are 25 for 1. So, yeah, Stephen Manfield out there, the head groundsman, just got that tamping plate, just smacking the ground down. 4 overs left in the evening's play, weather permitting. And with the exception of the Libby run out, Worcestershire have negotiated this so far reasonably well. Bonus points, by the way, final bonus point count, Worcestershire 4 points, Middlesex 5. $333 more needed to win. Where's Graham Gooch when you need him? Here comes Bosch from the Digley End, bowls down the leg side. Roderick falls over it, misses it. Cracknell takes it smartly, moving to his left.
You'd assume he was going for the Yorker there, wouldn't he? Otherwise he's missed his length by a long way.
But just fired it down the leg side, didn't he? Ethan Bosch. 2 Ethans. Unusual to have an Ethan on either side. Balls, and Roderick reached for that one. That was a good one. He got it all right there, length and line. Roderick's first full shot he's played, really.
Best cricketing Ethans. There's Ethan Bamber, of course, who went from Middlesex to
Ethan with an A, this isn't it? Ethan, which is unusual, but yeah, you're right. Ethan Bamber, Ethan Brooks, Ethan Bosch, they're all EBs. Must be something about
any other cricketing
caring Ethan. I can't think of any other cricketing Ethans.
I can't.
No, I can't.
Go on the live chat. Or do you do what? Do you do Twitter still? X, what do they call it now?
Yeah,
X?
now and again, yeah. Not much these days. Roderick, that's a lovely shot from Roderick. It's not going to get him 4, it's going to get him 2. Driven off the back foot through the covers. Fielded by Morgan. I always think with youngsters like Morgan, who's 19 years old and Latigan, 19 years old, and any youngster that comes into the game, one of the hardest things is playing. I know they've played a fair bit of twos cricket, but fielding all day, playing these long games, 4-day cricket, it's hard on the body and on the mind.
That's just the listeners.
Well, and on the voice and on the throat. Driven this next one up to extra. But Morgan out there, he's a young lad. I mean, he's played a fair bit of 2 and 3 day cricket now, but they are long days, aren't they? And you get used to it, I think. Fielding all day becomes absolutely nothing to somebody who's been doing it for a few years, but hard to start with. 27 for 1. Faulkner at short leg, clapping his hands together, encouraging the bowler. As Bosch comes in and bowls, and Roderick is on the back foot, playing the net square on the offside. 3 overs left after this. And Worcestershire 27 for 1.
Yeah, and getting 1 down. It's a start, isn't it? So,
yeah, I think so, and I think particularly in the circumstances of how it felt.
You get out there in the morning, and you take it down to 250. If this partnership could get it for 250, you just never know.
Absolutely. Bosch bowls down the leg side. They're appealing for something. I'm not exactly sure. I think just getting a bit excited, aren't they, behind the stumps? There's absolutely no reason whatsoever.
They want to go home before rush hour tomorrow.
For that, but
they're thinking they don't want to leave her at 10 to 6 tomorrow.
No, might
Come
as well
on,
stay the night.
Well,
he played no shot, but it was way outside leg, so it was a bit like one of those where you pad up to a leg spinner. And that's why they got excited. So maybe I'm wrong to say there's absolutely no reason to get excited, but it wasn't coming back anywhere near enough. It wasn't swinging. And it's a dot. So 3 overs left.
and it is Morgan who will bowl 2 of those, presumably. He's bowling this one, that's for sure. What's he doing with his field? 1, 2, 3 slips still. Point covering a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, and he's around the wicket to Latigan, who's defending on the front foot. I had to count the slips because they're in a. It was count the heads because they're in a line where you couldn't quite see them when I was looking originally. So it was like, how many heads can I see there? 1, 2, 3. Standing in front as we look of the Basil Oliveira stand, which has still got a good few sprinkled in there. 30, 40 maybe. 30. It is. Did you listen when Mel said she was at a Sheffield Shield game? I think it was at the MCG, and she counted them, and she didn't get to 50. As around the wicket comes. Oh, Morgan, inside edge on the back foot from Latigan, falls towards backward square leg, and there's no run.
60 in the Basil Oliveira stand. 62.
Well, there you go.
62.
More than there was watching the Sheffield Shield match all day at the MCG, according to Mel. I mean, that's the thing, we get a couple of thousand in regularly, and everyone turns their nose up at it.
Yeah. We've had 2,000 for a couple of championship first days.
Yeah, well, Middlesex had 4,000, I think, first day this season. It was last year, wasn't it? Surrey had close to 5 figures, didn't they? If not 5. Morgan bowls, rapping on the pads. I think it was an inside edge from
Surrey get
Latigan.
get.
Blanks had a good start, didn't they?
Somerset get.
The theory was Surrey as opposed
Headingley, don't they? Headingley get.
The theory is Surrey as opposed to Middlesex is that the oval is just far easier to get through if you're coming from swathes of south of the oval or west of the oval, whereas London's Lords is just so deep into London, it's not quite as easy to get there as for so many as the oval is, so they managed to drag in a good few. As here's Morgan around the wicket, he bowls, and Latigan, a late leave. They thought he was going to feather it through off the face there, didn't they? Just whipped that bat up enough and out of the way. Close call. Not been too much to get excited about, has there? It's flattening out, Frank.
Yeah. Well, about that.
When was the heavy rate? Did they use
It wasn't that late a leave. He knew what he was doing there.
But it was the way that he whipped it wristily.
Yeah, he does that little flick, doesn't he?
Morgan in bowls, and this one is a more determined leave. He lifts it up above his head, and now Morgan's suggesting that very nearly clipped the top of off. I was about to make the comment, and I'm not sure if I did now because we were nattering away, but Morgan versus Latigan, you fancy this is a matchup which we'll be seeing a lot of over the next 17 or so years?
Could be, yeah.
A couple of teenagers. Well, if it had nipped back, I don't think it was that close, but if it had nipped back fractionally more and just clipped the pad, they'd have been screaming. Here's the view
like in the
that you want to see. Yeah, he's a long way outside off, and yeah. This swan comes back at him and knocks him off his feet, and oh dear, as that hit a midship, he's crawling across his crease now on all fours. Oh, bless him. He's all right. He's picked himself up, but that crawl to begin with suggested no, he's fine. He's hopped up and he's away.
12 balls left.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well,
sorry.
Steady.
That wasn't deliberate, and it was bad timing.
That Manny. 27
Gohar's coming on. He's going to have a little roll from one end, which is very sensible, I think. Last over from the Diglis end.
Oh dear. The things we come up with across an entire day.
It's been a long day. I wonder how many words come out in a day. Gosh, that's frightening, isn't it?
Should count back how many? 23 seasons. Barely missed a Middlesex game. And if I have missed a Middlesex game, I've probably made it up by doing a couple of other games here or there across the season. There's a couple of weddings that I missed Middlesex games for. But other than that, how many games across 23 years have Middlesex played? Well, they were playing nearly 90 to 100 days cricket a season when I began, and obviously we're down to 76 or so now.
Mad. So Gohar from the Diglis end, with the keeper standing up, a short leg, a slip, and a silly mid-off. Bowling to the right-handed Roderick, a backward point, a short extra, sweeper on the offside, mid-off, mid-on, and a deep backward square. In the gloaming, shall we say. It's not that dark, but it's a bit gloomy. His first ball is pushed through, and Roderick goes back to it and tickles it away behind square on the leg side. In fact, if there was a leg by signal, I didn't see it because the umpire was obscured. It was a leg by. Latigan has not faced Gohar. He was out before he bowled in the first innings. Don't know if he faced him at Lord's, did he?
Oh,
possibly.
You're asking a lot there. Mind you, that said, but then that 100 partnership came in double quick time, and that was the point of it. Right? I mean, it was 65 or 30, 63 off the top of my head, so there's a fair chance that he didn't.
Well, he is now. Let's go on bowls when he's. He's out. He's caught it slip. He's got one. That's the first one that's misbehaved. It bounced. It's taken a top edge, and it's a leaping catch at first slip by Tom Helm. And Dan Latigan, having played so well, he's faced 39 deliveries, 15, and he's gone. What a gamble to bowl Gohar for this one over, and it's paid off. Good captaincy from Leas Deploy. Very good captaincy, and a good catch by Helm, and to be honest, nothing that Latigan could do about it. It's bounced and turned. Have you seen
the bounce?
Bounced and turned.
Well, he had one in the first innings, didn't he, that bounced, and you thought, oh wow, this will be interesting. He's unlucky for a few reasons there, Latigan. One is it was Tom Helm at slip. Had Ryan Higgins not got a wrist injury, and Higgins probably tuned in right now. All due respect, he wasn't catching that, because he's plucked that at full stretch out of thin air, Helm. And to have a slip fielder of 6'4", whatever he is, 6'5", Helm, you're pretty unlucky, aren't you? Because he's leapt up, and that I grabbed your shoulder, didn't I? I thought, wow, he's caught it. You didn't think he was going to. It was just it flew up and over, and he thought he's never getting that, and he had a grab at it, almost slightly behind him. It wasn't falling over at all. It was just great athleticism, though, to get up to it and get a hand to it and hold on.
Night watchman coming in, Ben Allison.
Oh, it'll be 5 down tonight. 4 balls left of this over.
Face Zaffa goes
This isn't going to be easy for a night watch.
Great bit of captaincy to bring Gohar on for this.
Well, it is
easily carried on with this.
It is, and I tell you what, I would surround the bat now with the night watch. He's not going to. He's going to have a job, isn't he? There's the helm catch. Look at that. He was full stretch. He didn't have to get too far off the ground. He was maybe a foot off the ground at most, but he was at full stretch nonetheless. And the point that he was full stretch and a foot off the ground when he's standing at slip as a spinner. To a spinner, he's very close to it, so he didn't have much time to get up.
It's
and a foot off the ground.
It went slowly.
It did. It was loopy.
Sharp.
It was loopy.
I think he might have edged it onto the gloves.
Here we go. They are surrounding the bat now, aren't they? 2 slips. Come on, get a few more.
I don't think that came straight off the bat. I think he might have edged that onto Cracknell's gloves. And it's looped up. We'll have to find out afterwards.
They got 4 around the bat. I think they should have more.
Oh, sorry, missed that.
He's beaten him outside off stump.
Trying to look for the replay.
He's beaten him outside off stump with a beautiful ball. I thought he'd got him. The ball bounced back out of the gloves of Cracknell, who tried to grab at it. I thought for a moment maybe there was an edge and that second grab was going to go, but no, it was just excitement.
2 slips. Silly mid-off short leg now as he bowls.
Genuinely, I'd have them all around. Why would you not have them all around the bat right now?
Plays it behind on the leg side.
Nobody's taking a catch other than around the wicket. If it goes up in the air, you may as well.
He's turning it. He's getting a
yes, a surround it. Come on. Come on, Leas, get them all. Here we go. Here comes Max Holden's coming in. He'd have them all in, surely. Every last one of them round the bat right now. I remember, I always hark back to watching Warne and Fleming captaining in 2005, 2006, and boy, oh boy, did they surround the bat.
Gohar again is in and bowls, and Allison is forward. Nicely played. Pushed out on the onside.
What's
ball left in
the
over.
What's he got? What's he going to do, Frank? Would you just
I'd give
throw?
It some air,
I was going to say, would you throw it up above the?
Yeah, I would.
Because that last one was darted in. Would you take the pace right off now? Big tall.
I would.
Tail ender.
And he comes.
No,
nice, just nicely bowled, and he's pushed it away on the offside and got through the over. So 1 over to go. 28 for 2. I said 2. I think I said 2
tonight.
Yeah,
that's what you said on the mic. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at. I'm looking at it again. See whether did it hit the gloves.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe, or maybe it was shoulder of the bat.
Gone miles up in the air.
Yeah. The first innings, he really got one to get big in a very short spell. Right, last over of the day is Seb Morgan. They won't be more than 3 down because that new rule of you got to keep going at night, it doesn't come in till October, does it? Can you imagine how many down you could have a team at night? You pick one up in the last over of the day and they've all got to come out one by one. Here's Morgan to bowl them, and it is Roderick on strike on 12 from 34. 3 slips, short leg. Morgan in, bowls, Yorker length, dug out. No run. Yeah, off the mic you said 1 down. He's not listening, you're still looking for the bounce, are you?
I'm not listening because you're talking nonsense.
5-4 field, 3 slips crouched down. Morgan's past the umpire, he bowls and this ball's pushed back. He just silly. Oh no, ball called. He's got another one to go. Roderick's probably cursing. That was like, couldn't you let that go, umps?
Yeah, definitely. You don't want a no ball.
Another one coming. He speeds. I've only just noticed. I have to watch it again. It feels like he speeds up right at the very last as he's about to bowl. I'll have a look again in a moment and see. Turning now. It's a long run up. Starts at the mat of the advertiser. And just at the last, there's a little flurry of action. This is defended on the front foot again by Roderick in front of short leg. No run. Working hard on the ball at mid wicket. Ethan Bosch. A few spectators still on the top of the. Is there a name for that little viewing area up there.
It's called the Wadder.
The Wadder.
You can see that.
Oh, I see.
That's all I've ever heard it called.
Here comes Morgan. It's defended to middle, so it's not like the Wacker. It's not the Western Australian cricket, something or other. The Wadder, the Worcestershire outdoor decking rooftop. There you go, the Wadder.
That's catchy, isn't it?
They could put the cheque in the post. Marketing idea for 'em. The Wadder. I wonder what that's for then. The Wadder Bar. Here's Morgan in bowls, and forward goes Roderick to cover. There's no run. It's that time of day, isn't it? We just get a bit loopy as well. A bit like Zaffa, but what we think Zaffa should have bowled that last ball of the day. Bit of loop.
Yeah.
Maybe Morgan
I used to
will.
play a game in the cricket hall days with Neil Manthorpe.
Oh dear.
Where you had to write a word down on a piece of paper or a phrase and pass it to your partner, and he had to get it into commentary within the next few minutes. When it was dull and boring, that could get very, very silly.
Oh, I've never done that one. That's quite good.
We were doing one at Edgbaston. I remember this one clearly. I don't know if Neil would. This one he did Warwickshire Cricket Corps and I did Worcestershire.
Morgan bowls and turn in front of short leg for a couple. Roland Jones giving a very slow chase because the night watch is not going to come back and will face the last 2 balls of the day.
And Neil wrote down cholera victims. And we were sitting very, very high up at Edgbaston, and you could see the traffic going by on one of the roads outside, and I saw an ambulance going down the road, and I said, and as we look across towards the city, an ambulance goes down the road, possibly taking some cholera victims to hospital. And at which point we both could no longer speak for about the next 10 minutes.
And it was 50p a minute for the listeners as well, listening to that, wasn't it?
38p.
38p a minute for 10 minutes listening to you two corpsing.
But we did give the score every ball.
Oh, well done. Morgan, 2 balls to go of the day, bowls to the night watch. Allison, who defends into the offside. And David Townsend, that was aim at DT, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
38p a minute to listen to David Townsend.
I know. Cheap at half the price. Worcestershire won the Championship and the Sunday League in 88, Championship in 89, Botham, Dilly, Bradford.
88? That's a hick.
Lost to Middlesex in the NatWest final, 88 as well. Yeah. Ramps' day when he was still at school, just finished school. Gus Fraser knocked over Hick and Curtis very early on, I think. It was one of the. It was win the toss, win the match in September in those days.
Well, yeah.
That was final, wasn't
Last ball of the day, it's Morgan. He's in, bowls, left alone, and that is it. 33 for 2, 325 more for Worcestershire, and it's been some battle between these two over the 2 games this season. The toing and the throwing, but it's going to have to take quite the swing tomorrow if Worcestershire are to do the double over Middlesex and give themselves a real chance of promotion, bouncing straight back to Division 1. You'd think that the visitors will go back tonight to the hotel and say, come on lads, one big day tomorrow and we're right back up at the top part of the table with so few points separating, 5 teams? Then they'll fancy wrapping this up tomorrow, but a good hour or 2 in the morning, and you never know, a night watch as well, if he can hang around for a little while and help take this down to 250 was the mark we talked about, wasn't it? Then who knows? There's 14 overs on the ball, so Middlesex will still feel they've got a pretty hard ball to go at for a session tomorrow morning. It'll be fascinating to watch, I'd suggest, Frank.
Yeah, absolutely. 325 needed then for Worcestershire tomorrow. 8 wickets in hand, either that or bat all day to save it. Odds heavily in favour of Middlesex, especially with that second wicket going down at the end of the day. Worcestershire very unfortunate to lose the first wicket, but it's been Middlesex's day again. It's been Middlesex's game, not by much. Worcestershire have not been bad really, they've just been edged out at certain times. Basically, Leas deploy. has played better than anybody else, let's put it that way, and he got 101 not out in the second innings. He got 80 in the first innings, and he has been superb and led Middlesex very well. They've got a stroke of luck tonight with that first wicket, and then deploys imaginative captaincy, bringing Zafar on to bowl the penultimate over of the day, producing the wicket of Latigan, and Middlesex, as Kevin has said, leave the ground tonight by far the happier of the two teams. But Worcestershire have got another day to fight. They've done it before, and they will be determined, I'm sure, to give everything tomorrow. Weather forecast is good. Kevin Hand and I will be back in the morning at just before 11 o'clock, and until then it's Frank Watson on behalf of Kevin and myself saying a very, very good evening to you. Thank you for being with us. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage.